The enormous fist of the dangerous creature destroyed everything around it with devastating force, turning stone into fine dust. It was a stone golem, fiercely battling the warriors who dared to enter its lair. Even though it was only a low-level dungeon, the guy who rushed forward couldn't even scratch the enemy. Then the golem moved on to the next knight, while another fighter shouted for the guy not to take the blow directly and to lead the enemy away. Gathering their strength, their team finally decided to go on the offensive. One of the guys made a quick dash toward his opponent and attacked him with his sword, which was sharp enough to scratch the monster's tough body. The warriors attacked their enemy from all sides, so the golem did not have time to defend itself and only screamed in agony. In fact, this only angered the monster even more, so it awakened new powers within itself. The warriors immediately realized that the golem had entered a state of rage, so one of them commanded everyone to take up a defensive position and asked the mages to finish off the enemy. Hearing this, the sorcerers immediately grabbed their staffs and began to concentrate energy for their spells. At that moment, one of them turned to the young man, who had been standing behind them all this time, and asked him to pour mana into him. It was Sano Haruto, nicknamed Mananons, who was a level 29 hunter. The guy wasted no time in fulfilling his partner's request to help him in such a difficult battle. In a couple of seconds, he had enough mana in his hands to transfer it to his friend. The mage immediately felt a surge of energy and declared that this should be enough to defeat the great golem. Meanwhile, the golem was no longer holding back and was about to attack their team. But it was too late, because the mage had just finished preparing his spell and was now ready to mercilessly finish off his opponent. This devastating blow literally tore the stone golem into small pieces in an instant and finished clearing the dungeon. After all this fighting, the warriors could finally sit down and catch their breath after such an intense battle. The commander turned to our hero and noted that, as usual, he had been of no help today. So he asked the guy to at least help sort out the loot. The other warriors knew that Sano Haruto was a damage dealer, but for some reason he was always assigned to support, which was very strange. It turned out that Sano Haruto had terrible skills, so he could only generate mana and nothing else. One of the friends who was discussing the young man behind his back jumped up when he learned about his abilities, because he thought it was literally the best skill. Others still thought it was no big deal, since mages and healers could also absorb mana, so he was only needed in boss battles, which is why he hadn't been able to reach level 30 in 5 years. Everyone mockingly discussed how even the weakest hunter would be much stronger than a normal person. Sano Haruto himself was greatly annoyed by the fact that they all spoke loudly on purpose, so that he could hear everything. But even that did not make him think about stopping going to the dungeons. The events then moved to the skyscraper where the Taiken Guild headquarters was located. The main character had just learned the shocking news that he, a hunter, had been transferred to the production department. His boss explained that the harsh truth was that no other hunters wanted to take Haruto with them to the dungeon. In addition, the guy was still at level 29, so no one would let him into a solo dungeon, and his only skill was mana generation. Sano Haruto thought this was completely unfair, because his mana was useful to many people, and he was just a little bit away from level 30. The man emphasized that healers and mages usually have mana absorption skills, so in most raids the guy would be like a fifth wheel, and his level wouldn't change that. The guild simply decided to develop the main character's strengths, so he would definitely fit in well in the mana potion production department. Sano Haruto was not at all eager to go there, so he asked if they were going to kick him out of the organization if he refused. In the end, they told him straight up that he wasn't developing at all, and then they kicked him out of the guild in disgrace. The main character couldn't come to terms with the fact that he had lost his job in an instant, and now he wandered aimlessly around the city. In fact, the endless generation and transfer of mana to allies was not the young man's main skill, because he had another ability that he had never told anyone about. The surprising thing was that Haruto had acquired it even before he officially became a hunter. It turned out that the guy could copy anything using his unique skill. All he had to do was press a few buttons in the system window to make everything work. Then the main character held out his hand with the onigiri and waited for the ability to work. A few seconds later, a perfect duplicate of the snack appeared on his hand. The problem was that after waking up, Sano Haruto realized that this skill was pretty useless for a hunter. At first, he was even thrilled with this ability, but it turned out that only he had access to it. As soon as the object leaves his hands, it disappears like a mirage, so the guy can't copy money or resell the copied equipment. But what annoyed him the most was that there was a level restriction for copying equipment. The main character was called a Mononos because of his endless mana generation, but in reality, he was just copying a small amount of absorbed mana, so Haruto tried to copy skills in the same way. Haruto was incredibly angry about this because if he could level up and copy good equipment, he would finally show everyone what he was capable of. At that moment, he saw breaking news on his smartphone that the longsword of the Karish Dragon was arriving in Japan. This sword had 2 special skill slots and significantly increased defense. And it was also unique because it had its own level and increased the user's level to 200. Haruto immediately thought that such a weapon would be perfect for a hunter. But the problem was that it could only be used from level 30. And besides, the blade had only 10% of its durability left. The main character thought this was a great opportunity for him. So all he had to do was touch the legendary sword so that could recreate it forever and not pay attention to its durability. A few days later, Haruto went back to the dungeon to prepare for his plan. It was the lair of the Great Spider, an underground lair not registered with the Hunters Association. At that moment, one of the mages turned to the guy and asked him to pour some mana. The main character steadily performed his duties and hoped to find a way to finally reach level 30. Using his copying ability, he quickly replenished the mage's resources. The mage immediately felt a surge of strength and was already preparing to burn every enemy in his path. Haruto had to try hard not to get caught in this attack, which is why he hated dangerous fire mages in enclosed spaces. After clearing the area, our hero immediately went to check his level. At that moment, one of the team members approached him and laughed at the fact that the young man was checking his status again, because it was obvious that nothing would change anyway. He hoped that Haruto enjoyed the whole show in the front row, and hinted that they should charge the guy for it in that case. It was our hero's guildmate, Ikanaga Aoi, who now demanded a drink from his friend when they were done here. To earn money, this friend had been going down into unregistered dungeons since childhood. Although they had now entered a rather dangerous dungeon, thanks to Ikanaga, our hero was able to accompany the high-ranking hunters. The boss arena was very close, so the whole team hurried and soon found themselves at the Great Spider's nest. There, a huge monster awaited them, guarding its eggs and ready to tear apart anyone who dared to approach its future offspring. It was Alexa, the level 80 dungeon boss, who was now sleeping peacefully, unaware of the presence of enemies. The main character began to doubt that this devilish creature could be killed at all, because just the sight of it made his knees buckle. Ikanaga Aoi noticed that his partner was very worried and immediately warned him that no one was going to let him into the fight, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He believed that killing the Great Spider should be easy, but it was still better to be careful and keep a close eye on the web and eggs. If the spider's offspring were destroyed, she would immediately fly into a rage, which would surely spell the end for all of them. At that moment, the mage turned to Ikanaga, not understanding why he was wasting his time on some Mononos. The guy immediately apologized to his partner, who continued to complain that they had no time for all this. After that, the mage immediately ran forward because he couldn't wait to fight, and accidentally slipped. One of the stones that flew off his foot landed right in a web that was best left untouched. Everyone watched this scene in horror, realizing that it would not lead to anything good. Finally, the spider awoke from her sleep, sensing movement nearby. Alexa screamed frantically, warning the hunters that she was definitely not going to spare anyone. One of the warriors immediately rushed to defend his companions and yelled at the mage, who was responsible for waking the dungeon boss at the wrong time. She struck the guy's shield with her huge paw, but he still managed to stay on his feet. Then he swung his blade harder and cut off the creature's hairy limb. After that, the leader turned to his teammates again and reminded them to beware of the web and eggs. The other members of the cleanup crew took note of this and immediately rushed forward to help their comrade. The spider could do nothing against the nimble and strong hunters who surrounded her on all sides. The main character watched the whole scene with admiration in his eyes and realized that his partners were truly formidable. Alexa understood that she had to do something, because otherwise the hunters would soon win. She turned around to release her web, so the commander immediately ordered everyone to hide behind the columns. The cocky mage didn't understand why everyone was running away, because he had defeated similar opponents many times before. He asked everyone to step aside because he was going to burn this monster along with its web. The spider was a quick-witted creature, so she immediately built a shield for herself. Meanwhile, the fireball was already flying towards her at full speed, illuminating the dungeon with orange light. In the end, the sturdy web simply deflected the blow, giving the mage no chance to make amends for his mistake. This only angered the guy even more, so now he was going to show his true power. The main character tried to stop the mage, because he understood that he would only make things worse. Their partner was no longer listening to any warnings, and was already preparing to unleash a meteor shower. The commander immediately turned to his foolish partner and warned him that he could accidentally hit his balls, which would be a fatal mistake. Haruto froze in horror as he watched the guy's actions, realizing that it was too late to change anything. The fire fiercely engulfed the unprotected eggs, which began to crack with a loud crunch. The team leader shouted for everyone to run away because the spider would definitely go berserk after that. He didn't manage to hide in time, so Alexa was able to trap him in her web. Oi immediately ran up to Haruto and quickly pulled him behind a column to hide from the enraged monster. Meanwhile, the spider's eyes were literally burning with rage because some strangers dared to destroy her children. The commander was still desperately trying to get out of the web, but all his attempts were futile. The mage was also unable to escape from Alexa and now couldn't believe that the fireball had really had no effect on her. At that moment, she spotted the culprit responsible for the death of all her offspring. With a nervous smile on his face and tears in his eyes, the boy begged the spider not to do what she had planned. In the end, he couldn't hold back and began to shout at the top of his lungs for the monster not to come near him. This did not help the poor fellow at all, so with one movement of her huge paw, Alexa crushed his helpless body. The main character couldn't take his frightened eyes off this scene. It turned out that he also didn't have time to escape from the web, so now he was tightly bound. The spider's paw was very close to him, so there was less and less time left for rescue. Alexa, noticing Haruto, looked straight into the young man's eyes with her terrifying gaze. Previously, our hero thought that this was just a low-level dungeon that he had entered for the sake of one unfortunate level. But now he found himself on the verge of death. At that moment, the spider swung her sharp paw to teach another person who dared to disturb her peace a lesson. A second later, she pierced Haruto through and through, who had no chance of dodging the blow. The main character immediately began to choke on his own blood, suffocating from the unbearable pain. Suddenly, a system message popped up in front of his eyes, asking if he wanted to copy and paste the selected object. Now it turned out that Haruto's skill wasn't so useless after all. It turned out that the rule of object disappearance did not work on the boy's own body, so he created a copy of himself just in case. Upon death, his consciousness moved to the copy, and the dead body simply disappeared. The main character still found it difficult to get used to his own body disintegrating before his eyes, but he had no other choice now, so he used his backup plan. Haruto's new life did not last long, because the spider noticed him and pierced him again with her sharp paw. Then the young man used his ability, which had no limitations, and created a new body. Finally, he was able to hide behind one of the pillars until Alexa could figure out where her next victim had gone. Haruto understood that this creature would not let him go, even if he kept copying himself endlessly. At that moment, our hero noticed that his bound friend was nearby and still alive. The guy immediately closed his eyes and turned away from this horrific scene because he simply did not know how to help his friend. Meanwhile, the spider seemed to sense human presence and was already approaching their shelter. Ikanaga Aoi also heard all this, so he desperately tried to shout to the main character to help him. Haruto understood that it would be too difficult to get out of there, but he couldn't abandon his friend either. The boy began to remember that it was this friend who had helped him when everyone else had abandoned him, so he rushed into battle to at least try to help Aoi. He quickly grabbed his not-so-strong sword and tried to strike Alex with his first blow. It was useless, so the spider forcefully threw the main character aside. The monster's paw hit the pole to which Aoi was tied, and fortunately did not hit the guy himself. Suddenly, the system announced that the main character's level had been raised, which he certainly did not expect at such a hopeless moment. The main character was surprised that his blow had worked after all, but he did not yet suspect that the spider had attacked him again. In the end, Alexa pierced Haruto, who did not have time to react to such a sudden threat. After copying his body, the guy immediately thought that all he had to do was get to the long sword of the Corisian dragon, although it seemed that it would not be soon. He understood that he would not be able to escape anyway, so he was going to kill the dungeon boss, even if it meant dying 100 times. Our hero understood that in order to succeed, he needed to inflict at least some damage on the enemy in one of his lives. He spent 3 whole days in this dungeon, fighting day and night and losing about 50 lives, but during that time his skills improved significantly. Haruto was already more confidently chopping at the spider's body, because her death was only a matter of time. The giant spider was getting weaker by the minute, and fortunately, this monster had no regeneration abilities. Despite this, Alexa continued to fight and release her dangerous web again and again. These attacks were very fast and cunning, so our hero had to try hard not to fall into such a trap. Since the young man had already improved many of his skills, he could easily escape these spider shells, even though there were 4 of them at a time. It turned out that Alexa was simply driving Haruto under her paw, with which she was going to pierce him once again. The guy had even gotten used to such powerful blows, so he was able to jump aside in time. This allowed him to deftly climb onto Alexa's body and get closer to her. Getting close to the spider's head, our hero jumped high and swung his weapon to strike the enemy's weak spot. Haruto shouted belligerently, putting all his rage and pain into the cry, as he wanted to finally finish off this monster and end the protracted battle. He struck right between the great spider's eyes, putting the last of his strength into the attack. In the end, the blade simply broke into pieces without landing a blow. Only now did the main character realize that he had forgotten to copy and paste his sword. He couldn't do anything to the enemy, so he fell down with a crash, without any weapons in his hands. The spider, now missing one eye, screamed furiously as she tried to catch up with Haruto. The boy knew that he would not be able to escape from the monster, which was approaching him too quickly. Suddenly, Alexa stopped, and the pupils of her terrifying eyes narrowed from sudden pain. Her body began to tear apart from the inside, so now she forgot about her main goal in the form of Haruto. In the end, the monster simply fell apart, splattering blood everywhere. The main character lay on the ground for a while, simply rejoicing that he had finished off this creature, spending his 56 lives. The system reported several times that the hunter's level had been raised after successfully destroying Alexa. In addition, the guy also managed to get a reward for defeating the Great Spider. After that, our hero immediately rushed to rescue Aoya and asked him to hang on, promising to treat his friend to the best whiskey when they got out of there. Suddenly, Haruto received a strong blow to the side, which knocked him off his feet. With Aoya behind him, he fell to the ground and now tried to figure out who had attacked them. It turned out that the main character's adventure was not over yet, because the newborn offspring of the Great Spider were waiting for him here. The guy knew he could basically handle these enemies. But the problem was that it would be tough to fight while protecting Aoi at the same time. He pulled his friend close, trying to protect him from the spiders that were already closing in on them. Suddenly, someone intervened in their fight and cut one of the spiders in half. The other monsters immediately turned their attention to the one who dared to go against them. They immediately pounced on the girl who had come to the aid of our heroes. The savior was not afraid of such opponents at all, because she had enormous powers, and now she used hellfire against them. It was the highest spell of fire magic, and there were only a few sorcerers in the whole world who could control it. The main character remembered only one mage in Japan who possessed such an ability. It was a knight mage who used the witch's sword, ranked 5th in the Japanese hunter rankings. After dealing with all the monsters, she turned to Haruto and asked if they were the only survivors here. The boy, carrying his friend on his shoulders, replied that, unfortunately, that was indeed the case. The knight looked around and concluded that all the eggs had been broken, which was why the spider had gone berserk. She concluded that the high-level group had been completely destroyed, so her gaze immediately returned to the main character. The girl was surprised that this young man had been able to defeat the dungeon boss and even save his companion, because it was obvious that he was just a low-level hunter. The events then moved to the headquarters of the Japan Hunters Association. The main character was immediately sent to the interrogation room to find out all the details of the incident. Haruto kept saying that they were very grateful to the hunter Nanase and the dungeon manager for saving them. The girl herself did not attach any particular significance to this event, because she believed that she was simply doing her job. She also said that all the items and reports about the giant spider had already been handed over. Nanas finally allowed the main character to leave, because he had provided them with all the necessary information. Haruto did not expect them to be released so easily after a group of high-level adventurers bought their way into an unregistered dungeon and died there almost to the last man. The girl then explained that dozens, even hundreds of travelers die every day in unregistered dungeons because they themselves sign a declaration of consent to this risk when entering and exiting. She also decided to tell him about the low-level hunters, which our hero was one of. These people pay bribes for illegal participation in dungeons in order to level up, so the association simply turns a blind eye to this. The girl emphasized that the desire to become stronger is natural for any hunter, even if it is illegal, and asked if the young man had any more questions. Haruto replied that she had explained everything clearly, and thanked her again for all her help. Before he left, Nanas also warned him that payment for the items he had provided to the big spider would arrive in a few days. In turn, the main character refused his reward and asked that the entire amount be given to Aoi. For a while, the girl just stared at the doorway where Haruto was no longer standing. She began to suspect that this young man was clearly not an ordinary person, since he had refused the reward. Be that as it may, clearing a high-level dungeon alone was almost impossible, so Nanase was literally convinced that the hunter Sano was definitely hiding something. Meanwhile, Haruto couldn't help but smile, because everything was going better than he could have imagined. He opened his inventory to look at the great spider's rods, which he had been able to copy using his skill. This item had the same effect as a spider web, and, when used, exhibited strong adhesive properties for a certain period of time. In fact, the guy was disappointed when he read its description, because it sounded like it was just ordinary glue, which had cost so much effort and lives. In any case, he decided to copy the rod so that he could at least use it as sticky tape against flies and mosquitoes. The main character also had no idea how to use this item, so he decided to study it. A second later, the rod simply dissolved into thin air, so Haruto didn't even have time to understand anything. The young man began to look around in confusion, not understanding where the rod had disappeared to. It turned out that it had been absorbed by an existing skill and increased the insertion ability, which shocked our hero, as he had no idea that such a thing was possible. Then the system announced that the copying skill could be further improved. As for insertion, he had now reached a new level, so there were now 3 variants of the skill. Now Haruto knew that skills could evolve if they absorbed the corresponding item. After that, the young man wanted to see what it said about the new options. It turned out that inserted objects could now be held for as long as desired, as well as inserted anywhere for a certain amount of time. Haruto had previously thought that this skill was completely useless. but now everything was completely different. He decided to try out the new features right away and inserted the rod for just 1 minute. The main character watched with a smirk as he released the object from his hands, and it finally did not disappear. When the time was up, the great spider's rod dissolved into thin air and disappeared. Haruto's eyes immediately lit up with wild excitement, because this news changed all the rules of the game. In that case, he decided to make more items and set their timers to 101,000 years. Haruto still couldn't contain his emotions from all this news, so he rejoiced right in the middle of the office. The guy was sure that from this day on, he would finally become rich and be able to live like a human being. But first of all, he needed to copy the sword of the Parisian dragon. Meanwhile, the events returned 2 hours earlier to the Rainbow Bridge in Tokyo. The traffic was very heavy here, and endless streams of cars were rushing in different directions at tremendous speeds. A convoy was driving here, and their lead car had to maintain speed and distance. In one of the cars sat Moore Grant from the International Hunters Association, who asked his partner how many times she had been to Japan. Aries Hugh, who also belonged to his organization, replied briefly that she had been here twice before. The guy remembered that the girl's mother seemed to be from these lands, so she probably enjoyed coming back here. She coldly noted that it was his mother's homeland, but not hers, so it didn't really matter. Moore Grant also reminded her that the longsword exhibition would also end in Japan, and asked if his partner had applied for leave. The girl confirmed this, and said that she wanted to find something in the Japanese dungeons, so the hunter simply wished her luck in her search. She also said something strange about it not being his business, but warned that one day it would affect him too. At that moment, the lead vehicle was informed via radio that they were passing through the underground passage on Rainbow Bridge. Due to electromagnetic waves underground, communication was interrupted for 5 minutes. Moore Grant was surprised to see that the dungeon was located directly above the sea, but he thought it was even a little romantic. The girl was not so carefree about all this, so she asked her companion not to talk nonsense, because if the underground collapsed, it would be a real disaster. Her partner immediately shouted for someone to open the window in the car, because there was a real stifling smell. But Aries Hugh still didn't understand what was romantic about a dangerous dungeon. Now the events moved to the office at the entrance to the underground on Rainbow Bridge. Ticket seller Sino Satoru stood and complained that he was bored working as a ticket seller at the entrance, while his partner couldn't understand why the guy was upset when he was still lucky. Looking at the dungeon, he said that just 3 weeks ago it had been a real hell on earth. At that moment, a strange large drop landed near the young man's foot. At first the guys couldn't understand what it was, looking at the strange substance in confusion. Then the ticket seller took a closer look and realized that it was a cute slug that had somehow ended up outside the dungeon. Picking up the creature, he turned to Satoru and asked if the slug could have appeared on the surface. The hunter was frightened when he saw this phenomenon, because he understood perfectly well where it would lead. Meanwhile, a monster much larger than a slug had already appeared behind him. With fear, Satoru looked up at the monster that had emerged from the dungeon, realizing that the situation was completely out of control. The guys immediately grabbed their weapons, hoping that this would somehow protect them from such a giant. The huge orc attacked them with his spiked club, while the hunter desperately tried to defend himself with his weak shield. Then the events returned to the present day in the office of the Japan Hunters Association. The main character just saw that all his stats had increased, and his level had risen to 50, so he hadn't died so many times in vain. When a hunter reaches this level, it is easier for him to join a group, because usually in mid-level dungeons, monsters are about the same level, with the exception of areas for beginners. To start with, Haruto was going to collect great spider rods to try to sell them at auction. At that moment, he heard heavy footsteps behind him, echoing hollowly in the silence of the corridor. They were hunters who looked quite agitated and were rushing somewhere, so they asked everyone to step aside. Then the main character heard them talking about how some kind of dungeon had just collapsed. The guy, like them, couldn't understand how this could have happened and began to suspect that a breakthrough had occurred somewhere. Meanwhile, the hunters were talking among themselves about how they had been sent there before some large guilds, because the wagon with the legendary sword had also fallen into the trap, which is why they had received the request. Only now did Haruto realize that the longsword of the Parisian dragon was surrounded by monsters from the breach. Helicopters were already waiting on the roof of the Hunters Association building to transport the hunters to the breach site. They were already preparing to request assistance from other guilds, as their primary task was to protect the van with the legendary items. One of the hunters thought this was complete nonsense and asked who had given the order, but then his partner intervened, emphasizing that he was the commander of their squad. It was Nanis who ordered her subordinates to destroy the monsters and protect the civilians, which was their top priority. She looked sternly at the hunters and emphasized once again that the situation was an emergency, so all questions should be left for later. At that moment, the girl noticed that something strange was also happening on the roof. In the distance, security guards were trying to detain a guy who was trying to break through them and also fly on this mission. Nanis tried to get everyone into the helicopter as quickly as possible because they definitely didn't have any time to spare. The guards still weren't going to let the young man go, so he tried to shout to the commander and tell him that he also wanted to help. Suddenly, the girl realized that this was the same Mr. Sano they had spoken to just a moment ago. He wanted to help evacuate civilians if he couldn't fight the monsters, noting that any help would be useful in such a situation. Nanas did not expect the young man to want to join them, so she did not even know how to respond to his offer. In the end, the entire team went to help at the site of the dungeon breach. The commander praised Haruto for saving his comrade in the Great Spider's dungeon, and now he had decided to help evacuate civilians. The main character responded to all this with only a forced smile, because he knew perfectly well that he was only pursuing his own goals. Meanwhile, the others couldn't understand why all this was happening, because it had only been 3 weeks since the Rainbow Bridge breach had been closed. The commander explained that anything could happen in their world, including another underground breach. And no matter how many times it happened, they would go to the epicenter every time to prevent a repeat of the disaster that had occurred 15 years ago. Silence immediately fell among the hunters, because they understood what Nanase was talking about. Out of anger, the main character clenched his fists, because he remembered these events as if it were yesterday. At that time, there were simultaneous breakthroughs of dungeons around the world, causing an international disaster. If the monsters in the dungeon are not exterminated in sufficient numbers, the dungeon becomes overcrowded and collapses, forming a breach, and then they break out, attacking peaceful residents. It was in this chaos that young Haruto's parents died, becoming innocent victims. Haruto had never told anyone about this before, and no one would have believed him. But at that moment, a supernatural creature from another dimension appeared. It was this creature that bestowed upon the main character what he thought was a curse. The creature called it a gift and set a time limit of 20 years. But the boy did not know whether this meant the duration of the ability or his life. The hourglass of the curse continued to run even now, which made Haruto a little nervous. In addition, the young man was afraid that it might happen again, because that creature had appeared after a great catastrophe. The main character understood that when it appeared again, another cataclysm would occur, so there were only 5 years left. In any case, Haruto hoped that he would be able to prevent the catastrophe and lift the curse, because now he understood how to develop his abilities and become the strongest hunter. Meanwhile, complete chaos reigned on Rainbow Bridge with powerful explosions. Monsters attacked civilians and destroyed everything around them, turning the once bustling bridge into ruins. Crumpled cars flew in different directions under the powerful blows of the monsters. There were still too few hunters, so the ticket seller feared that they would simply not be able to protect all the civilians. At that moment, a huge ogre tried to attack the young man from behind, raising his massive club for a crushing blow. At the last second, he managed to react to the attack, cutting the monster in half. Then the next ogre tried again to strike the ticket collector, who had not yet recovered from the previous monster. But it wasn't that simple, because his partner came to his aid in time, throwing his sword at the monster. The hunter shouted at the young man not to count crows when they were in the thick of battle. Satoru looked at him in surprise, and barely catching his breath from the shock, sincerely thanked him for saving him. The hunter was angry that the young man dared to relax at such a crucial moment, so he advised him not to relax in the middle of the battlefield. The guy had already noticed that his partner didn't mince words, but it was the older man who had saved him from the orc, and today was the second time he had come to his rescue. The ticket seller looked admiringly at Satoru, who had lost too much blood and looked unwell, and was about to repay his debt. Then he decided to ask if there was any news about reinforcements, but because of the electromagnetic waves in the dungeon, they couldn't contact them. In any case, the hunter was sure that the others were already aware of the situation and were on their way here. He emphasized that they should also run to the bridge to meet the reinforcements as quickly as possible. At that moment, a new monster suddenly appeared on the bridge among the wrecked cars. It was the Bear King, who possessed a monstrous level 190. Moore wasn't entirely sure that their van would be okay, but Ares asked him not to worry, because the protective magic was working at its highest level. His partner was sure that even a level 400 monster wouldn't be able to scratch their vehicle. Meanwhile, the bridge began to slowly collapse, causing pieces of concrete and rebar to fall into the water. A second monster appeared a moment later, causing the girl to suspect that even the strongest magic would not protect them. Satoru and his partner were so shocked that they couldn't say a word when they saw this creature. At that moment, a growing rumble sounded nearby, and Nanasi's team finally arrived. The pilot immediately tried to inform the commander about what was happening on the bridge, but he couldn't find the words to describe it all. Even Nanis herself became agitated when she saw what awaited them ahead. Right in the epicenter of all the destruction appeared the boss of the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, Quisha. Finally, the commander regained her composure and ordered the entire squad to prepare for the attack. At that very moment, the huge dragon began to concentrate its power in its mouth to strike them. Its power was so immense that it seemed as if the very space around it was bending and cracking at the seams. Quisha breathed furiously and watched intently with his heavy gaze to see if his projectile had reached its target. Seeing this, the main character couldn't believe that this creature had destroyed an entire bridge and hoped that his longsword was intact. Meanwhile, the pilots had to try to maneuver somehow to save their lives and the lives of their teammates. In the end, they were unable to dodge the blow, and a powerful explosion rocked the bridge. Nanis immediately ordered everyone to listen to her carefully and announced that they were changing the plan, and now everyone had to focus on destroying the Kishi. The other hunters also managed to jump out of the helicopter successfully, so now they were ready to carry out any orders. At that moment, Nanase noticed that Mr. Sano had disappeared somewhere, but in any case, she was sure that he was fine. The girl had a feeling that this man simply could not die so easily. So for now, she decided to focus on more serious problems. Without hesitation, she decided to use Hellfire against the dungeon boss. Haruto, who had landed safely with the help of the Great Spider's web, was watching all this from the sidelines, and now thought about copying this skill a little later. But he decided not to get distracted by this, because now he had a completely different main task. The guy wanted to find and copy the longsword of the Karisi dragon as quickly as possible. At the same time, new reinforcements arrived at the bridge, fearing that they too would be in danger if they made one wrong move. It turned out that they were going to take advantage of all this chaos, because the hunter Nanase and the others would be busy for a while, and they would be able to take the longsword of the Karisi dragon. The bandit squad leader ordered them to move quietly so as not to run into any monsters. Haruto also slowly advanced toward his goal, and saw that there were many dead monsters lying around, which was obviously the work of the hunters. But the young man still had a bad feeling, because he knew very well that these creatures usually acted in packs. At that moment he heard someone nearby fighting and shouting. It was Satoru Sonoda, whose partner was yelling at him to run away. But the guy wasn't going to do that because he could still handle monsters like these. The hunter was already too badly wounded to continue fighting or running away. So he asked his partner to leave, otherwise they would both be doomed. Our hero immediately realized that these were the hunters who controlled the entrance to the dungeon. Haruto understood that he must not be distracted from his main task, so he decided that these guys would have to deal with their problems themselves somehow. Meanwhile, the hunter started yelling at the young man because he didn't understand that when these low-level dogs gather in packs, they are equal to a high-level monster. The sound of claws scraping against the asphalt grew louder, and the monsters themselves were getting closer and closer to the doomed boys. The hunter emphasized that the fact that they had seen only one wolf meant that there were many more somewhere nearby. The ticket seller saw this huge crowd of enemies, but he no longer cared about his own life. The young man understood that his companion had received all these wounds only because of him, so he simply could not abandon his partner to be eaten by the wolves. The main character stopped immediately when he heard the words of one of the hunters. Memories immediately came to his mind of how he had recently tried to save Aoya from the dungeon. The wolves surrounded the hunters on all sides and were just waiting for the right moment to pounce on them all at once. In the end, one of the monsters jumped right at the ticket seller, who was momentarily confused. The young man was not so weak after all, so he was able to give the monster a decent fight. But it wasn't that simple, because at that very moment another creature tried to attack him from behind. The ticket inspector had to put his arm out to block the blow, so that the clawed paw would not hit his body. After that, he plunged his sword straight into the wolf's neck, once again defeating his opponent. While the guy was pulling his sword out of the predator's body, another monster from the pack pounced on him. Only at the last moment did the ticket seller realize that a rabid monster was flying at him. The main character intervened in time, throwing the creature away from the confused young man with his whole body. The force of the blow was so great that the wolf could not resist, and only whimpered pitifully. Then Haruto turned to the young man he had just saved and asked if he was all right. The ticket seller replied that he was fine, but his fear and panic did not go away. He was incredibly frightened because he saw that there were still a huge number of monsters ahead. The young man thanked our hero for his help, but asked him to run away quickly, because even high-level hunters would not be able to cope with such a huge pack. Haruto was not afraid of this fact at all, so a mischievous grin immediately appeared on his face. The ticket seller certainly did not expect such a reaction, because in such a situation, it is unlikely that anyone would have positive emotions. The main character immediately rummaged through his inventory, and thought that he would probably have to put his items up for auction a little later. Meanwhile, the monstrous wolves, with their terrifying howls, had already rushed forward, baring their sharp fangs. The creatures were already very close to Haruto, who paid no attention to them, and thought about combining the great spider's rod with his skill. He had always wondered how effective it would be against a large group of monsters. The young man was seriously frightened when he saw what the main character had in mind. Haruto himself decided to use the Great Spider's Rod together with the second version of the insert skill, so now all the monsters were wrapped in cobwebs. The young man's smile grew even wider because he had successfully put his plan into action. All the monsters fell helplessly to the ground and were now unable to attack our heroes. Haruto wrapped them all in a huge cocoon using the Great Spider's strong web. After that, the main character noticed that simply tying them up did not give him much of a level boost. But, as expected, the technique worked perfectly against the pack. Meanwhile, the young man was simply shocked by what he saw, and was no longer sure that it was just a normal skill and not something high level. Finally, Satoru thanked Haruto for his help and asked if he was the reinforcement from the association, so our hero had to confirm this, since they had flown in on the same helicopter anyway. Then, catching his breath, the wounded hunter asked the guy to take his young partner with him. The ticket seller immediately jumped on him and started shouting that he would not abandon his savior even at the cost of his own life. The main character, who was watching this drama from the sidelines, was surprised by such strong loyalty. He sighed heavily because he understood that in this situation, both of them were in danger, and they had no other choice. Haruto couldn't just leave these hunters here, so he opened his inventory and handed Satoru a potion. The wounded man was surprised when he saw the bottle, because he knew very well that it was a mid-level potion. The hunter was shocked by the young man's decision, so he asked why he was giving him such a valuable item. Haruto smiled and explained that without help, the young man simply wouldn't make it home, so he needed a reliable partner by his side. The ticket collector himself looked admiringly at our hero, who had so nobly saved them both. Satoru thanked the guy for his help and asked him to remember his name so that he could repay him for everything in the future. Haruto was about to move on to fulfill his main task, but suddenly stopped. It turned out that he had topographical cretinism, so he asked the guys to tell him where the International Hunters Association van was. The young man was surprised by such a simple question, because he certainly did not expect to meet a hunter who did not know how to navigate. At the same time, on the other side of the Rainbow Bridge, a huge bear was rampaging. Aries Hugh skillfully applied her skills, and the monster immediately fell to the ground, powerless. Her partner was surprised to see that even though she was a hunter, the girl was a pacifist, so she simply put her opponent to sleep. At that moment, somewhere nearby, an incredibly fast projectile flew through the air with a deafening whistle. Moore Grant immediately reacted to this threat, demonstrating his quick reflexes. With one sharp movement, he cut the projectile in half in mid-flight with his blade. In fact, the hunter had sensed from the very beginning that someone would take advantage of the chaos to steal the sword. He wasn't afraid at all, because these people were far from the first to think of this before. Meanwhile, Aries Hugh tensed up, realizing who they were dealing with. The bandit leader was impressed by their insight, and now wanted to see what they were capable of. He didn't wait any longer, and rushed forward to attack the longsword guards. The first bandit attacked Moore Grant, who masterfully blocked the lightning-fast strike with his sword. With a smirk on his face, the hunter noted that it was better not to underestimate them, the escorts of the legendary weapon. With steely confidence, he asked his enemies not to think that they could be dealt with so easily. After that, the opponents tried to retreat, so Moore immediately rushed in pursuit. Ares tried to stop her companion because it was too risky. A few seconds later, the hunter felt incredible pain, which immediately forced him to stop. Despite all his former confidence and threatening words, he had reached his limit and fell to his knees, exhausted, and began to bleed. The girl immediately ran to the guy before he could understand what had happened to him, because no one had directly attacked him. Then Ares explained that their opponents had sprayed a poison that caused damage and blocked mana absorption for a while, so if Moore continued to fight, it would kill him. Now the bandit realized that she was a mage, and seemed to have pretty good intuition, and also noted that this was their usual way of working. Ares couldn't believe that someone could so casually talk about using poison against people, despite the association's ban. In the end, she decided to use her skills and make her enemies regret what they had done 100 and 1,000 times over. The bandits only laughed at the idea that a mage incapable of using mana could do such a thing. In just a moment, one of them lost his head, so the other fighters immediately forgot about the enemy and looked at their partner in fear. A huge bear also approached them, which was definitely more dangerous than the guards of the legendary weapon. Without wasting any time, the Bear King pounced on the group of confused bandits. He growled menacingly, warning everyone around him of his intentions and radiating the most terrifying aura possible. In the end, the monster simply turned all the bandits into a bloody mess before they could even resist such power. The enraged beast scattered the lifeless bodies of the robbers in all directions with powerful blows of his paws. He mercilessly crushed them, depriving them of any hope of salvation in this bloody massacre. Only one commander managed to escape, shouting curses at Ares, who was clearly behind it all. Only now did he suddenly realize that all this time, the dangerous predator was not dead at all, but was merely in a deep sleep. In the end, the leader of the bandits decided to retreat, because the entire team had been destroyed in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the Bear King was now going to attack Moore and Ares, who were also unable to defend themselves. Then the guy asked if his partner could put him to sleep again. The girl immediately reminded him that she couldn't absorb mana at all, and Moore laughed that his bet on her pacifism had paid off. She only agreed with her partner's words, but understood that he was not obliged to die because of her. Ares wasted no more time and prepared to defend her comrade from the monster. The mage put all her strength into the spell to hold back the Bear King. The wounded Moore was frightened when he saw what she was about to do, so he desperately tried to stop his partner. Ignoring all warnings, the girl rushed at full speed toward the monster. Soon, Ares began to choke on blood due to the effects of the poison, which had not yet dissipated from the area. Despite the incredible pain, she continued to hold her spell for the sake of her friend's safety. The girl now understood that the block on mana absorption completely blocked her own abilities as well. Seeing the Bear King's huge paw flying towards her at breakneck speed, Ares simply accepted her fate. At that moment, the main character came to her aid and tried to save her with his ability. The shocked girl froze in complete stupor, because she did not expect something like this to be possible at all. Out of nowhere, streams of web appeared, heading towards the dungeon boss. They began to bind the bear's paws, which now could not reach its final goal. In the end, the web completely bound the monster, depriving it of the ability to resist. But that was still not enough, so Haruto released a huge number of great spider cocoons. In an instant, the furious monster was completely immobilized by the sticky thread and turned into a motionless bundle. Then the main character approached the defeated monster to see the results of his work. Satoru was impressed by Haruto's work, although the guy himself was not entirely sure that he would be able to catch the Bear King in this way. After what he saw, the young man began to call our hero senpai, despite the fact that they were actually the same age. There was absolute devotion in Satoru's eyes, because he and Sakabe had saved his life, so now he had to respect and honor them both. Meanwhile, the main character turned to the sword escorts and asked if they were okay. Ares was so shocked that her life had been saved that she didn't even know how to respond to her savior. Her partner, on the other hand, was hostile because he thought their team had also come for the sword. Haruto immediately tried to calm Mura down and explained that they had come to help protect the legendary weapon. The hunter explained that they had recently been attacked by a group of robbers, so he asked why they should trust another group of strangers. Now the main character understood that the situation here was indeed tense. He concluded that all these corpses belonged to bandits who had come for the longsword, but had been killed by the Bear King. The guy started to get a little worried because he didn't know what to do now. For his part, Morgrant looked as if he was about to attack Haruto's team. Satoru was incredibly angry that they were treating their savior so unscrupulously, so he showed his pass, confirming that they belonged to the Japanese Association. The main character was glad that the young man had stepped in at the right moment and possibly saved their lives. A broad smile immediately spread across Haruto's face, because the matter was almost settled. He quickly found several bottles of restorative potion in his inventory to give to Ares and Muru, and finally win their trust. The young man was going to do absolutely everything to get the sword of the Corisian dragon, so he knew that this investment would pay off handsomely. The escorts were still wary because they couldn't understand where this guy's generosity came from. Ares was a little confused because it all seemed strange. She looked apprehensively at the immobilized Bear King, who was lying almost at her feet. The roar of powerful propellers broke the silence, and helicopters appeared in the sky above the heroes' heads with reinforcements. Sakabe immediately guessed that the cavalry had finally arrived, and Satoru was glad that they would finally be rescued. Despite this, the hunter felt an inexplicable anxiety and suspected something was wrong. He began to suspect that the people who had arrived in the helicopters were pursuing their own secret goals. Meanwhile, Nanase, who was at the very center of the battle, ordered everyone to stop attacking because Quisha had entered the third phase and would now strike in all directions. The support guild had already arrived, so the girl was going to buy some time until the evacuation of civilians was complete. At that moment, someone turned to the commander and asked if she really thought this would stop the dungeon's breakthrough. Nanis was familiar with that voice, so she immediately understood who was addressing her. It was Shirosaki Masato, a level 503 dark mage, who was also the head of the Guild of the Future. The girl was a little taken aback by such a sudden encounter, and asked what her acquaintance was doing here. With a cheeky grin on his face, the hunter asked what the question meant. Seeing the mage's actions, Nanis suspected what he was about to do, which frightened her even more. But Masato had already created a huge magical seal around Kwayashi. The girl desperately tried to stop her partner, because it was obvious that everything would get even worse if he failed to defeat the monster with this spell. The hunter himself believed that worrying about such trifles would not achieve anything, and reminded her of how they had sealed the dungeon on Rainbow Bridge last time. That time, Ms. Nanase and the association did almost everything on their own, so this time, he wasn't going to stand aside. In the end, Masato used Dark Lightning against the dragon, so the commander shouted for everyone to run away from there quickly. The other hunters managed to react at the last moment to the force that was breaking the ground beneath their feet. At that moment, Quisha finally lost consciousness and collapsed onto the Rainbow Bridge. Thus, the bridge was split into two parts, with a wide chasm between them. Only a few managed to grab hold of the debris and hang on to the very edge of the rift. The main character also managed to save himself by once again using the great spider's cocoons. Then, with his heart in his mouth, he turned to the edge of the gaping abyss to assess the scale of the damage. It turns out that Haruto also used the web to save all his friends. He also managed to save the all-important truck carrying the legendary sword. At that moment, the young man heard some strange sounds behind him, and immediately turned around to see what was there. Right there was the huge, dangerous mouth of Koyashi, who had not yet tried to kill him. The main character was about to scream in fear, but immediately covered his mouth with his hands so as not to wake the monster. Masato also came down here and was surprised that someone else had survived such an ordeal. He was sure that Haruto was a low-level hunter, so he praised him for such a trick. Looking closely, our hero noticed a symbol on the mage's clothes that he had seen somewhere before, and remembered that it was the third most powerful guild in the country. The main character understood that they belonged to the support team, so he asked why Masato wasn't busy rescuing citizens and destroying monsters, which should be his priority. It seemed that such things did not interest this high-level magician at all, who thought only of personal gain. Masato indifferently noted that it seemed like all the citizens had already been evacuated. But he also heard some kind of monster besides Koyashi. Then he noticed that the Bear King, who was still sitting in his cocoon, was still alive. The guy touched the material our hero had used with interest, and noted that he had never even thought that the great spider's web could be used in such a way. With a single flick of his wrist, Masato cut through all those strong threads. In this way, he tore the monster itself to pieces, which could do nothing about it because it was bound by the web. Haruto was simply shocked when he saw that this man, with a snap of his fingers, tore apart the web that had been able to hold the monster in the huge van, and turned the bear into mincemeat. The main character began to suspect that Quisha was also the work of Masato, but at that moment, a system notification appeared in front of him about his level increase. In addition, the guy was warned that he had failed to obtain an item for defeating the Bear King. Masato also heard the level-up sound from Haruto, and was surprised that he was able to get something for that weak monster. He realized that he seemed to have stolen the reward from our hero when he accidentally delivered the final blow. In the end, the mage gave the young man the bear's claws because he didn't need the material at all. The main character had been glaring at him the whole time, because he did not appreciate such treatment. Haruto was about to address the insolent mage in his stern voice, but someone interrupted him. It was Mrs. Nanis, who was very concerned about the boy's condition, so she immediately jumped back. She just sighed heavily when she saw what her old acquaintance was doing here. Now Masato understood that our hero also belonged to the association, which was the reason why he didn't like him at first. The girl decided to ask what had happened while she was away, but Haruto only hissed through his teeth that nothing special had happened. The commander explained that the support team was currently evacuating civilians, and suggested that the young man go with them, because if Quisha woke up, he would start rampaging again. The main character immediately asked if there was any chance of killing this dungeon boss, but Nanase sadly replied that it was impossible. When monster bosses' health falls below a third, they activate Rage or an AoE attack, and in both cases, they attack in different directions. Monsters of the Quasi level have a very large amount of health and activate two abilities at the same time, so their battle is divided into phases, and in the third phase, Quasi carries out large-scale destructive attacks. The dragon was currently in this phase, and was protecting itself with a barrier, absorbing mana from the surrounding environment, so any attacks were useless at this time. A second later, Kishi suddenly opened his terrifying eyes and looked at the hunters standing nearby. Nanase immediately tensed up because the monster woke up earlier than they had expected. Masato, on the other hand, thought it was just in time because he was going to turn the boss into a pile of loot before it started unleashing massive attacks. Meanwhile, the girl turned to our hero and suggested that he would be able to get out alive this time too. The mage, however, believed that such a weakling would definitely not be able to do so, because the mortality rate of low-ranking hunters is higher than that of traffic accidents. In the end, he and Nanis rushed forward to destroy Ki. Haruto wasn't going to stand aside either, so he clenched the Bear King's claw tightly in his hands. He had no intention of doing so, but now he wanted to try to kill the dragon first. The main character was very angry at Shirosaki Masato's behavior, which was clearly going too far. To begin with, he decided to lift all his comrades onto the bridge, and Satoru couldn't stop admiring the fact that Haruto had saved his life again. Ares remained as taciturn as ever, and looked with interest at the web that had managed to hold them all. Then the main character turned to her, and Mu, and said that he had a request for them, because Quisha had already entered the third phase, and would soon begin to rage. He told everyone that with the monster's powerful AoE attacks, there would be nothing left standing. And in such a situation, it would be difficult to find the van and the legendary longsword. With confidence in his voice, Haruto declared that he needed to kill Keisha. But to do so, he needed the long sword of the Karisi dragon. The main character promised that he would return the weapon after victory, so the convoy immediately began to think. Moore couldn't believe that the young man really had enough strength to defeat an entire dragon, and he wasn't going to believe him, despite all the help he had given him. The boy began to worry more, because at this rate, the sword would be lost to him forever. Ares explained that this was impossible, because removing the seal from the wagon required a huge amount of mana, and the robber's poison prevented them from absorbing it. Her partner was surprised when he heard the explanation, because it was obvious that the girl was not against helping our hero. Then Haruto asked why they hadn't mentioned earlier that this was the only problem. With a smile on his face, the guy explained that he was a mana bearer and could generate mana endlessly. Suddenly, Ares felt a huge surge of energy and was immediately able to use her spells. In a couple of seconds, she already had enough strength to unlock the truck with weapons. The main character immediately jumped down to get the coveted longsword and promised once again to fulfill his promise. Moore still couldn't understand why Ares did this, because they couldn't know if this guy was up to something bad. The girl herself believed that everything was fine, because the young man had recently tied up the Bear King, but did not kill him, which was in line with her principles. Meanwhile, Haruto was already near the truck and quickly made his way inside. He simply couldn't contain his joy, because the longsword of the Carrion dragon was almost in his hands. At that moment, the bandit leader suddenly appeared behind the young man. He thought the operation had almost failed, but he decided to watch from a distance to see how it would end. A moment later, the bandit drew his sword and was about to stab the confused Haruto. The main character did not have time to react to the danger, so the sharp sword pierced his body. Satoru and Masato were shocked when they saw what had happened to their friend. Moore and Ares also did not expect things to turn out this way. The bandit, who was still unaware of our hero's abilities, quickly made his way inside. Before, he couldn't even imagine that he would get the sword in this way. It turned out that the death of its owner caused the great spider's web to break, so the bandit felt a sharp jerk downward. A moment later, the heavy van broke away from the edge of the cliff and crashed into the raging sea waves, dragging the criminal locked inside with it. Water instantly filled the interior, and the heavy van began to rapidly sink to the dark bottom. At that moment, the main character used his abilities and found himself behind his opponent, noting with a smirk that he himself did not think he would get to the sword this way. The bandit did not have time to react to such a sudden turn of events, so the main character was able to stab him with his sword without any problems. Haruto emphasized that he returns all the good and evil that people do to him twofold. After that, he threw the robber away from him so that his body would drown in the bottomless sea. Now the main character finally had the long sword in his hands, which he had been chasing for so long, spending so much energy. He gazed with admiration at the sword of the Carisian dragon, which he had dreamed about so much. Without hesitation, the guy immediately tried to copy this weapon into his inventory. At that moment, the system reported that copying was impossible because the user's level did not match the required level of the object. Haruto certainly did not expect something like this to happen, because he was confident in his reliable plan until the very end. He knew for sure that to use the longsword, you needed to be at least level 30, and his own level had long since exceeded 50. Suddenly, the young man heard the voice of the bandit behind him, who seemed to have survived after all. The bandit noted that there was nothing personal in his actions, but the honor of the Blood Tower Guild's assassin was at stake. He stabbed Haruto again with his sword, and Haruto immediately collapsed to the floor, exhausted. It turned out that the bandit had healing skills, which prevented him from dying from the first blow. Now he was going to return the main character's arrogant, self-confident words to him. The bandit emphasized that he quickly forgets kindness, but he returns insults threefold. He made sure that Haruto would die by his blade and never see the dawn again. The main character had already given up and began to remember how hard it had been to get here, only to fail the whole operation in the end. At that moment, the system announced that the longsword of the Carisian dragon had merged with the user, so now the guy could absorb the weapon's characteristics. Haruto was not yet aware of such possibilities of his ability, so he watched all this with surprise. Thus, the guy was able to gain an additional 35% defense from the longsword's passive skill. The ability also copied and absorbed the blade's first unique skill, called Vampirism. Next, the main character was able to obtain the second unique skill, which turned out to be Berserk. In the end, Haruto absorbed all the abilities of the legendary weapon until his health level dropped below 25%. For this reason, the Carisian Dragon Longsword user's defense mode was activated. Using the copy ability, he earned a second unique sword skill, Berserk. Meanwhile, Keisha was already concentrating a huge amount of energy in his mouth to attack. Finally, Masato realized that things were bad, because now the monster was going to hit the area. Precious time was running out, and the air was literally filled with tension from the colossal energy the monster had accumulated for its devastating blow. Suddenly, the huge lizard froze, and the energy accumulated in its mouth began to flicker unsteadily. In an instant, an invisible blade cut Queshu in half, who didn't even have time to scream. Nanase and Masato watched all this with incredible surprise, because they couldn't understand who was behind something so powerful. Finally, the system informed all hunters that the dungeon boss had been successfully destroyed, and the breach sealed. Evening came, and the events moved to the building of the Japan Hunters Association. At the meeting, it was reported that as a result of the Rainbow Bridge dungeon breach, many civilians and hunters had been injured, and irreparable damage had been done. However, thanks to the prompt actions of the Hunters Association and the guilds, the situation stabilized within 2 hours. Fukawa Tokuo addressed his teammates and asked them not to look so sad, because this time, they had finally managed to defeat Quasha. Takuchi Gaklas, head of the Midas Guild, noted that he had heard that 3 months ago, the association had already sealed the Rainbow Bridge dungeon breach. Shinoda Makoto from Taiken immediately explained that sealing it did not guarantee that the dungeon would not collapse again. The others were outraged, because they couldn't understand how the dungeon had to be monitored to prevent the breach from recurring in such a short period of time. Nanas, who listened indifferently to all these arguments about ownership of the dungeon, thought only about whether Mr. Sano had managed to escape from there. At that moment, Takuchi Goklas slammed his fist on the table because he wasn't interested in any of this talk. He reminded everyone that it usually takes at least 6 months for a boss to revive. The hunter hinted that this could mean that Ms. Nanas had not finished off Keishu last time. In response, the girl just sighed discontentedly and did not seem to be going to justify herself to her colleague. She calmly and gently placed her hand on the table near the glass. A second later, the entire table began to shake, seriously frightening the other workers. In the end, the furniture shattered into small pieces when Nanase used her powers. In this way, she demonstrated her severity to everyone, forcing the hunters to hide so as not to be hit. Masato didn't pay much attention to his colleague's sudden gesture and calmly sipped his water, protecting himself with a shield. His co-workers were unhappy with what the girl was doing and asked what the whole charade was about. This action angered Goklas even more, causing his anger to flare up with renewed vigor. At that moment, someone finally stopped Mr. Takuchi, because it was obvious that this would not lead to anything good. It was Fukawa Tokuo, who apologized for their employees' disrespectful behavior. The man just clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, because the girl had completely lost her fear, and promised that she would simply die if she continued to provoke him. Nanase did not respond to these words and only grunted in reply. The hunter finally explained that she had just shown Shockwave, the reward for the past murder of Ki. Then she turned to Mr. Shirosaki, who had contributed the most to their recent confrontation, and emphasized that he would not let her lie. The guy was not happy that his colleague had decided to drag him into this, and agreed that she was not lying, although he had been too busy lately and had not yet had time to check the reward. Fukawa Tokuo immediately lit up, because he believed that it was thanks to Masato that everything had turned out well. Everyone immediately began to applaud Masato, while he pretended that it was not worth it. The guy himself began to suspect that Nanase was up to something, and glanced quickly at the girl to see her reaction to all this. The hunter's face showed only a slight smirk and not a hint of irritation. Masato began to suspect that his rival was harboring resentment because he had interfered, so now he was going to make her pay for all her insolent actions. Meanwhile, Nanase announced that she would take responsibility for finding out the cause of the dungeon breach, and would also hold the guild accountable for the delay in reinforcements. All the hunters immediately calmed down at her cold severity and icy gaze. The girl noted that it seemed that all questions for her had already been exhausted, so she took her leave of her colleagues. At that moment, the conference room doors swung open and someone else entered. It was Moore and Ares, who were glad that the meeting was not over yet, and explained that they had come here on behalf of the International Association with some important information. They reported that, due to a recent break-in, the world's only Carizian dragon longsword had been stolen. The hunters explained that the incident occurred during transport, when the sword was being sent to an exhibition in Japan, and asked everyone to actively participate in the search for the weapon. Goklas immediately remembered that the convoy guards themselves seemed to have removed the seal from the van when it was attacked by bandits. Ares Hugh immediately reported that this had happened at the request of Hunter Satoru Shinoda from the Taiken Guild and Hunter Haruto Sano from the Japanese Hunters Association. Fukawa Tokuo and Nanase were shocked when they learned this shocking detail of the incident. Even Shirosaki Masato did not expect his recent rival to be behind the theft of the longsword. Shinoda Makoto was confused when he realized that a member of his organization could be a suspect. Fukawa Tokuo, in turn, noted that there was no hunter named Sano Haruto in the Japanese Association. Nanace just gritted her teeth in anger, because she was the one who had accepted this guy into her team. Masato immediately noticed his rival's reaction, and thought that this was a great chance for revenge. Then he asked Ares if she meant the young man who tied up the Bear King with a web. The hunter said that they had had a minor disagreement on the spot, but he himself was surprised because it seemed that the guy was really a member of the association. In the end, he turned to Ms. Nanase and asked how to understand all this, because it seemed that she was acquainted with the suspect. Masato asked directly if this man could have stolen the longsword of the Corisian dragon. Meanwhile, the legendary weapon was in the possession of Kurosaki Takumi, the very same bandit and head of the Dark Guild Blood Tower. The criminal admired this blade because his level would increase by 200 just by holding it in his hands. Now he understood that all the billions spent on organizing this dungeon breakthrough were worth it. Takumi's assistant, who had been listening to all this, couldn't believe that the leader had actually organized the breakthrough. At that moment, the guild leader turned to him and asked him to explain how his subordinate had lost his entire team. The fighter began to tearfully apologize to the boss, and explained that some strange guy had followed them, who must have already died. Kurosaki Takumi looked at him closely to see if the guy was telling the truth. In the end, he announced that the entire share would now go to the squad commander, because the corpses certainly didn't need the money anymore. The bandit immediately pounced on the money, and now considered his task finally complete. Suddenly, the guild leader sternly declared that his subordinate had failed the mission after all. With a smirk on his face, Takumi wondered who would sell the world's only legendary sword for 10 billion, and began to suspect that the guy had taken on this task to get information about it. The gangster immediately jumped up, because he remembered very well what failure meant in their organization. Now he was not going to treat the boss with such respect, because he realized that the boss had been going to kill him from the very beginning. Takumi himself explained that it was nothing personal, but in any case, he didn't need any witnesses. So it was better to deal with everyone who had participated in this operation. A second later, a powerful swing of the blade unleashed incredible energy, and the sturdy wall material crumpled. After that, the bandit himself flew in, unable to survive such a powerful blow. The leader did not stop there, and simply cut the poor guy's body in half. Then the system reported that the durability of the Corisian dragon long sword had decreased by 2 points, leaving only 8. Takumi immediately thought that it would be too unfortunate if the legendary weapon broke before they could repair it. At the same time, the unknown entity contacted the main character again, and said that it had given the boy a gift. With a cry, Haruto awoke from a dream in which a ghostly hourglass was inexorably counting down the time. The young man also felt the mark on his neck begin to burn and throb, immediately reacting to the presence of its owner. He grabbed the sore spot and now understood that the hourglass had made its move once again. Satoru, who was also in the hospital, was incredibly happy when he saw that Haruto had regained consciousness, because he was afraid that he would never wake up again. The young man said that when our hero was wounded, a dazzling pillar of light burst out of the sea. Sakabe, who was also lying in the same ward, was surprised when he realized that his partners were at the epicenter of the Rainbow Bridge dungeon breakthrough. Meanwhile, the main character had already found the strength to get out of bed. Satoru enthusiastically recounted all the events of that day, while Haruto clutched his head in pain, which was literally swelling from the energy of his new friend. Then Sakabe told our hero that it was this young man who had saved his life, so he immediately asked how it had happened. It turns out that the young man considered it his duty and alerted both Taiken and the association, so they had a hard time. But in the end, their people found the missing Haruto on the coast. Hearing this, the main character couldn't understand how some underground controller had managed to get the guild and the association to take action. Finally, the guy realized that the head of Taiken was Shinoda Makoto, and his comrade's name was Shinoda Satoru, which could hardly be a coincidence. In the end, Saruto thought it was complete nonsense, because such things only happen in TV series. Meanwhile, the events moved to the office of the chairman of the Hunters Association, where a small meeting was taking place. Nanas reported that the hunter Sano had indeed been killed, as the escorts had seen his death with their own eyes. Moore noticed that the commander did not seem surprised by this fact at all, and immediately thought that this was a strange reaction. The girl calmly placed her cup on the table and explained that the work of a hunter always carries risks. These words upset the young man, because he could not take someone's death so lightly. Then Fukawa Tokuo, who had already seen the official letter from the foreign hunters requesting cooperation, spoke up and said that they would do everything possible to help in the search for the legendary sword. Hearing this, Ares immediately asked them to provide several high-level hunters, because they already knew where the sword was. The chairman of the association had, of course, expected something like this, but he was surprised that they had already determined its location, thinking that they had used magic to track it down. The long sword of the Corisian dragon was not a personal item, but it was engraved with runes that allowed the owner's level to be assessed, so Ares sensed this engraving and tracked it. Now Nanase understood why they had allowed Mr. Sano to use the legendary weapon, because no one had previously mentioned the special mark. The girl also said that before the weapon was stolen, it had a durability of about 10. But someone had used it, so there was a possibility that the blade would disappear very soon. It turns out that Nanase knew that in the past, the same clue had been used to find Aresa's mother, who had disappeared during an incident 15 years ago. The hunters were surprised when they realized that their Japanese colleague knew about this. The girl explained that they weren't newbies here either, so the association had long known that the stolen long sword was a relic of the hunter's mother. At that moment, Aresa immediately jumped up from her seat, while Moore watched his partner in surprise. She again asked Ms. Nanase to help her return her mother's relic. After meeting with these two, Nanase still couldn't shake the feeling that Ares and Moore were hiding something. The story with Mr. Sano also aroused her suspicion, because she did not believe that this guy would die in the incident. As the girl walked down the empty corridor, someone quickly caught up with her and called out to her. It was Shinoda Makoto, who noticed that his colleague looked upset. So he thought that something had happened, or that she had been overloaded with work again. Nanis replied that she was fine, and asked if the man had any business with her. It turned out that the guild leader wanted to ask her to return to Taiken. Sighing heavily, Nanase reminded him that there had been an increase in dungeons lately. She did not agree at all that at a time like this, large guilds like Taiken, instead of clearing them out, were playing capitalism, and all they cared about was damn profits and stock prices on the stock exchange. The girl also emphasized that Makoto would be in big trouble if it turned out that the breach was the result of their guild's negligence. It turned out that the man was also the father of Nanase, who had no intention of leaving all the affairs of the association that required her attention. Then the guild leader laughed, trying to defuse the tense situation, and explained that he had once again said too much, even though he wanted to talk about something else entirely. Makoto suggested that his daughter visit the Central Hunters Hospital before she left. Evening came, and the girl decided to listen to her father, so she went to that place. Meanwhile, the main character, who happened to be there, climbed onto the roof and examined his stats after managing to absorb all the buffs of the longsword. Haruto thought that this might be for the best, because it was unclear how he would go hunting with a legendary weapon that would surely attract a lot of attention. Then he decided to take a closer look at the rage skill, which doubled all stats and the user's level for 1 minute if their health dropped to a minimum. The main character remembered that just before his death, he had turned into a berserker, which caused him terrible pain, but it was thanks to this that he managed to tear apart Ki, whose level exceeded 400. He also managed to absorb Ki's shockwave into his copy skill, which once again increased his ability level. In the end, the rewards turned into internal vibration and internal oscillation, and the Great Spider's web rose to the 2nd level. Now, when the main character used the web, unique wave and vampirism were activated simultaneously. But Haruto was still unable to get to land, so he drowned in the murky depths of the sea. When the boy returned to his ward, he still couldn't contain his emotions, because his copy skill had evolved and could now absorb and even merge abilities. He looked crazy from the outside, so the other patients were afraid, and mothers hid their children. The main character was pleased with his success, so now he planned to find the one who had wounded him and get the legendary sword. When the guy got to the floor he heard a familiar voice nearby. It was Nanis, who was yelling at someone and was upset that this person didn't run away when it became too dangerous. Haruto had no idea that this girl could be so harsh, and now he was afraid to imagine who was so unlucky. It was Satoru, who was trying to prove that his sister was to blame for not being able to seal the dungeon completely. The main character was shocked to hear that his friends were brother and sister, and only now realized that they both had the surname Shinoda. A memory immediately popped into his head of Sakabe talking about how both the guild and the association had a hard time. Before that, the guy thought it was just a small coincidence, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. At that moment, our hero heard that Nanase had already found out that he was okay and was trying to find out where he was. Haruto was incredibly frightened when he realized that they were looking for him, and began to fear that they had found out that he had pretended to be an association hunter in order to steal the sword. Now the boy understood that he couldn't let them find him, because first he had to get to the legendary blade. He was already running as fast as he could to get away from there, but suddenly he bumped into someone's massive figure. It was also an acquaintance of his, who only confirmed that Haruto had survived the battle with Huish. Standing before him was an enraged Moor, who believed that our hero was the thief of the legendary swords. The main character did not expect to be caught so quickly. The hunter pulled him sharply toward him to teach him a lesson for stealing the longsword. He hit Haruto with all his might and tried to find out where the sword was, threatening to slam the young man into the wall if he didn't tell him. The boy gathered his strength, asked Mura to stop, and tried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. The hunter couldn't understand what the young man was talking about, because he looked perfectly healthy now, which made the guard suspect that he was in cahoots with Takumi. The main character realized that the guy didn't even seem to be listening to him, so things were looking bad. Moore could no longer see anything before his eyes, and drew his blade to deliver a fatal blow to the scoundrel. In the end, Ares intervened in their altercation. Unable to understand why her partner had drawn his weapon in the hospital, the guy promised he wouldn't use his skill, and explained that he had to make the liar pay, because otherwise, he just wouldn't calm down. Haruto understood that he had no choice but to use his last resort. The main character decided to use an ability called internal vibration. Haruto's incredible power allowed him to literally crush his opponent's blade into dust and steel shards, turning Mura's dangerous attack into a useless swing. The hunter did not expect such a turn of events, so he unclenched his hand, dropping the blade to the ground. Nanas and Satoru watched in shock from the sidelines, as they had not expected their partner to be capable of such a thing. The girl immediately recognized that this technique was too similar to Queishi's shockwave, and couldn't understand where Sano Haruto had learned it. In addition, she also felt that the young man's aura had changed significantly for some unknown reason. Now the events moved to the concert hall, where a large audience has gathered. Cute girls performed on stage, attracting everyone's attention. The deafening roar of thousands of voices merged with thunderous applause as soon as the idols appeared in the spotlight on the main stage. In turn, the girls gave their all to please their fans. After the concert, Arita Sara, who was one of the members of the idol group IF, immediately got into her car. The girls smiled as they saw their teammate off and thanked her for a job well done. After saying goodbye, Sarah immediately drove away in her personal car, while her teammates drove together. The other members began discussing how their friend must have rich parents since she drives such a fancy car. One of them noted that she would also like to drive such a cool and beautiful sports car. Meanwhile, Sarah, who had turned sharply around the corner, suddenly saw an SUV in front of her. The girl did not expect this, so she was a little confused because she was afraid of getting into an accident. At the last moment, she managed to swerve her car so that it didn't crash. Catching up with the driver, Sarah cursed and asked who taught this jerk to drive like that. The driver didn't wait and immediately got out of the car to confront her. It turned out to be Kurosaki Takumi, who now only carried a huge case in which the legendary sword was kept. The girl immediately fell silent and tensed up when she saw who was behind the wheel of the SUV. Meanwhile, the gangster himself approached her sports car, placing the case directly on the hood. It turned out that he knew this girl and asked if she was done with her performance. The man had come here because it was time for Sarah to go down to the dungeon. He noted that the girl had to do this to get everything back. If she wanted to get everything back, of course. Meanwhile, our heroes had already arrived at the place where the longsword of the Karisi dragon had last been used. Nanis noted that there were no traces left, so it seemed they were too late after all. She understood that now all they could do was wait until the sword was used again. Ares and Haruto immediately began to think about what to do in such a situation, because it was obvious that they didn't have much time. Finally, the main character remembered the blood tower mentioned by the scoundrel who had tried to kill him. Nanas had never heard of such a guild, and assumed that it was one of the Dark Ones. Moore immediately reminded them that the sword could break if they just waited for the next opportunity to use it. Then the hunter emphasized that they definitely wouldn't sit around, because there was a lead they could work on, and said that she knew someone who could help with this case. At this point, the events returned to Sarah, who recalled how, during the chaos 15 years ago, a certain creature had given her power. At first, she thought she had awakened as a hunter, but it was a completely different ability. It was something like the main character's skill, except that the girl could return an object to its original state. Her skill sounded like a combination of the Control and Z keys on a computer, and even allowed her to heal her own body. Very soon, Sarah realized that this ability could be used on both people and objects. And the first thing the girl did was restore her favorite toy to its original appearance. After that, she began buying broken or discarded items, restoring them to their original condition, and selling them. Although this skill could not be called a healing or restoration ability, Sarah earned money by returning people and their body parts to their original state. But she also had her limitations. All this time, the girl needed money, and a lot of it, because her parents had suffered during the Great Disaster and fallen into a coma. She desperately tried to return them to their previous state, but she needed mana to use her ability. Without mana, which was only available to hunters, Sarah could only roll back objects or heal minor wounds. Then, risking her life, she went to the dungeon as a porter to get mana. But that wasn't Sarah's only role, as she could also be a healer. In fact, for an ordinary person who was not a hunter, going into the dungeon was as dangerous as entering a lion's cage unarmed. But it was funny that the girl suffered the most damage from the contempt of her teammates, who considered her a beggar. There were even more terrible moments when her teammates died before her eyes. At one point, Sarah felt that this ability only caused her problems, so she wanted to give up. Then she had an encounter that completely changed her life. It was Takumi, who laughed at the fact that the girl not only begged for mana like a homeless person, but also stole things. After that, she began working with the Dark Guild, which was headed by this man. Now, when they met again and went to Sarah's house, Takumi couldn't understand why her house was so empty and asked where she was spending all her money. The gangster couldn't believe that the singer from the popular band IF lived like a true recluse. He couldn't believe that an idol could afford 3 meals a day and regular fast food. Takumi laughed at the fact that the girl's life was truly successful, because while others were trying hard and dieting, Sari didn't care how much she ate, because she could return everything to its previous state. In addition, the gangster emphasized that he immediately understood what kind of person she was when he met her that day in the basement. He believed that he and Sarah were cut from the same cloth because she allowed herself to rob a man who was dying right in front of her. Finally, the girl showed some emotion, because these words really hurt her. Then, Takumi decided to clarify things and emphasized that if their agreement continued, he would not care about his work as an idol. Sarah was already overwhelmed with emotion, so she could no longer eat calmly and threw her fork down on the table. Finally, she asked what was required of her this time and why she had to go to the dungeon again. The guild leader explained that he needed her to help him restore one of his trinkets to its original state, but that would require a huge amount of mana. Takumi literally swore that this would be the last time his partner would have to go down into the dungeon. Sarah couldn't believe it was true, and the man reminded her that he had long promised to find something like this. She became incredibly interested when she heard that the guild leader had indeed found the item of infinite mana generation. Takumi immediately dismissed her dreams, while Sarah couldn't understand why she needed to go down into the dangerous dungeon. Then the man emphasized that such an item might still appear if she went there. He remembered perfectly well that they already had an agreement, but promised to compensate her for everything if she went down with him. Meanwhile, the events moved to the headquarters of the Guild of the Future, where our heroes came from Mr. Shirosaki. The main character remembered him as the head of that very guild, who constantly complains that everyone around him is getting in his way. Haruto thought that it would be better for them to seek information from the largest guilds, such as Midas or Taiken. Nanaz agreed with his thoughts, but noted that the Guild of the Future was a world leader in terms of information about dungeons. She emphasized that both she and the association recognized this, despite his desire to clear the dungeons. Thus, the entire team soon learned about the heart of the giant golem. Masato also added that it is also called the item of infinite mana generation. Nanis knew very well that it was a rare reward item that appeared when defeating the boss of the secret dungeon Snow Mountain of Golems. The guy confirmed her guesses and told her that their organization had been gathering information to find the giant golem's heart. That was when they stumbled upon a guild called the Blood Tower, which the main character had mentioned earlier. They had not even known of its existence before, but now it was known that these bandits were recruiting a team to explore Snow Mountain of Golems. Even Masato admitted that these guys were much more dangerous than they had previously thought. The Blood Tower was involved in the murders of high-ranking people, the slaughter of entire groups in dungeons, the theft of items, and was ready to do anything to achieve its goals. The main character admitted that the item of infinite mana generation was undoubtedly an amazing artifact, even though he himself did not need anything like it. He wondered how it was connected to the legendary sword, and began to suspect that the blade was needed to defeat the golem. Everyone felt the incredibly tense atmosphere around Haruto, who thought it was complete nonsense. Nanase also concluded that the Blood Tower was going to the dungeon only because they had found the giant golem. Suddenly, one of their teammates said that he thought that was not the main reason. Ares explained that since the discovery of this secret dungeon 15 years ago, this monster had never appeared. Haruto was very surprised to hear this from her and asked where she had gotten this information. His partner couldn't reveal all the details, but she had been interested in this dungeon for a long time and had studied it. In any case, Snow Mountain of Golems was known for being difficult to traverse, and among hunters, it ranked first among those they would prefer to avoid. Masato immediately wondered if all these hired killers could team up to clear the dungeon, where there was obviously something valuable. Haruto asked when the bandits were going there, but that information was unknown because recruitment was already complete, and it could happen at any moment. Now the main character understood that all this had been planned even before they stole the sword of the Carizian dragon. Nanae said that in that case, they should also go there immediately. She immediately turned to Mr. Shirosaki, who was surprised to hear his name. The girl asked in a stern voice if his guild had a team ready to go right now. The head of the organization was a little confused, and Nanase was disappointed because she believed that the Guild of the Future always kept a team on standby. Masato tried to justify himself by saying that the information about the secret dungeons was not always accurate, so there were good reasons why no one wanted to go there. The natural conditions in this place were terrible, with hordes of annoying golems whose attacks were weak, but their sheer numbers made up for it. In the end, he still had to go to the dungeon, leading his team along with all our heroes. The hunters immediately set about dealing with the golems, which showed no sign of stopping. In addition, the monsters were able to regenerate their own bodies, which made the task even more difficult. The enemy's onslaught became truly devastating, despite all the previous injuries, so the fighters had to try hard to resist such a strong enemy. Masato warned them that the monsters regenerated immediately, so they had to destroy the core as quickly as possible. Then he began to quickly attack all the monsters around him so as not to give them time to recover. Using his powers, the guild leader knocked all the monsters into one huge pile. After that, he prepared his magic wand, which was his main weapon for battle. In the end, the monsters were simply torn to pieces, so they no longer had a chance to regenerate. Masato ordered the destruction of all the cores of the broken golems and explained that their team would destroy them one by one. The hunters, of course, obeyed their commander and noted that this was indeed much easier. Meanwhile, the leader himself did not stop there and increasingly used his powers. Haruto, who was watching from the sidelines, noticed that Masato, who had been so reluctant to come here, seemed to be enjoying the process. Ares had warned the team before the sortie that they needed to destroy as many of these golems as possible. But the guy couldn't understand why they should get involved in the fight. It turned out that this was one of the conditions for the appearance of the intermediate boss, and the girl herself learned this fact during her research, which proved that it was an inductive dungeon. The main character became even more confused when he heard such difficult terms. It turns out that this was the main reason why Masato thought this outing would be difficult, as there were hidden areas in the dungeon. He explained that such places are usually divided into zones, and if you know the route of a normal dungeon, you can get to the final boss zone pretty quickly. But in inductive dungeons, you have to go through all the zones in order, and if the hunter fails to pass one zone, the rest will not appear. Ares also had a theory that 15 years ago, due to some kind of error, this dungeon could not be completed, which is why the secret area did not appear. Finally, Haruto realized that in order for the boss to appear, he had to defeat many golems. But the girl did not know exactly how to restart the dungeon, so all that remained was to act according to the situation. In fact, our hero didn't care what those bandits had in mind, because the main task was to return the legendary sword, so Haruto didn't stand aside and participated in the battle, using the great spider's web. The golems couldn't dodge the strong threads, so they easily fell into the main character's trap. After that, the guy used internal vibrations, which destroyed the bound monsters. The other hunters noticed that he was using the giant spider's web, and were surprised that such a useless item could be used so effectively. Meanwhile, Ares successfully used her magic to freeze entire hordes of golems. When everything was ready, she immediately turned to her partner to smash the enemies with his sword. Moore didn't waste a second, rushing forward and sparing no one in his path. But the giant monsters did not stop there and continued to attack our team. The hunters saw that one of the golems was about to deliver a powerful blow, so they immediately decided to retreat. It was too late, so some of the fighters were still hit. Then, Nanase immediately intervened in the battle, seeing that her people were in trouble. It was not a difficult task for her, so she began to concentrate her power in her hand. All she had to do was touch the golem to direct all her power into its stone body using the Quaishi shockwave. Nanase's powerful blow pierced the monster through and through, leaving a huge hole in the center of its massive body. After that, the girl turned to her teammates to see if they were all okay. At that moment, she noticed one guy who was acting rather suspiciously, which caught her attention. Nanase immediately stopped him, realizing that her intuition had not failed her. It turned out to be Satoru, who, despite his recent injuries, had also gone on this mission. The young man was indignant that his sister had something against his presence, because he had come here as an official member of Haruto Senpai's group. The girl was confused when she heard this, and her brother desperately tried to prove that this was indeed the case. It turned out that Saruto had thrown a tantrum at the hospital when he heard that his friends were going to the dungeon. Haruto himself did not expect such a reaction, so he silently watched this funny scene. In addition, the guy was afraid that our hero would get lost again, like he did on the bridge, so he thought he would definitely need a guide. Despite the fact that Haruto was not alone there, he still agreed to take the young man with him. The main character emphasized that Saruto would be a member of his personal group because there was a request that only his comrade could fulfill. Nanase calmed down and now tried to understand what Mr. Sano had in mind, because they were both low-level hunters. Her brother immediately jumped on the girl because he couldn't allow anyone to laugh at Haruto-senpai. The young man emphasized that he had seen with his own eyes that it was this man who had cut Koyesh in half. Hearing his words, the sister immediately turned to find Haruto, who was bravely fighting the golems. She finally admitted that this guy seemed to have grown a lot since they first met. In addition, Nanase was sure that our hero had used the Kisha shockwave against the enemies, so it was obvious that Satoru was not lying. It turned out that Sarah and Takumi had been in the dungeon for a long time, watching the bees diligently working for the good of the hive. A fierce battle was raging all around, and everywhere there was the clang of metal, the cries of warriors, and the roar of magical explosions, turning the snowy terrain into utter chaos. The bandits, in turn, planned to disguise themselves as members of the team using concealment and reap the rewards. But even if they use this skill, there are high-level hunters among the hunters, and they might feel like they're going to be spotted. Such strong fighters fear nothing, so they hardly use detection skills during combat, which means that the villains will not be so easy to catch due to their high stealth skills and use of hidden weapons. Takumi emphasized that the main thing is to act skillfully, which was the main motto of the Blood Tower. After that, the man asked if his partner was able to collect mana. He explained that this mana accumulator was expensive and could hold hundreds of destroyed small monsters. Takumi also said that 10 such accumulators could reopen the rift in the Rainbow Dungeon. But in order to return the legendary sword to its original state, twice as many would probably be needed. Now, Sarah guessed that he was going to roll back the stolen weapon and defeat the boss of the hidden dungeon. The man had heard that there was a powerful barrier in this area, and that the only thing that could cut through it was the long sword of the Carisian dragon. The girl was surprised to hear this and asked where Takumi had gotten this information. He asked Sarah not to ask unnecessary questions, and just to roll things back when he asked her to. She then emphasized that she was just nervous because she hadn't been underground in a long time, while Takumi continued to fool people. In the end, Sarah noted that she didn't care, because as long as their agreement was in effect, she didn't care what Mr. Kurosaki was doing. The girl had long been thinking that if she could get the item of infinite mana creation, she would be able to bring her parents back to life. Meanwhile, the main character had already buried nearly 200 golems, but there was no end to them. At that moment, a strange crystal glowing with red light flew towards him. The guy immediately noticed that this stone was different from the others, so he decided to copy it just in case before breaking it. Suddenly, the crystal fell out of Haruto's hands and disappeared somewhere deep underground. Then Masato appeared behind our hero and announced that a new stage of their battle had begun. The hunter explained that they had finally fulfilled the condition for moving on to the next area of the dungeon. He warned that now the intermediate boss of the location, the migrating golem, should appear. Very soon, a monstrous giant appeared before them, which was obviously much stronger than their previous opponents. Seeing a huge number of strangers, the intermediate boss roared loudly, preparing to defend its own lands. He immediately rushed forward, trying to grab the small people with his huge palm. The hunters were scattered in all directions by the blow, while Haruto desperately tried to withstand such force. Masato, who was already ready for battle, immediately shouted for the whole team to retreat. A second later, the hunters saw that pieces of rock had scattered in different directions from their commander's blow, and now thought that they had been overly frightened, since everything had turned out to be so easy. The problem was that the core had not yet been destroyed, so the battle did not seem to be over. Turning around, the guys immediately saw that things were not as simple as they had seemed before. Masato glanced irritably at his opponent, who turned out to be a tough guy and was not going to let them get away so easily. It took the migrating golem only a couple of seconds to reassemble itself and continue the fight with the hunters. The guild leader did not hesitate and used magic again, trying to tear the golem into small pieces. The core fell out of the giant's stone body again and tried to find a new hiding place. It fell among the stones, preparing to build a new monster around itself. Masato understood perfectly well that the problem was precisely this crystal, which was not so easy to catch. The main character managed to react to the core's movement and decided to try to bind it with the great spider's web. He reacted at the last split second, and strong threads instantly wrapped around the pulsating artifact. In the end, it turned out that this did not prevent the golem from accessing its energy source, so the stones gathered into a pile again. Haruto, gripping his blade tightly, watched as the stone giant reappeared right in front of him. The young man realized that his opponent didn't care about the web at all, and tried to come up with a solution to prevent this monster from merging with the rest of the golem remains. At that moment, someone shouted and warned our hero to move back as quickly as possible. It was Nanis, who didn't waste any time and used hellfire against the intermediate boss. The entire giant lit up with bright blue flames that tore his body apart from the inside. The girl explained that striking attacks were useless, so it was necessary to damage all of its fragments at once. Masato just sighed irritably and noted that he already knew this fact. The guild leader explained that this was precisely why he was looking for another way, because if they didn't come up with something, they would have to melt all the remaining fragments here, otherwise it would never end. Haruto, who was standing among these stones, finally understood the main power of the migrating golem. He remembered the words of Ares, who told them that the most difficult part was the intermediate boss. In addition, the team had to clear this area so that the next one would appear, and the new location always interacted with the old one, adapting to the results of the battle. Masato had warned from the beginning that all the stones they defeated would then gather into one megastone, which was almost equal to the final boss of a normal dungeon. Nanase then pointed out that in that case, they only had two ways to defeat this monster. The first was that their team would simply be able to destroy the boss's core. The second involved completely destroying the remains of the golems they had defeated earlier. This was the method Nanase resorted to, who was now trying to catch her breath after such a powerful attack. Despite the destruction of these remains, the boss suddenly materialized behind her. The girl did not expect such a turn of events, and could not understand how the monster had managed to get behind her. She used a powerful stream of hellfire again, sparing no effort. At this time, the main character continued to hesitate, not knowing what to do. Because if he used the abilities of the longsword, Ares would immediately notice it. Finally, the guy remembered that he had another reward item that he hadn't used yet. It was the Claw of the Bear King, which possessed the properties of the boss himself. Haruto was immediately delighted, because the skills of this artifact would definitely help destroy the core. He absorbed the item and gained new abilities for the Great Spider's web, which could now inflict powerful stun and penetrate the target, absorbing the enemy's health points. The main character wasted no more time and rushed forward to test his new plan. At that moment, Nanase watched as the molten remains of the golems turned into a whole hellish sea. Moore was shocked by his mistress's persistence. While Ares understood perfectly well that at this rate, their partner would not have enough strength to go all the way. Then the golem reappeared behind Nanase, who still couldn't finish off all the monster remains. The girl quickly reacted to this threat, and once again used hellfire. The blue fire immediately engulfed the entire stone body of the migrating golem, which, due to its sluggishness, was hit by every such attack. In the end, it turned out that Nanis's strength was not enough to destroy the enemy's body. At that moment, the main character came to the rescue, managing to bind the intermediate boss with his improved web. This formed a huge cocoon that was able to successfully hold the monstrous giant. Nanas looked at Mr. Sano with admiration, who once again surprised her with his abilities. Masato, in turn, was shocked by this turn of events, because he had no idea that the Great Spider's web was capable of such a thing. Then the main character turned to him and asked him to strike the enemy again, even though the previous attacks had been useless. The boy explained that he was going to catch the cannonball, and asked the head of Shirasaki to act as quickly as possible. Masato gritted his teeth in annoyance because it was difficult for him to obey some youngster. In the end, he resigned himself and decided to trust Haruto this time, because it would be a sin to refuse such a commander. Obeying the main character, the guild leader delivered a powerful blow to the golem, tearing apart the entire web. The core immediately flew out of the stone body and was about to find a new refuge for itself. Haruto wasted no time and immediately used the Great Spider's web to try to catch the core. This time, our hero released more threads to make sure he could hold the magic crystal. They wrapped around the bound core on all sides, preventing it from moving any further. Now the main character understood that it was right not to allow it to come into contact with the remains of the golems. Masato was shocked when he saw this trick, because he never thought that a useless prize item could do something like that. Nanis also couldn't believe that such a thing was possible, even though this guy had become stronger recently. Then she remembered the events in the Great Spider's dungeon, where only our hero and his comrade had survived. Then she remembered the moment when Haruto desperately begged her to take him along to clear the Rainbow Bridge. The girl couldn't forget the battle with Kisha, which was definitely not the easiest task. In the end, Nanase realized that Haruto had always been there for her in the most difficult and crucial moments. Meanwhile, Ares had already noticed that the main character had used the Bear King's claw, and pointed out that it was very much in the young man's style. In turn, the ordinary hunters admired their comrade's work, and thought that they should have killed the Great Spider long ago, since its web was so useful. At that moment, the cocoon around the core had already reached enormous proportions, and did not seem to be letting go of the crystal. Takumi couldn't believe his eyes when he saw what the main character was capable of. Sarah immediately tried to find out what was going on, because she couldn't understand how this guy had sealed the core in the web. Putting on a mask, the bandit announced that the mana collection was cancelled, so they would begin the operation immediately. After that, he ordered his men to take their positions. The girl still couldn't understand what had happened, and began to fear that the situation was so serious that the guild leader was going to intervene personally. Finally, the man explained that obtaining the key to the core would be a little more difficult because of that strange guy. In the end, Sarah was left alone among the batteries with the stolen mana from the monsters. It turned out that Satoru had been watching them all this time, skillfully hiding behind a nearby rock. The guy wasn't sure what to do next, because the man who looked like the leader had gone somewhere, so he decided to report this to Haruto-senpai. It turns out that before the sortie, the main character gave his partner an item that allowed him to use a fairly high level of camouflage. The young man wasn't sure he could accept such an expensive item, but Haruto emphasized that this was precisely why he would have to do one very important job. Our hero emphasized that Satoru would play a key role in this mission, as he needed to keep an eye on the Bloody Tower. He asked his partner to report on how the enemies would find the hidden dungeon, so that he could steal their plan, and use it to his advantage. The young man was not afraid at all, because he understood perfectly well that his sister, Master Shirosaki, and most importantly, Haruto-senpai were on the other side. Meanwhile, Nanase and Masato persuaded the main character to deal with the boss on his own, because he had caught him himself and definitely deserved the reward. The guy decided not to wait any longer, since everyone had agreed, but he still wasn't used to being treated like he wasn't trash. Besides, he had already copied the core, so he could destroy the crystal with peace of mind. After the magic stone shattered into small pieces, the system announced that the migrating golem had been defeated. The main character began to receive a considerable number of notifications that his level had been raised. For destroying the core of the migrating core, he received a reward in the form of the key to the sealed heart, which can open a hidden door. This item will lead our team to the place where the giant golem's heart is sealed. Then the main character told all his teammates that he had received the key to the hidden area. Moore couldn't believe his eyes, and asked how it felt to be one step closer to solving the mystery. Haruto was a little nervous about everyone discussing his success so enthusiastically. While no one was looking, he activated the system interface, and glowing windows with updated stats appeared before his eyes, showing a significant increase in strength. The young man couldn't contain his joy when he saw such an increase in characteristics, because with the buff from the Corisian sword, he had already reached level 285. Masato watched the main character with incomprehension as he jumped around because he had almost reached level 300, which would allow him to level up on his own. He couldn't understand why the young man was so happy about defeating the intermediate boss until Nanase pointed out that this monster had actually made them both sweat. The head of Shirosaki still insisted that he hadn't even broken a sweat while fighting the golem. At that moment, some unknown object suddenly fell behind our heroes. Muru and Aris had to try hard not to get hit by the pile of stones flying in their direction. It turned out to be huge black columns that appeared throughout the dungeon, while the hunters looked around in confusion. After that, the mysterious obelisks lit up with a frightening red light, and our team finally realized that they were mines for large monsters. Masato shouted for everyone to hide behind his barrier because these bombs were too dangerous. Not all of the hunters managed to reach the head of Shirosaki in time, so they were caught in the powerful explosion. They all ended up right in the epicenter of the explosion, which was limited by the black obelisk mines. The terrifying power of this blow left most of those present with no chance, and after the dust settled, it became clear that the losses among the allies were considerable. Takumi agreed that the weapon's power was truly outstanding, considering its cost. He now understood why they say that money can do anything, especially if you completely forget about your conscience. A man who could easily achieve his goals in this way believed that this was what it meant to act skillfully. At that moment, he heard someone's voice nearby and realized that someone had survived his attack after all. It was Haruto, who had just untangled the web that had allowed him to survive the explosion. The main character was going to do anything to get the longsword of the Corisian dragon. He pounced on Takumi, who still couldn't understand what was going on. A sharp flash of pain pierced Haruto's entire body, and at that moment, he felt a distinctive metallic taste in his mouth. The bandit understood that the main character could have survived the explosion with the help of the web. But that wasn't the only trap he had set here. Rage literally overwhelmed him at the thought that Haruto had almost ruined his carefully constructed plan. With incredible cruelty, the criminal threw Haruto away, and he was unable to resist such force. Nanase was stunned at the sight of the main character's fatal injury, and the realization that his life was hanging by a thread. The girl couldn't stand aside during such a dangerous situation for her comrade, so she decided to use the Hellblaster. Ares tried to stop her, realizing that it was too dangerous, but Moore stopped his partner, who could also have been hit by the blast. Nanas's attack was indeed incredibly powerful, and swept away absolutely everything in its path. The powerful energy surge never reached its target, and the despicable Takumi remained completely unharmed. The girl, however, could not withstand such pressure and began to bleed. Her strength finally left her, and she collapsed to the ground, shuddering in painful spasms as scarlet blood choked her breath. Masato was incredibly frightened when he saw what was happening to his partner, and shouted that they needed to use a healing skill immediately. Ares immediately stopped the head of Shirosaki, because it was absolutely impossible to use mana at that moment. She explained that toxic gas had been sprayed, which blocked mana absorption and caused damage when abilities were used. It was a rather sophisticated and extremely malicious tool that bandits used to paralyze the movements of high-level hunters. Meanwhile, the exhausted Haruto collapsed onto the cold rubble, his body lost among the pile of broken stone. Takumi was finally able to calm down, because his main enemy, whom he now considered only an amateur, had been destroyed. Masato, in turn, realized what skill their opponent had used, and was shocked by this news. It turned out that the bandit possessed a forbidden technique that should have been destroyed in the past, Shadow Shift. This ability was considered the highest level of hidden techniques, so the head of Shirosaki could not understand how this man had managed to learn it. At that moment, Takumi, who had quickly moved to our hero's body, saw that the key to the next stage of the dungeon had just fallen out of his pocket. The man did not hesitate and immediately grabbed this valuable item, which was not supposed to fall into anyone else's hands. The system reported that the key to the sealed heart had been transferred to its current owner, so the bandit declared that their goal had been successfully achieved. But he had no intention of leaving Haruto alone, so he roughly grabbed the boy by his clothes and slammed his head against the rocks once more. Takumi believed that the young man must be killed right here and now so that he would no longer interfere with them. Then the main character, finding the strength within himself, said that he was thinking the same thing, which surprised the bandit, because he didn't think the guy was still conscious. Haruto said with a smirk that this was his luck, because the guy who stole his longsword turned out to be such a worthless scoundrel. The young man quickly used the great spider's patina against his opponent, while he was still confused by this turn of events. Takumi screamed and tried to break free from this trap, but the strong threads prevented him from doing anything. Then the main character used his additional abilities, and the web dug into the villain's body. All this resulted in a huge, terrifying cocoon with sharp fangs. Takumi's partners were frightened when they saw this scene with their master, and began to think that they should also run away from there. Haruto explained that the bandit's main mistake was that he dared to touch his legendary weapon. He then turned off his abilities, and the threads immediately broke, freeing the trapped criminal. The guy stopped immediately because what he saw in front of him was shocking news. Takumi had literally vanished into thin air, and now it felt like there was no one in the cocoon. Then he appeared behind the main character, and admitted that he almost panicked because it was the first time he had used such a skill. If there had been no shadow inside, the gangster would have simply died, but now he could easily take revenge on the insolent boy who had almost killed him. Suddenly the main character asked Takumi if he knew his real name. The bandit couldn't understand why he was asking such a strange question, but the young man explained that his name was Mana Devourer, and that he had just tried to transfer it over a distance for the first time. Haruto succeeded in this trick, so he declared that the villain would die right here and now. Masato didn't know what was going on, but he felt a strong surge of mana, which was just in time for him to put an end to the Blood Tower Guild. He used his most powerful spell to finish off the cunning scoundrel who had slipped through their fingers so many times before. Takumi immediately realized that they were going to use Shirosaki's wide dark lightning against him, which was the opposite skill to his shadow shift. Then the man turned to Sarah, asking her to quickly put everything back in its place using her abilities. The girl immediately obeyed her boss's order and used the appropriate spell. All the mana accumulators immediately opened, releasing all their energy. All the mana gathered around Sarah, because the spell was not easy and required a considerable amount of strength. In turn, the girl herself concentrated as much as possible on helping Takumi, and was going to return the entire dungeon to its original state. Our heroes were deeply confused because they couldn't understand what was going on around them, and couldn't understand why a strange wind had suddenly risen. Nanis noticed that the golem stones were beginning to come together, and couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible. Masato also began to suspect that the dungeon had been reset to its initial state. At that moment, a whole horde of monsters appeared before them, which they had killed at the very beginning. The golems did not waste time examining the uninvited guests, and instantly went on the offensive, unleashing their full destructive power on the squad without the slightest warning. The head of Shirosaki managed to react to this threat in time, and created a shield around himself to stop the stone fist. At the same time, the hunter realized that because of the poison blocking his mana absorption, he had to protect everyone with a magical barrier. But that way, he wouldn't be able to attack the golems, and wouldn't last long. Masato thought about how he urgently needed to come up with a solution to this situation, and did not notice that someone had already rushed into battle. It was Nanase who had found new strength from somewhere to destroy more enemies. Her partner was afraid for the girl because she was already on the verge of collapse, but she reminded him that Mr. Sano had the nickname Manonos. Masato was a little confused because he couldn't understand how that helped them. Then Ares, who was trying to heal her comrades, explained that the young man was able to generate mana indefinitely and share it with his comrades, which was his unique skill. The head of Shirosaki watched all his teammates with surprise because he did not expect such a warrior to be among them. He had previously thought that only mages were capable of such things, but here some low-level no-name had demonstrated such abilities. In order to use their full potential as high-level hunters, they and Lady Nanase needed enormous amounts of mana. But Haruto had distributed mana not only to them, but also in such a short time. In fact, Masato had never even heard of infinite mana generation, such a unique skill. He thought that now it would be better to simply invite this guy to join his guild than to search for the heart of the giant golem. Meanwhile, Nanis realized that everything had fallen into place, realizing that the underground breakthrough at Rainbow Bridge was clearly the work of the Blood Tower Guild. Moore emphasized that the main problem now was that the dungeon had been reset to its initial state, and he feared that their rivals might do it again. Ares reassured him, believing that the fact that the hidden dungeon had not yet been discovered was most likely due to the logic of the place being somehow disrupted. She didn't know if the bandits had done this on purpose, but now the probability of the hidden dungeon appearing was 100%. Nanase, hearing her partner's explanation, immediately pointed out that something still didn't add up. She noted that there were clearly fewer golems after the reset than there had been at the beginning. Masato suggested that the debris melted by his partner had not been able to recover, but in any case, they couldn't delay because they needed to catch up with the scum from the blood tower in time. Nanas still couldn't believe that their enemy had used the same method as when they broke through the Rainbow Bridge. In turn, the head of Shirosaki wondered where Haruto was, hoping that the bandits hadn't finished him off. Meanwhile, the main character managed to create a dense shell of sticky threads around himself, and now a reliable sphere of cobwebs protected him. When the young man felt that everything had calmed down outside, he tore through the web and climbed out, despite the intense pain throughout his body. His eyes glowed with rage because that damn Takumi had dared to run away with his longsword again. Meanwhile, his opponent suddenly appeared nearby and seemed unwilling to let Haruto go so easily. Haruto instantly jumped up and rushed towards his enemy, shouting a sharp order for the bandit to stay where he was. A moment later, the silence was shattered again by the clang of metal as the opponents clashed in a fierce battle once more. Takumi asked with a contemptuous smirk what such a worthless weakling could possibly hope to achieve in a confrontation with someone of his caliber. The main character replied that he didn't need much strength to teach the scoundrel a lesson, and reached for his hands, activating the great spider's web. Unexpectedly strong bonds once again wrapped around the enemy from head to toe, leaving the bandit unable to move. Takumi still managed to break free from the web, which had already become too annoying for him, and promised to make sure that the young man would never be able to use his stupid trick again. At that moment, a powerful explosion sounded, throwing them in different directions. The bandit was about to use the Corisian Dragon Longsword level release. The main character immediately remembered that last time he had managed to defend himself with the web, so he decided to do the same this time. The guy realized that the power of this weapon was truly terrifying, but it was only thanks to this that he understood how to fully use its power. Haruto couldn't understand where this man got so much information about the longsword, so he thought he would have to catch him and ask him about it. However, the problem was that now the main character did not understand where he was at all, and seemed to be lost. Meanwhile, the events moved to the office of the Japanese Hunters Association. Fukawa Tokuo was completely calm about this operation, and asked Mr. Shinoda not to worry unnecessarily, because Mr. Shirosaki from the future guild was with his children. The man still believed that the fact that the Blood Tower Guild was involved was a serious problem, because their organizations had too little information about them. They are capable of killing even high-level hunters, so gathering information about them is practically impossible. But despite all these obstacles, the Midas Guild was still able to obtain some information. The fact is that all the bold actions taken by the bandits are largely due to the presence of the Starfield International Hunters Guild. Fukawa Tokuo was shocked to hear that this organization was also present here. In turn, Makoto Shinoda couldn't understand what the International Guild was doing in a Japanese dungeon, and, more importantly, why it had gotten involved with the Blood Tower. Takuchi Goclass explained that this dungeon, despite its current appearance, was one of those destroyed during the Great Catastrophe 15 years ago. The army of golems that appeared at that moment was more terrifying than hell itself. But then the rift was sealed by one of the world's greatest magicians, the Japanese hunter Tomoka Nishihara. Makoto confirmed this fact, and emphasized that it was frightening to even imagine what could have happened at that moment without Ms. Nishihara's sacrifice. Gocless then continued his story, saying that the heart of the giant golem, sealed in a hidden dungeon, still attracts enormous attention from all over the world. Both organizations were willing to do anything to achieve their goals, so it was quite possible that they had joined forces to explore the Snow Mountain Golem dungeon. And besides, Ares Hugh was Nishihara's daughter. Makoto also knew about this, so in addition to the task of returning the long sword, he would have to investigate her mother's death. Goclass immediately warned his colleague that the hunter had not been declared dead, because all the people who had disappeared in that dungeon had never been found. It turned out that there was one surviving witness who had returned from that dungeon 5 years ago and claimed to have seen Ms. Nishihara. The others were shocked when they heard such shocking news from their comrade. Due to Starfield's secrecy, only part of the information was available to them, but even that fact helped to explain the whole situation a little. Goclass wanted to say something else about the hidden dungeon, but an employee burst into the office with an urgent report. Tokuo asked irritably what had happened, because he actually had an important meeting. The guy immediately brought up an image on the screen to show that there had been another breakout from the dungeon. One of the injured employees had tried to contact them to report the incident. The dungeon had collapsed in the very center of the city, and huge golems had escaped from it and were now hunting defenseless residents. Goklas immediately realized that these were the same golems from the Snow Mountain dungeon, and began to suspect that the dungeon had collapsed during the passage. Meanwhile, the entire Blood Tower Guild team continued to push forward through the snowstorm. It was noticeable how Takumi struggled with every meter, as his breathing was constantly interrupted and became increasingly heavy and uneven. Sarah asked if he was having trouble with the passage, as it was the first time she had seen a boss so badly injured. The man then suggested that his companion check for herself. The girl was surprised because she really saw that their search had finally been successful. They reached the mountain, which was the very hidden dungeon that everyone had been chasing after. They had to cross a huge suspension bridge to reach the passage to the next stage. Sarah admired the mesmerizing and cold beauty of this place, and looked forward to finally obtaining the heart of the giant golem. Then the Blood Tower team began to move forward slowly, looking around carefully. They had no idea that Satoru was following close behind them, responsibly following Haruto-senpai's instructions. The guy was invisible because of the main character's artifact, so he could move quickly and keep up with his target without any problems. The mountain itself looked quite frightening, as its slopes took on a truly sinister and threatening appearance in the bloody glow. In turn, Satoru began to worry a little when he saw the real hidden area. Meanwhile, the bandits had already approached the rock and were trying to find a way through. One of them finally found a spot that felt too strange under his palms. The guy immediately turned to the leader to report this, and the leader immediately explained that they had stumbled upon a barrier. Takumi wasn't afraid of this obstacle at all because Starfield had already warned him about it. 5 years ago, the great magician and strongest hunter, Tomoka Nishihara, sealed this place with her powerful chains. Now Kurosaki Takumi had come to destroy these seals and obtain the heart of the giant golem from the hidden zone. With a stern look in his eyes, he looked at his men and declared that it was time to move on to the main stage of their mission. He ordered everyone to prepare to destroy the barrier and keep a close watch on the perimeter. After that, the man approached Sarah and informed her that they now needed to restore the sword. Suddenly, the leader froze in place and announced in a bone-chilling tone that he sensed the presence of an intruder. The girl felt nothing of the sort, so she watched Takumi with surprise. The man was greatly angered by the fact that some scoundrel dared to use stealth against the Blood Tower. Satoru immediately began to panic because he had no idea what to do in such a situation. Takumi sensed where the young man was, so he tried to attack him with his longsword. Meanwhile, the events shift to the main character, who stumbled upon the ferocious rabbit of the Snow Mountains. He had no idea that there were other monsters besides golems in this place. Haruto had already acquired a little helper who easily dealt with this minor threat. Even after defeating such an inconspicuous and weak monster, a small magic crystal remained as a trophy. The golem immediately picked up all the useful items that could be of use to its master. Immediately after that, it ran up to Haruto, eager to show him the item it had found. The young man understood that his new friend was asking if he could eat this magic crystal, and allowed him to do whatever he wanted with his find. The golem happily took advantage of his master's kindness and fed on the stone. In fact, the main character would never have thought that the core of a migrating golem could have such abilities. The copying itself was successful, but the guy still regretted a little that he couldn't absorb all these abilities. But the thing itself was useful. Haruto laughed maliciously, thinking that now he could create an entire army of golems for himself, and now he didn't need a guild to clear the dungeons. The little helper couldn't understand his master's reaction at all, so he waited confusedly for further instructions. At that moment, Haruto heard the distinct sound of approaching footsteps behind him. The golem wasted no time and immediately rushed in that direction to protect the main character. It turned out to be Satoru, who had managed to escape after all, and now was about to be attacked by the hand monster. Haruto was surprised by this encounter, but was glad to see his friend safe and sound. In turn, the young man himself tried to hold back tears after such a dangerous sortie after the bandits. He literally jumped into our hero's arms and began to tell him that he had just been on the verge of life and death. After that, the guys immediately ran after Kurosaki Takumi's team because they had already managed to find the hidden zone. Haruto apologized to his friend because he did not expect him to be spotted so easily and thought that the young man would be completely safe since it was a high-level disguise. Saruto asked his friend not to worry about it because he himself was fine, but the man from the Guild of the Future was not so lucky. Now the main character realized that all this time, the head of Shirasaki had only pretended not to care. But in reality, he was thinking along the same lines as the boy himself. Meanwhile, his friend decided to report that there was also a girl with the guild who was absorbing mana with some kind of device, and then suddenly the entire dungeon was reset to its original state. He thought about stopping this mysterious girl, but then he remembered what Haruto-senpai had told him. And besides, he was really scared. The main character tried to cheer up his partner and, patting him on the head, emphasized that he had done well with his task. Saruto also pointed out that he had met that girl somewhere before, but couldn't figure out where. After that, the young man decided to ask what kind of chibi had been following them all this time. Haruto emphasized that everything was fine and that it was just his new assistant. His friend immediately began to admire this cute little golem, because he had no idea that his senior had his own familiars. Finally, they reached their destination, and Saruto informed them that the hidden area was located behind the bridge, and advised them to proceed with caution, as it would be too easy to be detected. The main character immediately decided to send his partner back to bring Ms. Nanase and the head of Shirosaki here. But he was reluctant to agree so easily, because he did not want to leave his friend alone. Haruto asked the young man not to worry about it, because he had a reliable way to track the enemy's movements in the form of a handheld golem. Saruto had to agree with his senior's words, although he would have liked to stay here with him. In turn, our hero decided to share with his friend and also gave him the core of the migrating golem. The young man was very happy with this gift, and immediately guessed that it was with this little thing that Haruto had summoned Chibuka. The guy said that now it was Saruto's assistant, and explained that despite its cute appearance, the familiar was quite strong, so it would definitely come in handy. His friend was deeply touched by this gesture, and couldn't believe that he could accept such a valuable gift, as long as the main character himself didn't attach any importance to it, because he had a whole truckload of such cores. Before leaving, Saruto thanked his senior once again for the gift, and promised that he would bring his sister and the others here right away. Only now did Haruto notice that this guy was quite down to earth for the heir to a large guild, and he assumed that it was all due to the influence of Lady Nanase. In the end, the main character realized that there was no time to waste, so he quickly created a new assistant for himself. Now the guy saw that the golem was really being created exactly as he imagined it, because this time he had made a stone eagle. Haruto quickly threw some mana into his assistant, and it flew forward to scout out the situation in the hidden area. He also used the core's third skill, so now he was sharing his feelings with his familiar. The main character immediately felt something unusual, and could now easily see Takumi and his assistant. The young man was surprised when he saw the very girl that Satoru had told him about just recently. At that moment, the girl was holding the longsword of the Carisian dragon in her hands, and preparing to restore it. Haruto was still unaware of her abilities, so he couldn't understand what Sarah was going to do with his legendary weapon. The girl, in turn, had already absorbed all the mana from the batteries, gathering enough energy for her skill. Thus, she successfully restored the longsword of the Carisi dragon to its original state. When the durability reached 100%, Sarah collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Because this task was not an easy one, the girl desperately tried to stop trembling and restore her breathing rhythm. Takumi immediately grabbed his now perfect sword and praised her for her good work. He was now even more ecstatic about the power he had gained, as the legendary weapon's durability had been completely restored. The main character, who had been watching the whole process, couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that the legendary sword's strength had been restored. Now Haruto realized that this girl was also a bearer of the gift curse, just like himself. Based on the fact that the sword's strength had been restored, he concluded that this girl possessed the skill of restoration. The main character thought that he definitely needed to copy this ability, but immediately realized that he was not entirely sure that he could do something like that. That is why Haruto decided that he absolutely had to recruit such a person into his group. Meanwhile, Takumi was eager to move on to destroying the barrier of the hidden zone. Haruto carefully touched the steel links with the tip of his longsword, testing their strength. The metal responded to his touch with a threatening screech, and the protective barrier instantly flashed with a bright red light. The man himself continued to stand calmly near the entrance and wait for the hidden zone to let him pass. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind arose, forcing Sarah to struggle to stay on her feet. The main character, who was watching all this from the sidelines, began to realize that he had less and less time. In fact, the bandit knew how to act only because of the information from Starfield. Because otherwise, he would have had a hard time trying to break it with a key. 15 years ago, the great magician Tomoka Nishihara cast this spell to seal the hidden area, and only the legendary blade of the equally legendary hunter could dispel it. When everything calmed down, Sarah asked what it all meant. Takumi then explained that the true owner of the longsword was Nishihara's husband, Frederick Hugh, who had disappeared along with his wife in this hidden area. Now it was known that the blade actually belonged to the most legendary hunter in the world, the Sacred Sword, who was also the father of Ares. The bandit no longer hesitated, and was finally going to open this Pandora's box. Inserting the sword into a special slot, he used level release, after which the barrier began to rapidly crumble. The other participants in the blood tower instantly froze in their places, holding their breath in tense anticipation. They had to hide behind the nearest rocks to avoid being hurt by such a bright flash of energy. Sarah also hurried to activate her protective field to hide behind a reliable shield. Unfortunately, the golem Haruto also couldn't withstand such a powerful surge of energy. And this is not surprising, because if the sword's strength had not been restored, it would have turned into dust, just like the familiar. Eventually, the chains began to slowly disintegrate, and the barrier dissolved into thin air. Then, a huge cave appeared before Takumi, in whose shadows absolutely nothing could be seen. He understood that the gates of the dungeon were just an illusion, so now he could relax and calmly clear the hidden area of Snow Mountain. The man shouted for his men to move forward as well, because they had to find the heart of the giant golem. All this time, our hero could not understand how to act in this situation, and whether it was worth pursuing the Blood Tower alone. At this moment, the events moved to southern Italy, to an S-rank dungeon where an unknown hunter has staged a real massacre. Another man asked why he killed not only him, since he had come for his soul. The hunter snapped his fingers and explained that if he had killed only his target, and not all of his companions, everyone would have immediately realized that it was murder. But this way, it just looked like a regular failed raid. In the end, he crushed the helpless man with his powers, so the man didn't have time to add anything else. It turned out that this mysterious killer's skill allowed him to take the skills of his slain rivals. Despite his incredible strength, he still felt intense pain from the mark on his neck. This mark was similar to the hourglass on Haruto's neck, only this guy had 3 such marks. The hunter simply ignored these unpleasant sensations and used his skill anyway. With his ability, he highlighted all the objects he needed around him. After that, the guy used the Control and X skills to cut out all these selected objects. This way, he could interact with objects of any size without any problems. In the end, the hunter managed to make a huge hole right in the middle of the dungeon. At that moment, he turned sharply because he sensed someone else's presence nearby. It was his partner, who praised the guy for the fact that the selection skill fit well into his collection, because cutting objects one by one was quite tedious. In fact, he was not at all satisfied with his abilities, as each time it forced him to kill the owner of another cursed skill, who also could no longer evolve after receiving it. His comrade reminded him that he had already said that it was impossible to acquire someone else's skill just by killing its owner. But in order to acquire a skill without killing other hunters and still be able to develop it, one needed a copying skill, like Haruto's. The hunter emphasized that he had been searching for this ability for 10 years, so he already doubted that it even existed. His partner replied that a similar skill existed in their homeworld, albeit in a slightly different form, so its presence here should not be doubted. She also added that the owner of the Control and F skill was currently searching for the other cursed ones, so the hunter asked what had happened to Control and Z. The guy said that the Blood Tower Guild had just destroyed Tomoki Nishihara's barrier, where the heart of the giant golem, which everyone was so actively hunting, was kept. Meanwhile, the rest of the team arrived at the hidden area with Satoru. The head of Shirosaki was very annoyed because, despite the fact that they had rushed with all their might, it seemed that the bandits had managed to escape. The main character immediately pointed out that not much time had passed since the Blood Tower had entered. They also concluded that there were no monsters here at all, and the road was completely straight, so they should catch up with Takumi's team very soon. Nanis decided to ask Aram if she had any idea where their enemies could have gotten information about the hidden zone. The girl herself could only guess, but she also suspected that Starfield was behind these people. The hunter was so shocked by this turn of events that she stopped abruptly and repeated the name of the well-known organization aloud. She couldn't understand how a top international guild could have gotten involved with killers like the Blood Tower. Ares did not hide anything and admitted that most likely her mother was the main reason. Upon hearing this information, the main character began to connect all the recent events into a fairly logical chain. The guy looked closely at his partner, thinking that the upcoming trip would definitely not be so easy. Now he was sure that it wasn't the migrating golem's cores that would play a key role in this battle, but Ares herself. Masato, on the other hand, couldn't wait any longer. So he suggested that everyone hurry up, because it was easier to get all the information out of the scum from the Blood Tower than to waste time guessing. He now also clearly understood where the Blood Tower got its shadow movement skill, since Starfield was behind these bandits. Only Satoru could barely keep up with all his comrades because of his poor physical condition. The head of Shirosaki finally decided to ask what kind of weirdo was running alongside the young man all the time, and he replied that it was a familiar given to him by Haruto-senpai. Upon hearing this story, Masato merely smiled at the familiar in the form of a snow golem. Nanase couldn't understand why our hero decided to give such a valuable item to her brother, so the guy had to come up with a speech about how Satoru was a very valuable member of the group. The girl did not object to Mr. Sano's words, and only smiled slightly at his latest noble deed. At that moment, Satoru stopped abruptly because he saw a bright golden light under his feet. The young man did not know what it was, so he froze, not daring to take the next step. It turned out that all of our heroes had fallen under the influence of a hidden magic seal. Everyone who entered this circle was immediately teleported to an unknown destination. The main character immediately rushed forward when he saw that Satoru had literally vanished into thin air. Nanis immediately rushed ahead of the guy because she was very worried about her brother. In the end, the entire squad found themselves trapped inside the magic circle, directly affected by this mysterious and frightening seal. Haruto still couldn't understand what was going on, so he stared in surprise at the golden glow. All the members of the group froze when they saw the mysterious pattern on the ground. Nanas and our hero desperately tried to shout to Satoru and the head of Shirosaki, but all their attempts were in vain. The young man did not understand how this could have happened, because they had just been following their teammates. But now, they were nowhere to be seen. At that very moment, Haruto heard a blood-curdling roar coming from very close by. Then, a huge dragon suddenly appeared from the shadows, its silhouette inspiring terror and filling the entire space. It was already raising its clawed paw over Haruto, ready to strike at any moment. The main character was overcome with primal fear at the sight of this monster. So he froze in place, not understanding where it had come from. Nanase instantly reacted to the danger, and, ahead of everyone else, was the first to attack the dragon. The huntress decided to use the witch's blade against such a formidable opponent, and was able to cut off the monster's head without any trouble. The monster's carcass crashed to the ground with a deafening roar, and at that moment, streams of thick blood spurted in all directions. The main character immediately wondered how a dinosaur-like monster had appeared here, and Ares immediately began to suspect that they had been transported to a completely different dungeon. The girl warned her companions that they had probably entered a multi-dimensional dungeon. Haruto was even more confused when he heard the hunter's assumptions and asked what that meant. Nanase, on the other hand, thought that couldn't be possible, because she had heard that multi-dimensional dungeons had been completely destroyed during the Great Disaster 15 years ago. Ares confirmed that her mother had sealed them all, but now one of them had been reopened, just like the hidden area in the Snow Mountains. She explained that magical circles had been installed in the multi-dimensional dungeons, connecting them to different dimensions. When the seal is activated, a portal opens, connecting this world with other dimensions. So there is a risk that the entire team has ended up in an extremely dangerous dungeon. Now Nanase began to understand better why Ms. Nishihara had set up a barrier in this particular area. Then the main character asked where Satoru and the head of Shirosaki were in that case, and Ares explained that the guys were probably in a dungeon in another dimension. The girl explained that they would reach the heart of the giant golem if they passed through each zone in sequence. Haruto was glad that they had at least some chance, so he immediately suggested that everyone hurry through this place. But it wasn't that easy, because literally a moment later, he encountered new obstacles. They were huge dinosaurs that swept away absolutely everything in their path with relentless power. Our hero stood directly in the path of the monsters, who clearly had no intention of stopping. Moore noted that it was easy to say that they needed to clear the area, but doing so would be quite difficult. While a battle with the dinosaurs was unfolding in this space, absolute chaos reigned in reality. Furious snow golems destroyed absolutely everything that came into their hands. The hunters immediately responded to the breach, so they were already on site, destroying the monsters and rescuing defenseless people. Very soon they began to realize that if they did not destroy the core, all their efforts would be futile. That is why they asked the mages to use area attacks. But the problem was that there was not enough mana for such strikes. In fact, the hunters were already on the verge of defeat, and regretted that the guy who always replenished their mana was not there. The warriors never thought that one day they would need a mana carrier so badly. There were so many monsters that they didn't even have time to notice new enemies coming up behind them. At that moment, a new hunter arrived and was able to cut the golem in half with a single swing of his blade. After that, he landed safely on the ground, avoiding all the stone fragments. One of the guys immediately thanked their savior and was surprised when he realized that he was a foreigner. The hunter explained that he was here on a business trip and simply couldn't stand by and watch as the monsters destroyed everything around them. The guys now understood why he wasn't wearing a combat suit, and noted that the guy's Japanese was pretty good. Then the stranger decided to ask about the Mononos they had been talking about earlier, because it sounded rather unusual. The hunters replied that it didn't matter, because they were just remembering a low-level colleague who couldn't fight and only generated mana endlessly. The foreigner asked where he could meet this person, but the guys explained that they hadn't seen him in a long time and didn't know where he might be. In turn, the hunter from another country thought about how he had never heard of such a skill before. At that moment, he heard someone shouting behind him and immediately decided to see what was going on. Two men were standing on the roof, exuding a strong aura, which immediately drew everyone's attention. It turned out that they were Takuchi Goklas and Shinoda Makoto, the heads of the Takuchi and Taiken guilds, whom the foreigner immediately recognized. With a nervous smile on his face, he thought that it seemed like they were in for quite an interesting spectacle. Meanwhile, the men had already seen that the giant golem was indeed present, so there was no doubt in that the Snow Mountain dungeon had been breached. Makoto noted with a sneer that this was the perfect opponent for Takeuchi, while Goklas himself was angry at his comrade, who was literally obsessed with dungeons. In the end, the hunter rushed forward and asked the head of Shirosaki to tell the chairman that the reward for this job would be taken from the S-Class equipment warehouse. Before facing his enemy, Goklas used his skill and covered himself with stone armor. So now he himself resembled a real golem. He crashed to the ground with a deafening roar, causing huge cobblestones to fly in all directions. From the outside, the hunter looked quite intimidating, his powerful figure and fierce gaze betraying him as an experienced fighter who was used to destroying any opponent in his path. The giant golem immediately rushed towards Goklas, intending to crush him, just like all his previous opponents. With confidence in his voice, the hunter declared that not all stones are created equal, so the monster was nothing but a mere trifle. He only needed a few blows to deal with any golem in his path. Goklas literally flew down the street with the monsters, cutting through the air in front of him. Makoto, in turn, was a reliable support, and was preparing for a powerful spell all this time. He gathered all his mana to make a decisive move and deliver a crushing blow to the enemy. This powerful stream of energy also swept through the streets of the city in a second, heading towards its target. Goklas felt this power above his head, and laughed at the fact that this old man seemed to be able to kill everyone on his own. Meanwhile, the giant golem was very close to the man, and had no intention of stopping. The monster swung its huge fist to strike the hunter directly, and the shadow of its massive hand completely covered the man. Goklas was not afraid at all, because he was sure that the monster had no chance of defeating him. He used his power-up, and the armor on his arm was covered with spikes, which made his attacks even more dangerous. Their fists clashed in a powerful confrontation, sending a considerable shockwave rippling through the surrounding area. The giant golem couldn't understand what was happening, because his entire body suddenly began to crack. At that moment, Makoto's attack flew into it, destroying half of the stone monster. After such powerful attacks, the stone monster simply crumbled to dust, and the magical core finally appeared. Goklas immediately grabbed the crystal, because he wasn't going to give his comrade the opportunity to get around him and kill the boss himself. He slowly clenched his massive fingers and easily crushed the red core with his stone hand. Sonoda Makoto sighed calmly with a slight smile on his face when he saw the notification that the boss had been defeated and the rift had been successfully sealed. The other hunters were also incredibly happy when they realized that all this horror was finally over. Meanwhile, someone used the Control and F skills to check on Takuchi and found out that he did not possess the Control skill. It turned out to be the same foreigner who was amazed that Japan's best hunter and the head of the Midas Guild had cleared this dungeon in less than 10 minutes. The guy wrote everything down in his notebook because it's rare to see someone capable of such a feat without the cursed skills. After that, he slammed his notebook shut because he remembered that the man with the Control and Z skills had not yet returned from the dungeon. The stranger hoped that the girl was still alive, unaware that this was apparently not the case. Now the events returned 20 minutes ago to the dungeon, which was overrun by zombies. The horde of the Walking Dead kept pouring out of the tunnel and seemed to have no end. Takumi explained that they had no information about what would happen next, so they would have to rely on luck alone. The man noted that this dimension seemed fairly simple, so perhaps they were lucky this time. The long sword was quite helpful in their battle, as it could easily destroy several opponents at once. The attacks were so powerful that they simply scattered the zombies throughout the dungeon. Thus, their team managed to clear the hidden area and could now move on to the boss arena. Now all they had to do was wait for their final opponent to appear before them. Suddenly, massive doors covered with ancient symbols appeared before the team. The other hunters from the Blood Tower rejoiced when they saw that they had finally reached the final boss after such a long journey. Apparently, the key from the previous stage was needed to proceed further. The cold metal slid into the mechanism and a sharp click echoed throughout the hall. The doors opened successfully, and the whole team entered the mysterious dark hall. Here they were greeted by majestic statues of gods, who seemed to be watching every step of the uninvited guests. The hunters began to fear that they had come here too early and the boss had not yet had time to revive. Sarah couldn't understand what her teammates were talking about, because she personally felt that the air had become heavy, as if something was pressing down on her from all sides. The girl saw that no one else noticed this, and simply thought that the others had already gotten used to such an oppressive aura. Meanwhile, the hunter decided that the boss wasn't here after all, so they could just take the reward and get out of there. Before the guy could finish his sentence, the monster's huge paw simply crushed him. The monster only felt the moisture of the pathetic little man's blood under its foot. This creature resembled all the divine statues that adorned this hall. Only now did the bandits realize that the boss had been nearby all along, and that the other deities could also come to life. And so it happened, and the huge statues of the gods slowly descended from their pedestals straight to the warriors, who dared to disturb their peace. Sarah froze in fear when she saw all this horror, and Takumi immediately noticed his partner's reaction. She couldn't take her eyes off her crushed partner, who was still breathing. The man couldn't understand why his partner was acting this way, because she had seen people die many times before. Takumi shouted at the girl to finally pull herself together, because there was still a chance to save her living comrade. Only now did his partner finally come to her senses, forgetting her fear and tears. Finally, Sarah rushed forward to the wounded man to restore his crushed body to its original state. She immediately took out a mana battery to replenish her strength before such a difficult task. Suddenly, the girl discovered that she had almost nothing left in her reserves. It turned out that all this time, the mana had simply been leaking away, even though the seal on the batteries could not be removed even with high-level dissipation. Sarah couldn't understand what was happening to their equipment, and noticed that all the energy was flowing in one direction. Meanwhile, the enemy's heavy stone fists repeatedly struck the wounded warriors. Takumi in turn desperately tried to calm his men down so that they would attack, because their opponents were just ordinary golems. The hunter went forward first, and with the help of his longsword, was able to cut down the first deity without any problems. He asked his companions to use mines for large monsters, but the problem was that neither mines nor skills worked in this place. At that moment, one of the golems attacked another hunter who did not have time to react to the sudden threat. This happened right in front of Takumi, who had to try hard not to follow his comrade. Now, even the head of the Blood Tower himself began to panic, as it seemed that their plan was beginning to fall apart. At that moment, a huge stone hand clenched with a terrifying crunch, and all that remained of the once living man was a shapeless pile of broken bones and flesh. The man froze in place and watched as the golems continued to destroy his team. An icy horror gripped his heart, as the last hope for his team's salvation finally disappeared under the blows of these stone gods. Takumi knew perfectly well that he could not defeat such powerful opponents alone. After dealing with the other hunters, the golems surrounded the head of the Blood Tower on all sides. He didn't wait long and immediately used the longsword level release to at least try to resist these enemies. The system immediately reported that the hunter did not have enough mana for the level release, even though his level exceeded 300. At that very moment, a huge fist cut through the air with a dull whistle, and was already approaching Takumi. With a crash, all that power crashed down on the hunter, who was unable to resist it. Meanwhile, Sarah decided to follow the flow of mana and arrived at the place where it was gathering. In the middle of the hall stood a huge obelisk that absorbed all the energy around it. The girl approached this strange object, trying to understand what it was. She gently touched the white cube lying on the pedestal. It turned out that the heart of the giant golem had been hidden here all this time, but it was strange that this artifact absorbed mana instead of generating it. At that moment, the artifact began to pulsate strangely, which definitely did not bode well. Sarah immediately noticed this strange behavior of the golem's heart. Seeing this, the girl tried to run away from the pedestal to a safe distance. In the end, the magic crystal fired a shot in her direction, and a dazzling beam of energy instantly pierced the air. She didn't manage to run away from the giant golem's heart in time, so the concentrated mana hit her body directly. Sarah couldn't stay on her feet from such a strong shock, so she clumsily slid down the steps. The girl cried out in pain as a sharp pain pierced her body from falling directly on her injured body part. The stone deities had already spotted the remaining survivor, so they moved closer to Sarah. The golems did not hesitate for long and already swung their stone blades to finish off the last human. All this time, the girl lay motionless on the ground, unable to hide from the attack. At that moment, the shadows on the cold floor suddenly separated from the stone, and their ghostly tentacles spread out in different directions. It turned out to be Takumi's ability, who managed to move to his partner in time and stop his opponent's stone hand with his longsword. The iron taste of metal instantly filled the man's mouth, due to the strong pressure of the golem. Despite this, the head of the Blood Tower was able to retrieve an advanced healing potion. He quickly poured the contents directly onto Sarah's wound to support her injured body. After that, Takumi quickly picked up the girl in his arms to escape from there as quickly as possible. At that moment, the system announced that the giant golem's heart had awakened, so the boss battle was about to begin. The man couldn't understand why all this was happening, but it was too late to think about it because the exit was already closing. He immediately decided to use the shadow movement skill to try to escape from a battle he knew he would lose. Then the system warned that Takumi didn't even have enough mana for that ability. Takumi realized that they had no time left for these pointless thoughts, so he ran forward at full speed. The gap in the door was getting smaller and smaller, and with it, all hope of salvation was disappearing. The man understood perfectly well that at this rate, they would be stuck here with his partner. Then the bandit pulled Sarah off his shoulder and grabbed her clothes tightly. With all his strength, he threw the girl forward so that at least she could get out of this trap. The plan worked, and his partner flew through the small gap without any problems. Due to her severe injury, Sarah was unable to regroup, so she flew a few more meters forward. In tears, the girl looked at her boss and savior and asked why he had done this. With a smile, Takumi explained that if she survived, she would be able to fix everything with her abilities. After that, the doors closed completely, separating the partners on different sides. In tears, Sarah called her friend a complete fool, because she was not a hunter and did not know how to absorb mana on her own. The girl was already thinking about what would happen to her mom and dad if she died. But at that moment, she suddenly felt warmth from the flow of mana. She opened her eyes and saw Haruto's face in front of her. But she didn't understand who he was. After looking closely, Sarah realized that it was the hunter who had distributed mana to everyone during the dungeon runs. Finally, she began to feel her body gradually regaining strength. The main character was as focused as possible on the process in order to help the victim. When the girl came to, Haruto asked if she would be able to restore her body if she had enough mana. Sarah was incredibly shocked because she didn't expect anyone else to know about her skill. Meanwhile, Masato continued to be upset that they couldn't open some damn door, even though they had come such a long way. Ares explained that if there were still hunters inside undergoing the trial, the door would not open on its own, because it required a key, which our heroes did not have. The head of Shirosaki became even more angry because he realized that they should have defeated the resurrected wandering golem first, and then come here. Finally, he calmed down and looked at Sarah, who had already been handcuffed, asking who she was. Then he was told that this girl was apparently the chief healer of the Blood Tower Guild, and had been able to heal her own mortal wound thanks to Mr. Sano's mana. She was also handcuffed with special handcuffs that suppressed her mana, so that they could interrogate the bandits' ally when they left, which was quite a difficult task. Masato was afraid that they might be trapped here, which was confirmed by Ares, causing the leader to panic even more as he began to understand why so many people had gone missing in this dungeon. The main character also began to worry, because he couldn't understand whether he should use the key he had copied after defeating the boss. He rummaged through his inventory and spent a long time looking at all the items he had already managed to collect. Haruto finally took out the key and thought that he should just say that this item was lying somewhere nearby. Meanwhile, Ares carefully examined the keyhole and thought that if this was the door her mother had sealed, then there must be something inside. Suddenly, the gate reacted to the girl's touch and lit up with a green glow. A bright emerald glow instantly spread across the entire surface of the stone, illuminating the ancient symbols. Finally, the doors opened as the whole team watched in shock at this unexpected turn of events. Nanas asked how her partner had done it, and she explained that she had put on a cloak that belonged to her mother, and it seemed to have reacted with the door. The main character was now certain that Ares was the key to this dungeon, and he thought that he would have to explore this entire multidimensional labyrinth with her. In turn, Satoru also felt an eerie pressure when he went inside, which is why the mini-golem tried to support him. Nanas asked her partners to be careful, because their mana would also begin to disappear when they entered. The main character immediately guessed that Sarah had been warning them about this from the very beginning. She said that the giant golem's heart absorbs all the mana around it, and seems to convert it into its own ability. Haruto instantly became lost in thought, trying frantically to figure out what plan of action would be appropriate in this situation. Sarah, in turn, began to panic, and asked everyone to leave quickly, because even a high-level hunter would be powerless without high-level mana. Meanwhile, the stone deities were already close to Satoru, who was confused when he saw all these giants. Nanas immediately reacted to the threat and asked our hero for mana so that she could attack the opponent. The main character wasted no time and used his abilities to replenish his partner's reserves. He was absolutely certain that now all his enemies would tremble before the incredible power of the Manono. The guy used the copy and paste skills dozens of times to make sure there was enough mana. His ability could copy mana indefinitely, so absolutely all of his teammates were provided with energy. In the end, there was so much mana that it filled the entire space around them. Sarah was shocked when she saw such an amazing phenomenon, because she didn't even know that someone was capable of generating such an amount of energy, even though it was being absorbed at an incredible speed. With admiration in her eyes, the girl looked at the main character, who was now her only hope. Now she understood that with Haruto's help, she could definitely help her parents. Nanas thanked the young man for his significant help, because it was definitely enough to defeat these statues. She used the witch's blade against the enemy, easily cutting its massive stone body in half with one precise and very powerful blow. Masato was also confident in his abilities, because for him these enemies were nothing more than cobblestones, pieces of stone if he had enough mana. He, in turn, used the Dark Thunder Spear, tearing one of the golems to pieces. All these numerous stone fragments fell with a deafening roar onto the cold ground, raising a cloud of dust around them. But the giant living statues did not stop there, and new enemies kept approaching our heroes. The head of Shirazaki was glad that the monster had brought his friends, because he was so pissed off by this dungeon that he now wanted to go all out. Now he used Dark Thunderstorm to destroy all his enemies in one fell swoop. Sarah, who couldn't fight or help, looked around the whole time to find Takumi. The wounded man was lying under one of the walls and showed no signs of life yet. Coming closer, the girl saw that her partner's hand had been torn off during the battle, but he was still breathing. She immediately thought that Takumi could still be restored to his original state, since he had managed to survive. The main character also approached the wounded bandit to check on his condition. He looked at this man with discontent in his eyes, a man who had recently dared to steal the legendary weapon right from under his nose. The guy didn't pay any attention to Takumi's condition and immediately grabbed the blade lying next to him. The main character immediately saw that the strength of the Coresian dragon longsword had indeed been completely restored. Then he looked at Sarah, because he was sure that this girl possessed the cursed ability, and now he was going to copy her useful skill. But the young man decided not to rush into this task and wanted to try something else first. He touched Takumi, who was lying unconscious, and tried to copy the shadow movement skill. But his level was lower than the target's, so nothing happened. Then the system reported that because the target was extremely hostile towards the user, there were two options for obtaining the ability. For this reason, the main character could either destroy the target and simply absorb the skill, or forcibly absorb the ability. But Takumi himself would never be able to use shadow movement again. In fact, Haruto didn't even know that he could kill his enemy to obtain the skill, but he was in no hurry to do so, because he understood that the wounded bandit definitely had less than 15% health, so he could absorb the ability without killing anyone. Meanwhile, the head of Shirosaki appeared nearby and asked Sarah to heal her partner to the point where he could walk on his own, but no more. Masato, freeing the girl from her handcuffs, explained that he still had a lot of questions for this man, and that if he escaped, it would end badly for both participants in the Blood Tower. Sarah cautiously looked at Haruto, who nodded and signaled that he was ready to help her. Having received enough mana, she immediately began treating Takumi. The main character was shocked when he saw that his severed arm had indeed grown back instantly. Haruto immediately thought that this skill could be compared to his own, because the girl literally knew how to copy the body. Meanwhile, Takumi finally came to his senses and coughed up all the blood that had collected in his mouth. Sarah immediately asked why the old man was smiling so foolishly, and he reminded her that he had warned her that they would both survive. The girl did not respond and simply turned away to leave. Our heroes didn't take any chances, and immediately handcuffed the criminal so he wouldn't dare run away. Nanase herself hoped that the man would manage to escape so that she would have a legitimate reason to finish him off. But he no longer objected to anything because he just wanted them to finally be taken out of this hell. At that moment, Takumi turned around and noted that all this chaos was about to begin very soon. The pedestal on which the giant golem's heart stood lit up with a bright red light. For a while, our heroes just stood and watched this amazing phenomenon. Takumi was the first to react, as he already knew how this artifact worked, so he immediately rushed away. Nanase was unhappy that this scoundrel had not warned her of the danger, and only managed to raise her weapon in front of her to defend herself. This stream of mana swept away absolutely everything in its path, including the girl herself. Satoru immediately rushed over, because he was incredibly worried about his sister, fearing that she could be seriously injured by such an attack. Meanwhile, the giant golem's heart seemed to have no intention of stopping, and continued to release mana over and over again. The main character tried to catch up with his companion so that he would not fall victim to another blow from the artifact. Only now did Satoru realize that he was running straight into the magical projectile that was already approaching him. The assistant golem instantly tried to save his master from imminent injury, so he confidently jumped forward. Meanwhile, the events shift back 30 minutes to the multidimensional skeleton dungeon, where our heroes were trying to reach the hidden area. The head of Shirosaki destroyed entire groups of monsters in a second, leaving behind a huge number of crystals, which were the golem's favorite treat. Masato didn't mind their little helper snacking on them, because these stones were worth only pennies. The golem was very happy with this permission, so he immediately began to eat these monster cores. Now he had reached the second level, improving his shapeshift and synchronization of feeling skills. Satoru saw that his cute partner had leveled up and approached him to praise him. Then the golem reacted strangely to the guy's touch and wrapped stones around his hand. The events returned to the present, where everyone froze in anticipation after the enemy's powerful blow. Satoru was able to successfully protect his sister, because the golem turned into stone armor that protected him from injury. The main character was shocked when he saw that the handler had merged with his comrade, because he did not yet know that the hand monster had leveled up in such a short time. In turn, the head of Shirosaki noticed that it was all too similar to Master Takeuchi's stone armor skill, and was surprised that the core of the migrating golem was also capable of evolving. Meanwhile, new projectiles flew toward Masato and began to pierce his powerful shield. He managed to dodge the deadly attack in time, so the powerful blow only grazed his shoulder. Ares shouted for the head of Shirosaki to be more careful, because this beam consists of high-density mana. She explained that this gave the projectiles penetrating power, so defensive magic would not be able to repel them. Nanase noted that now they could block their opponent physically, so there was still a chance of victory. Having solved the main mystery of these shells, the girl was no longer afraid. She quickly used the Witch's Blade skill and was able to repel the powerful attack. The main character now understood that Ms. Nanase was right, and that due to the high density of mana, the beam could be blocked with a sword or shield. However, even if they held their ground, the team would still be unable to advance, so they had to take further action. The problem was that because Haruto was endlessly generating mana, the giant golem's heart continued to shoot beams. Now they had to somehow get close to the artifact and destroy it, otherwise everyone would die right there. Only now did our hero remember that he now knew how to move in the shadows. In addition, the guy had already seen how the head of the Blood Tower was able to use movement even in the web of the Great Spider. Haruto understood that this was how he could use this skill without attracting attention, and hid in the cocoon. However, Moore, who was nearby, noticed that the main character had suddenly disappeared. In turn, the young man successfully moved to the heart of the giant golem with the help of the shadows. Haruto deftly ended up on the other side to avoid the crushing blow. The main character was able to reach the heart without any problems and was now going to use the Kwayashi vibration to destroy it. The young man put all his strength into this attack in order to finally get out of this hall. The giant golem's heart immediately reacted to the blow and threw Haruto aside. It turned out that the artifact compressed the mana and caused it to explode, injuring him. Haruto was finally enraged by the fact that the treacherous heart was going to kill him with his own mana, so he decided to take revenge. The young man decided to use the Great Spider's web to envelop the artifacts from all sides. The result was a huge and incredibly dense cocoon that successfully withstood all attacks with remarkable ease. The other guys were shocked when they saw that the giant golem's heartbeats had indeed stopped. Saruto looked at his friend with admiration, who had once again shown everyone his superior skills. In the end, it turned out that even this was not enough to hold back this powerful artifact. The main character warned his teammates that their battle was not over yet. He tried again to use the Great Spider's web to get closer to the heart. The guy paid no attention to all the shells flying past him because he just wanted to touch his target one more time. The strong threads helped him, and he was able to get to the heart. Holding the artifact with his web, Haruto used the Kishi's vibration wave to destroy it completely. Finally, the first crack appeared on the glass cube that protected the heart of the giant golem. After that, the web released the core of the dungeon and it began to rapidly fall apart. In the end, the ancient heart itself also broke in half with a loud crunch. Immediately after that, a dazzling flash appeared in the center of the hall, blinding Haruto for a few seconds. Finally, the system announced that the heart of the giant golem had been destroyed, and the dungeon had been cleared. After that, the main character received a huge number of notifications that he had leveled up. As a reward, he also received the heart of the giant golem, which could skillfully generate and absorb mana indefinitely to the limit. Haruto was a little disappointed because he didn't need such abilities, but he copied the item just in case. This improved his copy skill, and now he automatically copied all available objects. At that moment, Satoru appeared next to him, who had believed from the very beginning that Haruto-senpai would succeed. Other team members also approached him to discuss what had happened. Chief Shirosaki noted that they had somehow managed to stop the giant golem's heart, and praised our hero for his work, although the young man himself believed that he had defeated their enemy on his own. Nanase emphasized that her colleague should praise her properly if he was going to do it, otherwise it would sound too petty. Finally, Masato cleared his throat and told Haruto that after his return, he wanted to have a serious talk about their cooperation. The main character immediately said that he would not mind selling the giant golem's heart, which the hunter had not even expected. Nanase tried to stop the young man and warned him that it would be better to discuss such an important topic after their return. The head of Shirosaki was unhappy that she was interfering in their business relationship, but the girl was not going to let him conduct his affairs on the sly. Finally, the whole team decided to take a break after such an exhausting battle. Then, the main character decided to give Ms. Aries a memento of her parents, and apologized for taking so long to return the relic. With tears in her eyes, the girl noted that it was no big deal, because Haruto had kept his word anyway. At that moment, Moore finally decided to ask how the young man was able to use the same skill as the lava of the Blood Tower. Masato agreed with his partner, because he also saw how our hero moved a long distance in an instant. Haruto was taken aback by such direct questions, and began to lie, saying that it was the Great Spider's web skill, which allowed him to move quickly by clinging to the threads. Moore still didn't seem to trust the young man, because it all sounded too strange. Nanase suggested discussing everything that had happened later, because for now they had to finally get out of this dungeon and urgently deliver the intruders to the association for questioning. Meanwhile, Takumi hinted to Sarah that now she had to repay him for saving her life, so he ordered her to return the dungeon to its original state right away. The girl couldn't believe that her boss was serious about this, and emphasized that this would be the last time. Then the head of the Blood Tower asked if she had already found a new mana supplier, reminding her of their contract. He reminded her of the bracelet on Sarah's wrist, which was their eternal bond that could not be broken, and the sworn agreement of the Atom's ring. As long as this agreement existed, the girl would not be able to break away from Takumi, and her parents' lives were also in this man's hands. With a crazed look in his eyes, the bandit again ordered his partner to return everything, because he had recently saved her at the cost of his own life. So now it was time to settle the score. He understood that the amount of mana here should be more than enough for her skill. In the end, Sarah realized that she had no other choice and began to absorb energy from the space around her. The main character immediately noticed that something was wrong and guessed what they were up to. The girl did not hesitate any longer and used her ability to return to the dungeon. Haruto shouted for everyone to hurry out of the dungeon because the intruders were about to roll it back again. Aries understood that in this case, they could be thrown into any dimension, which was too dangerous. The situation was too dangerous, so our hero used Shadow Shift again. In just a couple of seconds, he moved closer to Sarah and tried to stop her. The girl, however, did not react to this and continued to roll back the dungeon. The main character, making his way through the stream of mana, desperately tried to find out why she was doing all this. Sarah did not answer and looked at the young man with tears in her eyes, her trembling gaze revealing deep sadness and fear. Even Haruto couldn't stop her, so she went all the way to the end. In the end, the main character managed to pull the girl out and interrupt the collapse. The entire dungeon around them continued to collapse chaotically, throwing huge boulders into the air. Ares protected everyone else with her shield so that they would not be harmed by what was happening around them. In the end, the whole team was literally thrown somewhere far beyond the collapsing dungeon. Thus, they all found themselves in a completely different dimension. The magic shield saved them all from a rapid fall that they would certainly not have survived. Now the hunters watched in amazement as a strange crack appeared in the sky above them. Satoru was terribly frightened because he realized that Haruto-senpai had been left behind in the dungeon. Nanase, in turn, realized that they were in the sky above Tokyo, while Ares couldn't explain how they got there. At that moment, the girl heard a familiar voice behind her, which immediately pulled her out of her thoughts. It was her father, the head of the Synod, who was surprised to see their team in this place. Masato also couldn't understand how his colleague had appeared here, until the old man asked if they had managed to get through the dungeon. In addition, Makoto had already noticed that many members of the team were not there. The head of Shirosaki was about to tell them about the adventure they had experienced, but he was immediately interrupted. Nanas looked at the gap in the sky and couldn't stop thinking about Mr. Sano staying behind. All this time, Takumi couldn't understand why the dungeon hadn't returned to its original state. Sarah, who was now trembling with fear because of her failure, explained that our hero had interfered with her, so she couldn't finish the rollback. The man believed that it didn't matter anyway, because the others had already disappeared and the shackles were no longer on them. Now all that was left was to get the heart of the giant golem, which happened to be in Haruto's possession. The main character obviously had no intention of giving the artifact to this bandit. Suddenly, the system informed the guy that this item was not found in his inventory, which made him literally freeze in place and not know what to do next. Sarah, seeing Haruto's reaction, realized that she might have rolled back not the dungeon, but the young man himself. Our hero hoped that this was just a silly joke, because his memory and physical condition had not changed in any way. In any case, he decided to look at his status window, and saw that his level had also rolled back to the very beginning. Haruto decided to see what had happened to his cursed skill, and found that it had also returned to its initial state, but one unconfirmed item had been found for insertion. Before the main character had time to see what he had left, Takumi's sword had already cut through his body. The man also realized that the young man's level had returned to its original state, which only made his task easier. Haruto calmed down because he understood that the curse had not disappeared, so he himself could have been the unknown object to be copied before he was rolled away. He understood that in this case, it would be better for him to surrender to Takumi and be defeated. But suddenly someone stopped his opponent's blade. It turned out that Moore had also remained in the dungeon and came to the young man's aid in time. Takumi immediately recognized him as the guy from the International Hunters Association, and didn't actually suspect that anyone else was still here. The main character was shocked when he saw his partner and asked why he was here. Moore shouted for Haruto to run away right now and leave this bandit to him. The young man had no intention of abandoning his comrade in this deadly trap. Takumi, in turn, believed that this hunter was too confident in himself, since he had gone against him. He called Moore nothing more than dirt under his fingernails, and easily knocked his sword aside. They clashed in a fierce battle, and the bandit emphasized that his opponent should not be distracted. In the end, the guy inflicted the most severe wounds, and his blade broke into pieces. The main character helplessly watched as his partner flew sideways at full speed and hit a rock. Takumi had no intention of stopping, because he was determined to destroy this stupid office. Moore realized that his opponent was too fast, so he simply wouldn't have time to dodge his attack. In the end, Haruto took the blow because he was going to be reborn anyway. Bleeding profusely and having completely exhausted all his life force, the young man fell lifelessly to the cold ground. Moore couldn't understand why his comrade had acted this way, but our hero explained that Takumi was his personal prey, and he didn't need any extra help. The bandit was unhappy that Haruto was saying such things about him, so he finally delivered the fatal blow. The hunter fell to his knees in complete despair when he saw with his own eyes what had happened to the main character. For several seconds, everyone present stared in complete, deathly silence at Haruto's motionless, severed body. Takumi was delighted to see that all the items remained in the guy's inventory, even though he himself had returned to his previous state. After that, he turned to Sarah, who was scared to death, and emphasized that now the girl must understand that she can only count on him. The man asked his partner not to look at him like that, because he was sure that Haruto had fallen into despair when his progress was rolled back to the very beginning. Suddenly, he felt a sharp cut on his arm, and the main character's voice thanked him for his death. The bandit grabbed his bleeding hand, which a few seconds ago had been holding the giant golem's heart. He fell to the ground in heavy helplessness, and now forgot absolutely everything in the world, because of this incredible pain. The reborn Haruto admitted that he was afraid that Takumi didn't have the guts to finish him off after all. Sarah and Moore were so bewildered that they didn't even know what to say when they saw their friend safe and sound. The man couldn't understand how this could have happened, because he had just killed the guy with his own hands. Finally, he found the strength to grab his sword again and engage Haruto in battle. The bandit couldn't understand what the main character was really like, who was not only able to survive a deadly blow so easily, but also completely regain his former form in a matter of seconds. Haruto used the great spider's web, but Takumi was not afraid of it, because he had already managed to escape from such a trap before. Suddenly, the man discovered that the shadow shift skill was missing and could not be used. Then he ordered Sarah to roll back the dungeon again, but she screamed that she would never do it. Takumi, contorting his face into a malicious grimace, began to shower the girl with poisonous insults, and finally reminded her of the unbreakable terms of their Adam's ring contract. He ordered Sarah to roll back the dungeon again, after which the bracelet on her hand glowed with a golden light, causing her severe pain. Seeing this, the main character finally realized why she had always obeyed this scoundrel. The whole problem was just this gold jewelry on the girl's hand. Haruto didn't waste a single second and rushed over to her. Sarah looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared in front of her with fear. Then the main character fearlessly grabbed her hand to destroy the bracelet. He used the Kwayashi vibration wave and instantly freed the girl from her torment. Hot tears kept streaming down Sarah's cheeks as she couldn't believe she was finally free. Takumi frantically yelled at our hero that he had to stop, or else he would simply twist his head off. Having dealt with Sarah, the main character decided to finally deal with Takumi and showed him that he had already mastered the skill of moving in the shadows. The bound gangster couldn't do anything to Haruto, so he helplessly watched his attack. The guy didn't bother with subtleties and struck Takumi blow after blow to teach him a lesson for all his actions. The man could no longer stand firmly on his feet after such numerous and serious injuries, so he collapsed heavily. Moore stood behind Haruto, still puzzled, trying to understand how this was possible. The main character considered Takumi pathetic because he had caused a whole underground breakthrough over some petty thing. Sarah froze and watched to see what Haruto was going to do to her boss. The hunter also understood what Haruto was about to do at this decisive moment. The guy used the Kwayashi vibration wave and destroyed the heart of the giant golem, which had hurt so many people, for which he received a unique reward. It was a small stone that shimmered beautifully and resembled a small diamond. The system reported that our hero had managed to pass through the hidden dungeon. Suddenly, the doors opened in front of the other hunters, who had been unable to proceed further, and they immediately realized that they had passed through the dungeon after all. They immediately went further to see what was going on, but they couldn't find anyone. After going a little deeper, they finally stumbled upon the main character, who was able to figure out this dungeon. His companions couldn't understand why the guy was alone, because they were sure that he should be with the leader of Shirosaki and Ms. Nanase. Haruto explained that he had lost his companions during the cleanup, but they had all stayed together, so there was no need to worry about it. The hunters, seeing the scene around them, were shocked when they realized that the young man had indeed cleared the dungeon alone. The young man himself replied that you could say that, and suggested that his allies return quickly. They successfully exited the dungeon, so the events moved forward a day to a peaceful and calm Tokyo. Haruto gathered with the other hunters to discuss the whole incident. Some of the leaders were already actively discussing something, and seemed quite concerned about it. Shinoda Makoto noted that the fact that the hidden dungeon in the snowy mountains of golems turned out to be multi-dimensional only made things worse. It is said that passing through such a dungeon affects other dimensions, so Go-Class immediately guessed that this was the cause of the breach. Tokuo emphasized that what was more important now was that Ms. Nishihara's seal had been removed, and that the multi-dimensional dungeons were harbingers of the great disaster that had occurred 15 years ago. Hearing this, the others thought that the leader was jumping to conclusions too soon, because they had only encountered one destroyed multi-dimensional dungeon. The old man immediately reminded them that in those days, everyone had said similar naive things, ignoring the real threat. Listening to all this talk, Nanase couldn't take it anymore and slammed her hand on the table. The girl excused herself and explained that they needed to interrogate the members of the Blood Tower Guild as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would not be able to solve this problem anyway. Goklas was unhappy that she was so bold, because while their entire team was away, it was their guild that dealt with the breach, which, incidentally, the guys themselves had caused. Masato calmly apologized to his colleague, explaining that even they themselves had not expected such an outcome, and asked him to calm down. Then the head of the Midas Guild emphasized that he was not saying all this to brag. After that, he approached the main character and asked him directly who he was, since he was able to clear the hidden dungeon on his own, even though no one had ever mentioned such a talented hunter before. Haruto did not reveal anything about himself, which made Goklas even angrier with him, as he thought the young man was mocking him. Then the guy sighed irritably and asked what was required of him. Our hero reminded him that he had cleared the hidden dungeon with minimal losses, and also discovered a dangerous multi-dimensional dungeon, so this was definitely a reason for praise, not interrogation. This angered Goklas even more, so he didn't even try to restrain his abilities. The head of Shirozaki noticed that the situation was heating up quickly, and became concerned that it could end badly. The other hunters also jumped up from their seats because they didn't want anyone to start a fight right there. Finally, someone else intervened and addressed the head of Takeuchi directly, which immediately brought him to his senses. It was Takuo, who emphasized with a frightening coldness in his voice that if the man continued in the same vein, he simply would not receive his rewards for eliminating the dungeon breach. This argument immediately calmed Goklas, so he immediately forgot about the main character. In the end, he returned to his seat, warning the young man that he had simply been lucky this time. For his part, the main character wondered if he could copy the stone armor skill that the fierce hunter had just demonstrated. The events then unfold in the office of the association's chairman, who decided to talk to Haruto in a more relaxed atmosphere. The young man explained that he used to be in the Taiken Guild, but for certain reasons he had to become a freelancer. Tokuo noted that it is difficult for a solo hunter to level up, but in any case, he admired the fact that the young man was able to pass through an extremely dangerous hidden dungeon, and expressed his gratitude on behalf of their organization. The main character thanked the man for his praise, feeling confused because he couldn't believe that the chairman himself had recognized him. Meanwhile, the old man also expressed his gratitude to the International Hunters Association and inquired about the future plans of its representatives. Ares was going to return to the organization to report on everything, but Moore planned to stay here for a while, and, in addition, leave the International Association. In the evening, the main character was finally able to go home to rest a little after such eventful days. He saw that all his friends had also gathered here and couldn't understand what they had forgotten here. Moore announced that he would have to live with Haruto for a while, because he had left the International Hunters Association. Ares was incredibly upset that her closest partner had decided to leave, but he couldn't explain all the reasons yet. Saruto in turn emphasized that he and Podrushny simply could not leave Haruto-senpai. Nanase cleared her throat and asked our hero not to lump her in with all these people, because she had come to convey Sarah Arita's demands. Only now did the young man remember the two thugs and ask where they were now. The girl said that Kurosaki had been detained, and was now undergoing treatment in the hospital because his partner had refused to heal him with her skills. Sarah Arita herself was still in the interrogation room of the Hunters Association, and was exercising her right to remain silent, demanding a personal meeting with Mr. Sano. Upon hearing this news, the main character immediately began to wonder about the fate of the detained girl. Nanase immediately noticed Haruto's strange reaction, and realized that something had definitely happened between him and Sarah. She then decided to also mention that the girl is a member of the popular idol group IF, which finally reminded Haruto where he knew Takumi's comrade from. The main character explained that Sarah was most likely forced to sign a contract so that her skills could be exploited. After looking around the whole company, Haruto finally decided to ask what the head of Shirosaki was doing there. Masato emphasized that there was only one reason why he had come to this small room, and Moore, guessing, pointed out that our hero had destroyed the heart of the giant golem back in the dungeon. Nanase and Mr. Shirosaki himself couldn't believe their ears when they heard that something like this had happened in their absence. Ares and Saruto were also puzzled, because they did not understand why their partner had taken such a step. Masato thought that the main character had simply gone mad, since he decided to destroy this super rare artifact. Haruto quickly got his bearings and showed him the copied heart of the giant golem. The young man lied that what had actually been destroyed in the dungeon was just a fake. Moore, who was nearby and saw everything with his own eyes, couldn't understand how our hero was able to clear the dungeon. In turn, the head of Shirosaki wasted no time and immediately offered 50 billion for the heart. Nanas also had no intention of backing down and announced that the association was willing to pay as much as 80 billion because this item was definitely worth more than 50. After that, Saruto joined their argument and pointed out to Haruto that rare items start at 100 billion at auctions. Masato was angry that someone was trying to ruin his plans, and reminded them that he had only gone this far because the main character had promised to sell him this artifact. In the end, they spent the whole evening arguing about what price to set for this item, and the head of Shirosaki, losing his temper, offered a whopping 200 billion. When everyone left, the main character was finally able to relax, thinking about how he had actually managed to earn such a huge sum. In addition, Haruto realized that he could secretly put the copied golem's heart up for auction abroad and become obscenely rich. Everything worked out for the best, because now the guy's level had reached almost 300, thanks to clearing the dungeon. Only now did he remember that unique reward, finally putting his thoughts about money aside. The system warned the main character that it was a sealed item, and he had to pour some mana into it to remove the seal. The young man had no problem pouring in energy, so he quickly fulfilled all the conditions. Thus, Haruto was able to obtain one dimension particle, which in the future could become part of the dimension key, opening doors to the desired dimensions. The main character learned that he needed to find 4 more such items and also noticed that this artifact was not copied automatically. Then the system warned the young man that this item was beyond his skills. He was incredibly dissatisfied with this fact, because it meant that he would have to collect all the pieces on his own. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, and Haruto asked who was there. Moore immediately entered and explained that he wanted to clarify something with the hunter Sano. The main character immediately noticed the strange look on his guest's face, which made him tense up. It turned out that the hunter had been holding the blade in his hands all this time, confirming Haruto's suspicions. The young man immediately jumped out of bed and tried to find out what Mr. Moore was up to. It seemed that the uninvited guest had no intention of listening to our hero, and swung his heavy sword furiously. Haruto did not have time to react to this attack, so the sharp blade pierced his body. Meanwhile, the narrative will recount events that took place 15 years ago in Europe. A level 500 drake, considered a lower species of dragon, was rampaging through the streets of London, but its characteristics were comparable to those of higher species. The hunters understood that his main attribute was fire, and they planned to use ice attacks against him. The mage listened to his comrades and quickly closed the distance to Drake. Then, without hesitation, the fighter used a devastating ice explosion against his opponent. Despite this, the dragon was able to destroy all the ice projectiles without any problems and protect itself. The hunters were shocked to see that their partner had not even left a scratch on the monster, and now they could not understand where this high-ranking creature had come from. Meanwhile, Drake did not waste any time, and, letting out a deafening roar, released a powerful stream of furious fire directly from his mouth. In the end, some of the warriors did not have time to hide from this attack, and they were all burned alive. The dragon burned absolutely everyone in its path, and it seemed that no one could stop this monster. It turns out that the hunter Moore was also present, watching all this horror from above. His partner shouted for the boy to run with him, because they urgently needed to defeat the dragon. They saw how the appearance of super strong monsters outside the dungeon turned the world into a living hell. Moore was a novice hunter who had just awakened and had already resigned himself to inevitable death, but then he appeared. A more experienced warrior appeared and asked the young man if he was okay. He looked at the boy with an unexpectedly warm smile and reliably shielded him with his broad back from the unimaginable horror that was happening below. Moore's face changed instantly, for he immediately recognized this legendary hunter. It was none other than the greatest hunter in the world, Frederick Hugh. The young man hoped that they would finally be saved. But Drake didn't think so and bit the old man in half. Moore fell to the floor with a blood-curdling scream of horror, while the hunter's hot blood continued to pour profusely over his face and clothes. The dragon slowly turned its massive head and its eyes fixed on the boy. At that moment, someone finally intervened in the fight, and a fountain of blood spurted from the monster's mouth. An unknown primal force tore Drake's body apart from within, leaving him no chance of survival. Finally, when the magical pressure reached its peak, a powerful explosion thundered. Muru had to take cover from the shockwave and flash that blinded him. It turned out that Frederick had managed to survive after all, and had finished off Drake with his legendary sword. The novice looked with admiration at the hunter who had just literally died before his eyes. Moore immediately turned around, hoping to see at least the remains of Frederick Hugh, but to his surprise, he found that the man's body had disappeared without a trace. Then a woman appeared, reminding the hunter that he should not use his skill in front of strangers. The young man himself could not understand how the huntress had appeared behind him so quickly. Looking up, Moore realized that the lady had just protected him with her shield. Frederick explained to his partner that it was an emergency situation and that this method was the fastest way to kill the monster. The huntress understood that Drake's scales were so hard that they were comparable to those of a dragon, and if the man had not stopped him, perhaps the entire country would have been destroyed. Then they turned to Moore again to explain everything he had just seen. With the same warm smile on his face, Frederick asked the newcomer to keep their meeting a secret. The other hunters were shocked to see that someone had been able to tear Drake to pieces. The man hugged his partner and said that they should probably leave before anyone noticed them. Before saying goodbye, Moore introduced himself to his savior and asked him to remember him so that he could thank Frederick in the future. Before disappearing, the hunter promised to remember the young man. At that moment, young Moore had no idea that one day he would meet another person whose skills could surpass death itself. The hunter understood that this could be complete madness, and mentally apologized to Haruto if it turned out to be his mistake. In the present, he saw that all his guesses had turned out to be true. After the blow, the main character was reborn, and finding himself behind Moore, asked what he was thinking. Now the hunter could breathe easy, because he learned that Mr. Sano really did have the same skill as Frederick Hugh. The guy sincerely apologized to our hero and explained that he needed to see for himself, while Haruto pointed out that his partner could have just asked instead of swinging his sword. At that moment, the young man suddenly froze because he heard that there was someone else in the house. It was Satoru, who was incredibly frightened because he had seen with his own eyes what had just happened to Haruto-senpai. The main character sighed discontentedly because he couldn't understand what his friend was still doing here. After that, Moore immediately fell to his knees and sincerely apologized for his terrible deed. And the guy couldn't understand who had taught him to apologize with such a deep bow. Aries explained that it was her, because she had heard that when you commit a grave sin in the East, you have to apologize in this way. The main character believed that when you killed a person, one bow was not enough. But Moore had already stated that he was going to serve Haruto as his apology. Meanwhile, Satoru asked if his friend had the same resurrection skill as Frederick Hugh, but he was not going to confirm it. The guy still couldn't stop marveling at the fact that Haruto-senpai could die and then resurrect himself again. The main character decided that it was better for his friends to think whatever they wanted, as long as they didn't figure out his ability to copy. Finally, he remembered Ms. Aries, who, for some unknown reason, had also. Then the girl demonstrated the particle of space, and explained that she wanted to discuss this particular item. Haruto did not expect that he was not the only one who possessed such an item. Aries said that her particles suddenly began to resonate, so she followed the reaction of this artifact and ended up in this room. Her particle of dimensions was number 1, while our hero's was number 5. The girl asked where Haruto got this thing, and he explained that it was a unique reward he received after completing a hidden dungeon. She immediately noted that a detailed study was needed, because her particle was one of her mother's relics. According to the records, these fragments resonate with each other and are attracted to each other, which our heroes had just observed. The guy immediately thought that the rest of the particles of the dimensions might be much easier to find. Then Satoru interrupted their serious conversation and asked what these particles were needed for. Aries had only heard that if all the fragments were collected, they would become the key to opening the Gate of Dimensions. Hearing this, the main character jumped up so abruptly from his seat that he knocked his friend off his feet and asked if they could really open them. In order for this to be confirmed, there must be multi-dimensional dungeons similar to the one they found in the Snow Mountains. In that case, by collecting all the fragments and creating the key, they would be able to move freely between dimensions. Now Haruto understood that they had come to Japan not only to find his mother, but also to gather information about the dimension particles. The girl still believed that her parents were alive in one of the dimensions, and Moore was sure that this was quite possible, because it was difficult to imagine that these legendary hunters could have died. Satoru noted that without the key, they really couldn't get out, and then asked if there was a way to open the gate from the other side. Aries then confirmed the possibility that her parents were either physically unable to cross the barrier between worlds, or consciously did not want to return to reality. Haruto tensed up when he realized that the hunters had a reason to stay there if they were not consciously returning. In any case, if they managed to open and close the gate with the dimension key, they would be able to seal the multidimensional dungeon and prevent a subsequent catastrophe. Satoru wondered how these fragments would turn into a complete key. Then the golem, which had been sitting on the young man's arms all this time, reached for the fragments. When the fragments touched each other, a small spark occurred between them. After that, they began to move on their own and joined together in a certain order. The light grew brighter and brighter, so our heroes had to cover their faces from the flash. Satoru was seriously frightened and thought he would die from this sudden explosion. In addition, the young man noticed that the particles had now joined together in a certain order. Aries was surprised by this turn of events, and immediately decided to take a closer look at part of the key. She thought that when they collected all the pieces, they would change into the shape of a key. But it turned out that the particles simply connected with each other and formed a key. In turn, the main character noticed another feature of these artifacts when the girl took them in her hands. He noted that the resonant sound had become louder, so now they needed to be more careful. Haruto explained that those who possess the remaining fragments are most likely not ordinary people, and could pose a serious threat. Now the events moved to the European headquarters of the Starfield Guild. Mr. Mikhail arrived at the scene and noticed that Midseer was laughing foolishly, despite the fact that the losers from the Blood Tower had failed their mission. His subordinate immediately fell to his knees and congratulated him on absorbing the teleportation skill and getting closer to becoming a higher being. The leader explained that at the moment he could only move short distances, and that this could only be corrected with the copying skill. Midseer said that this would soon be possible, so Mikhail immediately asked if he had learned anything. Then the guy said that now the particle had begun to resonate strongly, and that perhaps one of the 5 fragments had merged with another, so they would soon find out their location. Mikhail understood that his subordinate was now incredibly happy, because he would soon be able to return home. He also asked if there was a similar key of dimensions in Midseer's home world. The stranger confirmed that such an artifact existed, but at the moment it was impossible to open the door to that world from the other side. It turned out that this was all because of Tomoki Nishihara, who 15 years ago had sealed all the doors leading to Earth from the inside. In turn, the key of dimensions of this world was divided into 5 parts, sealed and hidden in different corners of the world. Mikhail asked if the doors between dimensions would reopen if these pieces were collected and the key was recreated. Midseer confirmed this and suggested that they start by opening the door to the dimension of his home, the sacred cosmic tree Yggdrasil in the land of fairies, where they would be able to find a gift similar to the skill of copying. The leader noted that he was indeed telling the story beautifully, but he couldn't quite believe that it was the same skill as control. He recalled that the guy was, to put it mildly, amazed when he first saw his gift, so there were some doubts. Angrily, the man stamped his foot and emphasized that he understood the stranger's true intentions perfectly well. The world of the elves had been known as Dark Yggdrasil ever since the world tree had been desecrated several hundred years ago. After the catastrophe, when the Earth first connected with this dimension, these pointy-eared creatures tried to move the source of the filth to Earth, but they were stopped by that very same bitch magician, who ruined all their plans. That is why Midseer wanted to connect the world of the elves with the Earth again, and complete his failed plan. Mikhail understood that the elf was only using him as a tool, but in reality, he didn't care about any of that. The man understood that with the help of the stranger, he could gain access to multidimensional dungeons, and thus be able to absorb even more cursed gifts. That is why he decided that it was time to get his hands dirty, because he basically didn't care what happened to this world. Midseer emphasized that it was too early to do this, because open actions could attract attention and create problems. The elf reported that he had already instructed Lucas to carry out Plan B, and when the preparations were complete, it would serve as sufficient justification for the leader to take action. The story then moves to the ruinous forest in Japan, where goblins and monsters, which are a mix of goblins and wolves, have gathered. It was an advanced dungeon because the combat power of each individual creature was low, but their high intelligence and pack behavior made them extremely dangerous. Satoru was worried when he saw such opponents, because there were really too many of them. Moore agreed with his partner and suggested that everyone retreat for now, but the main character was in no hurry to do so. The main character understood that they had already had a hard time persuading Ms. Nanase, and had finally managed to get into this dungeon. For this reason, Haruto was definitely not going to leave, and he also wanted to see what his stones were capable of. The young man boldly shouted for the creatures to finally attack him, causing the gnomes to growl angrily. Satoru screamed in fear because he couldn't understand why their partner was taking such a big risk. At that moment, the monsters finally responded to the protagonist's provocation and rushed forward. Haruto was confident in his plan and quickly used the insert skill to copy the core of the migrating golem. The guy did this a couple of dozen times, and an entire army of stone monsters appeared before our heroes. Saruto was shocked when he saw so many helpers similar to his sidekick, and Moore couldn't believe that the hunter Sano had really summoned them all. The guy turned to his friends with a smirk on his face and explained that now there would be a battle between the two sides. In the end, the hunter realized that their comrade had been able to summon an entire squad of golems, and couldn't understand what kind of skill this was. All these helpers froze in place and prepared to clash with the gnolls. The monsters tried to bite through the golems' heads, but the stone prevented them from doing so. Satoru emphasized that the difference in vitality and level was too great, no matter how strong his stone partner was. Despite this, the golems demonstrated that they could withstand even such a powerful opponent. Such a small monster could take down the gnoll, whom everyone feared, with a single blow. The other golems also rushed forward to deal with all the enemies. The monsters didn't even have time to do any damage before Haruto's assistants had already taught them all a lesson. Satoru now didn't even understand why he had come here if Haruto-senpai could handle this dungeon on his own. In the end, the formidable golems quickly and decisively destroyed all of the enemies. The main character praised his assistants and noted that now he knew what they were capable of. After that, the guy ordered the tame monsters to disappear, and they literally vanished into thin air. Then Haruto decided to call up the system window to take a closer look at his inventory. He understood that there would not be enough inventory for an entire army of golems, and that creating large golems would take more time. so he had to come up with another way. Satoru suggested that our hero ask Master Shirosaki about it, but the young man couldn't understand why they should turn to this particular person. His friend explained that Masato was obsessed with dungeons and surely knew a good way to do it. So Haruto immediately realized that this was a good idea and asked everyone to hurry up. The team even managed to get a car that could quickly take them to their destination. It turned out to be Satoru's car, which his father had given him for his birthday. The main character had already forgotten that his friend was the son of the head of the Taiken Guild, which is why he could afford such expensive things. At that moment, Haruto received a call from Ms. Nanase, who informed him that he needed to come to the association immediately. Saruto understood that this was some kind of emergency call and asked what had happened. But the guy himself did not have an answer to this question. In fact, our hero guessed that it had something to do with Sari, which reminded him that he still had business with her. In the end, the young man asked his friend to hurry up a little, because he couldn't wait to find out what had happened. Very soon, he and the rest of his partners were in the interrogation room. Sarah, who was sitting behind thick glass, looked quite exhausted. Nanase said that the girl insisted on speaking only with Haruto, and had not eaten or drunk anything for 3 days, stubbornly refusing to answer any questions. Then the main character asked if it was possible to keep this conversation unofficial. But within the framework of the investigation, this was simply impossible. The guy resigned himself to the fact that the true nature of his cursed gift might be revealed here. But the main thing was that he would still copy Sarah's skill. Haruto didn't waste any more time and came to the girl with a glass of water so she could finally drink. Sarah stared at the water, but still did not rush to quench her tormenting thirst. The main character directly asked her to drink so that they could calmly start a conversation. For a while, the girl continued to stare intently at the guest she had been waiting for so long. In the end, she decided to trust him and took her first sip of water. Nanase was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, because now at least they knew that the prisoner would not die of dehydration. In fact, Haruto already knew that from the very beginning, Sarah was interested in his ability to generate infinite mana. The girl declared that she was ready to cooperate fully with the association, if the main character agreed to help. The young man decided not to delay and asked her directly about her cursed skill. The girl did not hide anything and confirmed that this was how she had gained the ability to undo, which sounded like a combination of the Control and Z keys. Now Haruto finally confirmed that he was not the only one who had received this curse. That is, if he managed to copy the curse imposed on her, then it would be possible to steal other control skills. In turn, after hearing this, Ares began to understand how the strength of the dragon sword had been restored. Satoru didn't understand anything and wondered why everyone was talking about Excel, so he decided to ask his sister what they were talking about. Meanwhile, Sarah directly asked the main character to help her return her parents to their original state, because he was the only person capable of doing so. Haruto agreed to give her the necessary amount of mana, but warned that in return he would have to do something unpleasant. The young man did not explain anything, and rising from his seat, reached for the handcuffs on Sarah's hands. Everyone else was completely confused and alarmed, unable to understand what Haruto was actually planning. In the end, the main character freed the girl from her shackles, so that she could use her ability again. Sarah looked in surprise as Haruto took her hand and began to feel strange sensations. In the end, the main character was unable to copy her, but he hadn't even expected to fail. Haruto was so angry that he couldn't control his emotions and squeezed Sarah's hand with all his might, while she continued to wait calmly. Finally, the girl decided to ask what he was going to do. Only then did our hero come to his senses and let go of her hand, apologizing for his strange behavior. He stopped mid-sentence because the system displayed an explanation about Sarah's skill. Since the rollback ability was unusual, the main character couldn't copy it right now, but by removing the object, it would be possible to perform a forced absorption. After reading this, Haruto immediately understood what was meant by the phrase about deleting the object. In fact, the guy didn't want to kill Sarah at all in order to get her rollback. However, he definitely wanted to copy this skill, so he hoped there was some other way. Saruto still couldn't understand why his friend was acting this way, while Nanase and Moore calmly watched him. Finally, the girl decided to intervene, and asked what had happened to Haruto, because his face looked stern. Upon hearing the remark, our hero immediately pretended that everything was fine. In the end, the young man simply accepted this fact and decided to take a long-term approach, which meant he needed to win the girl's trust. Haruto said he was ready to help Sarah with her parents, which immediately brought tears to her eyes. He thought that he could simply invite the girl to join his team if he still couldn't copy her ability, and a couple of hours later, he arrived at the Central Hunters Hospital. The girl said that her parents had suffered from mana intoxication when they were attacked by an unknown creature during the disaster. The main character understood perfectly well that the hospital was not cheap, which is why she had to work with the scumbag Kurosaki. He also suspected that the gangster himself was being treated here, but Nanase explained that the man was in a special ward in the basement, and would be transferred to prison for further questioning after his treatment was complete. The hunter immediately remembered Sarah and asked if this fact bothered her, but the girl didn't care. Meanwhile, Moore noticed something strange as they all walked through the long corridors of the hospital. It was the same foreigner who had been gathering information in Japan about people with cursed gifts. It turned out that the hunter had seen this guy before, so he couldn't understand what he was doing in this place. This mysterious stranger headed further, straight towards the guarded doors. The guards immediately blocked the guy's path and explained that only employees were allowed to enter beyond that point. The foreigner was prepared for this, so he handed the man his pass. It turns out that this piece of paper only had the key combination Control and F written on it, which made the employee think it was some kind of joke. The guards had no idea that this young man was far from ordinary. This allowed the foreigner to distract them and attack without any problems. The employees were unable to respond to the threat, so they succumbed to the young man's ability. They fell helplessly to the floor, completely deprived of any strength to resist this stranger. In the end, the guys turned into weak puppets in the hands of the sneaky intruder, who now totally controlled their minds. The stranger then explained that he would need to be transported as a prisoner, so he asked the guards to bring everything necessary for this. Meanwhile, he himself went into the room that had previously been guarded by the employees. While no one was looking, the young man took a strange artifact out of his inventory. It was a strange and ominous tangle of intertwined leaves that continuously emitted a thick, dark energy that poisoned the air around it. Lucas immediately remembered how Midshir, who had given him this item, had said that only he could handle this task. The elf explained that the young man must place these fruits in different places in Tokyo if the blood tower ultimately fails. The young man thanked him for the honor and immediately noticed an unpleasant smell coming from the leaves, so he asked what they were. As it turned out, it was the defiled fruit of the cosmic tree Yggdrasil, which Midshir had brought from his homeland. It could also be used to create a barrier and open an interdimensional breach, so Lucas asked what was there. The stranger believed that it was better to see once than hear 100 times, and demonstrated all its capabilities to his partner. It turned out that a dangerous dragon was hiding on the other side, which now looked straight into Lucas's soul. They wanted Mr. Lucas to create a pretext for Starfield and Mr. Michael to act openly by breaking through the dungeon in the very center of Tokyo. The guy understood that his family was too deeply involved with the guild, so it was too late to back out. Meanwhile, Sarah and Haruto successfully cured the girl's parents, who now couldn't understand where they were. The man looked tearfully at all the people who had gathered in his room. He saw his wife and daughter next to him, crying with joy at her feet. Satoru also couldn't hold back his tears, because it all looked too touching. All this time, Nanase stood aside and silently condemned her brother's violent reaction. After calming down, the young man admitted that Haruto-senpai's mana generation was simply incredible, because even the strongest healers were not always capable of such a feat. His older sister was also surprised by such a unique skill, and immediately thought that in the wrong hands, this ability could cause a lot of trouble. That is why the hunter decided to personally keep an eye on this girl. At that moment, the main character noticed that Mr. Muir was not around, and asked where he had gone. Meanwhile, Lucas had already successfully reached his destination and was accompanying the person he needed. This was obviously Kurosaki Takumi, who was now trying to hide his face behind his hood. At that moment, a notification popped up in front of the foreigner's face that a user of the control skill had been detected nearby. In fact, Lucas did not even expect to find such people in a place like this. Takumi, hearing this, also tensed up, because he knew perfectly well about his former partner's abilities. Then he remembered that Sarah's parents must be in this hospital. A moment later, a man who clearly recognized him approached Lucas Cooper. It was Moore, who noted that he almost didn't notice him because of the hat on the young man's head. It turned out that Lucas was also an employee of the International Hunters Association, which is why he couldn't hide so easily. The young man then noted that everyone was saying that his colleague had left the association and asked what had brought him here. Moore had already drawn his sword because he couldn't let his acquaintance go, who was trying to free a dangerous criminal. Lucas laughed at the fact that the guy was, as always, so straightforward, and reminded him that they were actually in a hospital. Then Kurosaki asked for a weapon to deal with the fool who had come here alone, and still hadn't learned anything. Suddenly, the main character appeared behind Mura and asked the gangster not to forget about him. The man became incredibly angry when he saw that Haruto had indeed dared to steal his skill. In turn, Lucas wasted no time and already saw that the guy had the copy and paste skills. A smile immediately appeared on his face, because he had been hunting for Control and C for a long time. Soon, Nanase arrived, unable to understand when these problems would end. She didn't waste any time and immediately prepared her weapon to capture Kurosaki and the foreign criminal. Takumi immediately realized that the girl possessed the witch's blade skill. Lucas, also seeing this, thought that they had immediately run into the final boss and feared that this would be the end for them. Nanase, elegantly tossing her hair back, noted that the horoscope that warned her of failure at work had not lied to her after all, and now she would have to stay late. People immediately gathered around our heroes when they saw the armed hunter Nanase. Kurosaki noted with a smirk that it seemed they would not be able to find a peaceful solution. At that moment, 2 pairs of heavy handcuffs were thrown at their feet with a dull clang. The intruders immediately understood that they were being asked to voluntarily put on these magical devices for complete restraint. Nanase emphasized that if the boys put them on, they would be able to settle everything peacefully, and she would quickly return home. Takumi had no intention of listening to her and boldly asked her to shut up, cutting off any attempts to resolve the confrontation. The man didn't bother with niceties and grabbed the first girl he saw in the crowd. The thug believed that Nanase simply did not understand the situation she was in, and explained that every second person in the hospital had become a hostage, so it was better not to take any risks. The huntress was not afraid of these threats at all, so she immediately attacked Takumi. The man did not have time to react to this swift and calculated attack, so he was helplessly hit by a crushing blow. The girl put so much force into this attack that the bandit flew several meters to the side. He crashed into the medical equipment with a bang, which immediately fell on top of him. All his internal organs were literally crushed after such a collision. So thick streams of bright red blood flowed from his wide-open mouth. Lucas was shocked by Nanase's attack because he didn't even see her do it. Nanase hoped that this young man was not like Kurosaki and suggested that they settle everything peacefully after all. The foreigner thought about the offer and glanced at his defeated partner. He understood that he could face the same unenviable fate as Takumi. For a second, the guy wondered if he was really any different from this criminal. Lucas immediately remembered his conversation with Mitsir before he left for Japan. He asked why he had been chosen for this task, and the elf explained that the desecrated cosmic tree contained dark mana, which caused ordinary people to suffer magical intoxication upon contact. However, the young man was resistant to this, as was the head of the Blood Tower Guild. In fact, Lucas had no idea that Kurosaki also had a similar ability. Mitsir said that he was able to use dark mana, and at the same time, abilities that were prohibited by international agreements. In addition, a dark mana-based skill had to be used to make the infected fruit of the cosmic tree bloom. It was for this reason that Lucas came to the conclusion that he was no different from Takumi. A moment immediately popped into his head when he used dark mana against hospital staff. The young man said outright that there would definitely be no peaceful resolution to this conflict. Nanase was surprised to hear such a confident statement from him. He didn't hesitate any longer and with one smooth movement took an elegant blade out of his inventory. Lucas emphasized that he must take Kurosaki with him, so he would take his partner away from here at any cost. The huntress immediately recognized the sword in his hands. Moore also realized that it was the divine rapier, which meant that his acquaintance was serious about his intentions. This weapon had been passed down from generation to generation in the Lucas family of holy knights from Great Britain, and was the only sacred sword in the world. It was as powerful as the Corisian sword, but this rapier was more suited to stabbing than slashing. This blade was also known as the Inquisitor, and could eliminate all skills and weapons that it deemed heretical. So for Nanase, who uses the Witch's Blade, the situation was very unfavorable. Lucas himself obviously understood this perfectly well, so he immediately aimed at his opponent's weapon. The thin and deadly rapier pierced the hunter's blade with incredible force. The girl did not expect such a turn of events, so she looked at her damaged weapon in confusion. In the end, even such a skilled hunter could not withstand Lucas's attack. The main character was incredibly frightened for his partner when he saw the true power of the enemy. The girl calmly asked Haruto not to interfere, otherwise the hospital would suffer even more damage than it already had. Finally, she was able to free her witch's blade and throw the Inquisitor aside. Lucas did not expect that anyone would be able to resist the power of his rapier. After that, Nanase didn't wait and immediately swung to deliver another blow to the foreign criminal. She tried to attack Lucas, but he managed to jump out of the way in time, so her weapon only cut through the air. The guy couldn't believe that his opponent had decided to do without her skills just because they were in the hospital. He laughed at the fact that Nanase simply didn't have enough strength to deal with him, but suddenly noticed that she had managed to hit his tie after all. Finally, the foreigner noticed that the hunter had already attacked him from the other side. This was followed by another blow that caught Lucas off guard. The young man desperately tried to defend himself with his rapier, so as not to fall under the sharp blade of the witch's sword. He had to admit that the girl had tremendous strength, which sent him flying a couple of meters. There was bloodshed, because Lucas had to try very hard to resist Nanase. Even though he blocked the blow, his insides nearly exploded, and it wasn't even because of the weapon. The girl herself was on a completely different level. Now the guy understood perfectly well what the strength of the hunter ranked 10th in the world was. Then the girl asked if Lucas now wanted to settle everything peacefully, since he had only felt a fraction of her power. From the very beginning, the guy didn't want to use his skills in the hospital, but now the situation left him no choice. At that moment, Kurosaki intervened in their duel, boldly addressing the hunter and drawing her attention to himself. Haruto and Mu also immediately switched their attention to the bandit, who seemed to be up to something. It turned out that the man had used dark mana on the cursed fruit, successfully activating it. Takumi just laughed at how desperately Nanase was trying to protect this hospital. Now he wanted to see how the girl would cope with something much more difficult than his partner. Lucas did not share the gangster's ideas at all, because they were in a hospital with innocent people. The bandit didn't see a problem with this at all, because the guy was going to plant the fruits at key points in Tokyo anyway. Everything around them was immediately filled with dark mana, so Haruto asked his friend what it was. Moore explained that it was the energy possessed by users of dark skills, and apparently Kurosaki was one of them. There was too much mana, so it was obvious that at this rate it would engulf the hospital, and everyone inside would be subjected to magical intoxication. The main character quickly used the Great Spider's web and shadow movement to try to remedy the situation. He instantly moved to Takumi and tried to tie him up with the web. The bandit was not afraid of this at all, as he understood perfectly well that it was already too late. Haruto froze in complete confusion because he did not understand what exactly he meant. It turned out that the flower had already fully opened, so there was no turning back. Its roots began to break through, so our hero had to try hard to jump away in time. Nanase also almost got caught up in this dangerous tangle of shoots that had spread throughout the cramped hospital room. In turn, ordinary patients could not resist this force, so they fell helplessly to the ground. In the end, a new cursed space tree grew right out of the hospital building. The ominous plant literally tore it apart from the inside with its powerful branches and rushed upward with incredible force, lifting huge pieces of concrete with it. The staff desperately tried to save their patients who had not managed to take cover and were now falling. One of them didn't have enough strength, so he accidentally let go of the girl. Together with the debris, the patient rushed down, and it seemed that she had no hope of survival. Haruto managed to react in time and caught the victim with his web. After that, she landed softly on the ground and tried for a few seconds to understand what had just happened. The main character quickly ran up to her and asked if she was okay, while she was a little embarrassed to see her savior. She quickly ran away to evacuate with the others, but not before thanking Haruto once again for his help. The guy was calm because the patients who were able to move on their own were fine, but that wasn't the last problem. There were also people who felt much worse and couldn't walk any further. All this time, the main character was keeping a close eye on the situation around him to make sure no one got hurt. Nanase, in turn, tried to help the defenseless and was now comforting the poor girl. Moore also did not stand aside and was busy helping the other frightened patients. Haruto himself understood that there was still too much dark mana in the hospital and that if nothing was done, everyone would be poisoned. The boy believed that in this case, the only option was to return the hospital to its previous state. Meanwhile, Satoru and his sidekick cleared the rubble, rescuing people from it. The main character quickly found his friend and moved here using a stolen skill. The young man was delighted to see Haruto-senpai and immediately tried to find out what had happened here. The golem continued to scatter stones in all directions, clearing the area. Our hero did not rush to tell everything because he wanted to know if his other friends were okay. But as it turned out, Ms. Aries was able to save everyone. Haruto was surprised because he did not expect that the huntress would be able to save everyone who was in the chambers. Then the young man took him to a place that was protected by the girl's powers. The main character gently tapped on the shield and realized that all these crystals were made of ice. Aries, who was standing nearby, explained that it was an ice barrier. It was with its help that the huntress managed to prevent the destruction of the walls, but at the same time, it was not very effective in fighting the dark mana. A few seconds later, the girl destroyed all the ice with her magic. The main character was glad that everyone had survived such serious destruction. Then he turned to Sarah and told her that the entire hospital had been destroyed by some strange tree, so restoring the hospital to its previous state was the quickest way to remedy the situation. The girl confirmed that she could do it, because she had recently managed to roll back an entire dungeon. Our heroes did not waste any precious time and immediately set off for this mysterious tree. Satoru noted with surprise that it was larger than he had imagined, and asked where it had grown from. Haruto told his friends that Kurosaki had managed to escape and had summoned this thing before running away. Sarah finally realized that Takumi didn't care about her, since he dared to do this in the hospital where her parents were lying. Upon hearing this news, Aries sank into her thoughts, examining the roots of this strange tree. Then the main character asked if his girlfriend was ready, and she replied that they could proceed. Haruto immediately copied a huge amount of mana and began to pour it into Sarah. The girl touched the cosmic tree to begin its return to its original state. The plant immediately reacted to this force, and its trunk began to actively move backward. Suddenly, the main character felt an unpleasant sensation throughout his body, which made it more difficult for him to transfer mana. The roots continued to emerge from the cracked concrete under Sarah's power. At that very moment, Nanis noticed with alarm that something truly strange was happening around them. Moore also looked up, seeing the sudden changes around him. the tree continued to move actively, leaving huge holes from its roots in the building. Meanwhile, in the very center of the massive trunk of the plant, a giant, terrifying crack appeared, with an eerie crunch. Sensing danger, the cosmic tree began to intensively release thick, dark mana again. All this sinister energy inexorably stretched towards Sarah, striving at all costs to interrupt the rollback process. The main character began to feel that the tree was emitting more and more mana, so he had to rescue his partner urgently. Haruto rushed forward to pull Sarah out of this stream of poisonous mana. At the last moment, the guy managed to cover himself with the great spider's web and pull her aside. In the end, the burst of uncontrolled mana was so powerful that it even affected Ares and Satoru, who were standing aside. Haruto also began to feel the effects of the dark energy, but he managed to save Sarah. Satoru was seriously frightened when he saw what was happening to his friend. The main character replied that he was fine, but Sarah had lost consciousness, and now it seemed that they would not be able to roll back everything as it was. Then Hatoru asked his friend to evacuate the patients from the hospital until reinforcements arrived, because if they didn't hurry, everyone would be poisoned. Satoru immediately picked up Sarah and went to rescue people together with his assistant. After that, the main character turned to Ms. Ares, who had stayed with him. In fact, Haruto had guessed from the beginning that the girl knew something about this strange tree. His partner knew from her mother's notes that it was the fruit of the defiled cosmic tree Yggdrasil, which exists in another dimension. And it was this fruit that served to transfer the source of pollution from another dimension to this one. Since the cosmic tree itself is in another world, the ability to return everything to its original state did not work. In addition, the fruit was a kind of barrier, and it was probably planted not only here, but in 3 or 4 places in Tokyo. 10 minutes later, reinforcements arrived and began evacuating the most seriously ill patients first. Magicians also arrived and desperately tried to contain the disaster. They were cleansing all this dark mana. But the problem was that it was like trying to scoop up an endless sea. In the end, spells completely surrounded the hospital on all sides to prevent the energy from spreading further. Fukawa Tokuo couldn't believe his eyes when he personally saw the desecrated cosmic tree right in the center of Tokyo. At that moment, Nanase approached him to apologize for allowing all this to happen, and to report that Lucas and Kurosaki had been declared wanted. Gaklas laughed at the fact that such a great hunter as Nanase had allowed some Kurosaki to escape, and suggested contacting Starfield or the International Association directly, since Lucas was involved. Masato then pointed out that Kurosaki's guild would be able to avoid responsibility as a Japanese organization if the incident turned into an international conflict. He asked his colleagues not to worry about it and promised that he would catch this snake very soon. The head of Shirosaki had barely finished speaking when he was shaken violently, almost knocking him off his feet. In the end, all the hunters felt a strong earthquake, which made them think that the hospital was collapsing. At that moment, one of the employees immediately ran to Chairman Fukawa to report that the situation was critical. They had just received a report about the appearance of a second space tree in the northern district. The main character did not expect their rivals to be able to summon a second tree so quickly. Thus, another tree appeared in the center of Tokyo, spreading dark mana. The news had already warned citizens that the dark mana emitted by these trees could cause dangerous poisoning. In response, the government declared a state of emergency in Tokyo, which the residents did not seem to take very seriously. Kurosaki enjoyed all the chaos that he and Lucas had caused. The gangster was sure that in such a situation, no one would be able to catch them. He also acknowledged that his foreign partner really did have what it takes, since he was able to carry out a terrorist attack throughout Tokyo so easily. Meanwhile, citizens were asked to remain calm and follow the instructions of the internal affairs authorities, because poisoning could be avoided if they did not expose themselves to dark mana for more than a day. Right now, the Hunters Association, the police, and the self-defense forces are doing everything they can to resolve the situation. All this time, Lucas and Kurosaki were calmly driving in traffic, not afraid that they would be discovered. It turned out that the young man had used his ability on the driver, which impressed the gangster. All this kindness began to annoy the guy, because he did not consider himself and Kurosaki to be friends. The man calmly asked him not to be angry because he really meant everything he said. He understood perfectly well that no one in their right mind would think that they would escape in a police car. Meanwhile, the association was already discussing the fact that 2 or 3 more desecrated trees would appear in the middle of Tokyo. Ares said that, according to the records left by her mother, exactly the same trees had grown during the Great Disaster, forming a barrier and becoming a gateway through which the desecrated monsters had come out. Shirosaki and Nanase were shocked when they realized that everything was exactly as it had been back then. The main character also began to understand that the situation was coming together in the most terrible way. He immediately recalled his memories of the roots of the same tree destroying the building near his family's car. Haruto was very worried about his father and kept asking if he was okay. The man desperately tried to maneuver to avoid being hit by the sprouting tree. Now his father understood what Tomoka was talking about, and wanted to find out which scoundrel had decided to open the gates in the very center of the city. It seemed that the Roots had no intention of stopping and continued to chase after the car carrying young Haruto and his father. In the end, the car didn't have enough speed to outrun the rapidly growing tree. This is how the main character's father died right before his eyes, leaving an unhealed wound in the young man's soul. Haruto couldn't understand why he suddenly remembered this, and thought that it was somehow connected to his curse. The main character realized that it wasn't a monster that destroyed the car back then, but one of these trees, so if it was his doing now, he couldn't just let it go. Chief Fukawa confirmed that a huge tree had also appeared in Tokyo at that time, but they were too busy with the situation with the dungeon breakthrough to pay attention to it. Ares added that her mother's records stated that the barrier of these trees of corruption served as a gateway, connecting their world to another dimension. Nene's realized that they were talking about a pocket dimension, and the girl confirmed it. Shirosaki emphasized that it seemed like they wanted to open the pocket dimension of the dark spirit grimoire. Nenes also heard that such a summoning required a barrier made of defiled trees, as well as dark mana. Ares warned that at this stage, there was a high probability of opening a pocket dimension, but in the worst case, a defiled portal to another reality could open. Meanwhile, the main character realized that the pocket dimension was infinite, so it could solve the problem of inventory shortage. Now the guy was only thinking about getting it so he could easily create an entire army of golems. At that moment, someone told the hunters to stop telling all these fairy tales. It was Goklas, who had heard that a dimension key was needed to open the portal, and as far as he knew, it had long been lost. Then the main character showed the two pieces they had already managed to find. Chief Midas certainly did not expect such a turn of events, so he was immediately speechless. Goklas and Nanis jumped up from their seats in the blink of an eye as soon as their eyes fell on this legendary artifact. Ares explained that it was her mother's legacy, combined with what the hunter Sano had found on Snow Mountain. The hunter did not fully believe that the key really existed, but now he understood that these two pieces alone were not enough. The girl explained that during the Great Disaster in England, a defiled portal to another dimension had opened, and at that moment, both the defiled tree and the particle of dimensions had appeared. It was difficult for the head of Shirosaki to hear that this event was unlikely to have been accidental, and that someone might have brought the infected tree from another dimension and possessed the remaining fragments of the key. Tokuo also feared that, in the worst case, a portal to another dimension could indeed open, so the problem was beyond their jurisdiction. Finally, Masato admitted that one of the fragments of the dimension was kept in his guild. An hour later, they reached the underground storage facility of the Guild of the Future, where the artifact was located. Everyone was surprised when they saw the scale of this place, because it looked more like a dungeon. Goklas guessed that Master Shirosaki was a real fan of dungeons, but the fact that he had a particle of dimension was quite unexpected. Finally, Haruto decided to ask his partner where he had found this item. The head of Midas immediately thought that his colleague had bought the fragment on the black market, since he didn't want to tell them about it. He warned that it might be a fake, but the main character had already confirmed the authenticity of the particles, because the dimension particle resonated powerfully with him. Meanwhile, Masato did not respond, but finally opened his storage. Everyone froze in anticipation, waiting to finally see the coveted particle. In the huge hall, there was only one pedestal guarding this artifact. The fragment, which glowed so brightly and unnaturally, clearly displayed the engraved number 4. Goklas was about to move on, but Haruto stopped him and emphasized that only he and Master Shirosaki would go. This made the man incredibly angry, so he asked who the kid thought he was. Then Ares calmed him down and explained that merging the two fragments had already been dangerous enough, and with the third fragment, the consequences could be completely unpredictable. In the end, Shirosaki agreed that only they and the main character would go inside, emphasizing that they were on his territory, so they had to do as he said. Goklas pretended that he only needed to make sure that the key existed, and that he wasn't interested in it, but emphasized that if a portal to another dimension suddenly opened, both of them would be responsible to him. Before the doors closed again, he shouted that the guys should remember his words. Looking closer at the new fragment, Haruto saw that it had the number 4 on it. The main character asked again where Shirosaki had gotten this fragment, but Shirosaki was in no hurry to tell him. His partner asked the young man to quickly connect the fragments, and emphasized that after that, he should run behind the barrier as quickly as possible. Haruto himself wasn't worried about this, because he had the great spider's web and the shadow shift skill, which would save him anyway. The fragment was already reacting violently to the presence of the other particles, even though the main character hadn't even had time to take them out of his inventory. Despite all his precautions, the guy was still nervous before connecting all the particles. A second later, there was a powerful explosion that left behind a huge crater. Everyone else who remained outside the door also sensed that something was wrong. Nanase, seeing that the doors were being blown off their hinges by the shockwave, realized that something had happened after all. A second later, everything calmed down in the underground storage facility. The dust cleared, and the results of the explosion could be seen. The head of Shirosaki tried to find the main character, who had not managed to hide behind his barrier. Suddenly, he heard Haruto's voice, who was indignant that he had just nearly kicked the bucket. The hunter was incredibly shocked when he saw that the young man had managed to hide from such an explosion on his own. It turned out that the fragment had flown out of the inventory and attached itself, so Haruto would have indeed died if it weren't for his shadow movement skill. In turn, the head of Shirosaki saw that the guy had just used a high-level stealth skill. He didn't wait and shouted at our hero, which made his heart skip a beat from such suddenness. By then, Masato had already grabbed Haruto by the throat, because he couldn't trust such a mysterious person. With all his crushing strength, he knocked our hero to the concrete floor. The young man couldn't understand why his partner had suddenly attacked him so fiercely. The hunter understood that dark skills required dark mana, and Haruto had just used shadow movement, so Shirosaki wanted to know how he did it. The main character understood that all this was indeed suspicious, so he couldn't figure out what to say. Haruto desperately tried to prove that he hadn't used dark mana, because it was obvious that he couldn't escape from Shirosaki. The experienced hunter had no intention of believing that someone could use the forbidden skill of shadow movement without dark mana. In the end, he used black lightning, so our hero had to try very hard not to get hit by this powerful blow. Haruto crashed into the cobblestones at full speed, causing a sharp pain to pierce his entire body. The main character couldn't understand why he still couldn't get out of there using teleportation. Masato guessed that he was confused, and explained that black lightning was the only ability that could stop shadow movement. Now Haruto began to understand why Kurosaki had fled to Golem Mountain back then. The head of the Shirosaki clan admitted that he had begun to doubt the young man the moment he suddenly appeared during the battle with Quaisha. That's why he began to suspect that Haruto was in cahoots with Kurosaki, and the boy himself realized that it was a mistake to come here alone. In fact, the main character was getting more and more angry at these accusations, because it was just a use of skill. He couldn't believe that Shirosaki wanted to kill him just because of that. And he got angry at Haruto, as if he had killed his entire family. In the end, the young man used the great spider's web to finally stop his partner. In a second, the hunter turned into a huge ball of spider threads that immobilized him. The main character began to feel uneasy, because he had a feeling that in a fit of anger, he might have said something he shouldn't have. Despite this, Shirosaki still did not calm down and tried to get out. Then the huge cocoon began to bounce between the walls of the underground storage room. In the end, the hunter managed to get out, causing a very bright red flash. Haruto had to use his web to protect himself from the enraged Masato. He began to bleed even more, while his partner seemed to have no intention of stopping. The head of Shirosaki noted that he still hadn't heard an answer, so there were suspicions that our hero was indeed hiding something. Haruto felt that he had become too enraged, so all of this was definitely not just empty threats. Besides, the guy had gotten too relaxed and completely forgotten that Master Shirosaki was a level 500 hunter. The main character understood that he was still only at level 200, so he had no choice but to go all in. In his inventory, he had a high-quality potion that restored 95% of his health and also healed fatal wounds. Meanwhile, Shirosaki attacked Haruto again with the Black Thunder Spear. The main character drank the potion and prepared himself for the inevitable clash. He felt incredible pain and now hoped only that his skill would finally work. Due to his health level falling below a quarter, the berserk skill of the Coresian Dragon Longsword was finally activated. With such power, the main character could still stand up to even such a strong opponent. Now Haruto attacked so powerfully that even Shirosaki struggled to withstand such blows. The hunter's magic-hardened barrier, which until then had seemed indestructible, began to crack little by little. In the end, he was left completely defenseless when the shield finally shattered under the power of the long sword. Shirosaki was unable to withstand such a blow, and suffered his first injuries. At that moment, memories of him and his brother discussing the name of the new guild came to the hunter's mind. Sato suggested calling it the Guild of the Future, because they would be able to become strong in the future. The young man promised Masato that before that happened, he would help his brother become the coolest hunter in the world. The older brother laughed at Soto's idea because it sounded pretty good. All this happened 10 years ago, and at that time, the brothers went through all the dungeons together. Together, the boys were afraid of nothing, so they easily defeated all the monsters in their path. They could even stand up to the lords of hell, so they had no trouble gathering equally strong hunters around them. At one point, Sato turned to his older brother because the mysterious hunter in their team did not inspire any confidence. Masato explained that despite its popularity, this dungeon was quite closed off, so they needed strong warriors to clear it and break into the top 10 guilds. It was too late to back out, and besides, he was sure that with Sato's return they could get out of any situation. The mysterious hunter continued to watch the young man strangely, which made him uneasy. In the end, almost the entire future guild team perished in this dungeon. Behind it all was the mysterious hunter in bandages, whom Soto had suspected from the very beginning. Only the head of the Shirosaki clan survived, unable to understand why their partner had done all this. The hunter told his older brother that the dark mana infection would gradually poison his brother's mind until he turned into a mindless monster. Soto was dying right in the young man's arms, his breathing becoming more and more ragged and labored, and the spark of life in his eyes slowly fading. Masato demanded that the hunter give him the antidote immediately, because there was too little time left. The traitor reminded him that the boy had made the greatest contribution to the destruction of the infected skeletons, so he would receive a unique reward for it. Our hero was to acquire the very skill of shadow movement. Only the hunter was going to acquire this ability and promised to save Masato's brother if he gave up his reward. He emphasized that people who did not have dark mana would not need such a skill anyway. In the end, the head of Shirosaki was not opposed to giving up shadow movement in order to obtain the antidote by any means necessary. Then, the mysterious hunter told him about an Englishman named Ashley Cooper, who possessed a family heirloom, the divine rapier, which was the only way to save his brother from poisoning. Masato couldn't believe he had just been deceived, because the scoundrel had promised to give him the antidote. The traitor emphasized that there was no antidote for dark mana, and warned that this dungeon was a moving magical underground, so it would disappear after he passed through it. So even if Masato had received the antidote, without teleportation skills, they would still have met their end. Now Masato understood that this man had intended to kill them from the very beginning. The mysterious hunter, with a smirk on his face, explained that he couldn't allow the existence of dark mana and dark skills to become known to the whole world. In the end, he escaped from the dungeon, while Masato desperately tried to shout to his younger brother to try to use his return skill. Sato decided to pass on an item he had found in the boss's room and considered it to be something special. His older brother tearfully tried to convey that now was not the right time to talk about it, and asked him to use the skill as soon as possible. The dark mana was poisoning Soto more and more, so he explained that he would not be able to keep his promise to Masato. In the end, the young man used the return skill only on his brother to save him from the destructive dungeon. The head of the Shirosaki clan was devastated that Soto had decided to sacrifice himself and stay behind. He couldn't do anything about his younger brother's decision, so he had already moved back home. Masato just sat on the floor in the middle of the room for a while, trying to recover from these horrific events. Hot tears kept streaming down his face in big drops as he realized the full weight of this irreplaceable loss. He clutched the dimension particle, the only thing left of his brother, with all his might. He released all his accumulated mana with a furious and desperate cry that echoed through the now empty house. Now, Shirosaki sat quietly in the middle of his half-ruined vault, immersed in these painful memories. He told the main character that more than 10 years had passed since then, during which time he had searched all the dungeons but had never been able to find what he was looking for, and admitted that he no longer hoped that his brother could still be alive. Haruto, in turn, guessed that his partner wanted to find at least Soto's remains, which was why he was so obsessed with the dungeons. The protagonist now understood perfectly well that it was better not to anger the masters of Shirosaki, but thanks to Berserk, he still managed to temporarily overcome even such a strong opponent. Masato admitted that he didn't care about any international bans, so now he focused on studying dark mana and skills. He emphasized that shadow movement was a unique skill, and now that all dark skills had been abolished, there was no one left who could use it except for that hunter in bandages. The main character was about to explain why he could use this ability, but the head of Shirosaki suddenly said that there was no need for that. Now he was more interested in finding out how the young man had managed to steal the longsword skill. And Masato even apologized for recording our hero as an accomplice of Kurosaki. In any case, the hunter laughed at the fact that Haruto was a skill thief, which made him angry, because Masato still didn't know how to apologize properly. In the end, Masato decided to say that he would definitely go when the Key of Dimensions was ready, and also warned our hero to stay away from Kurosaki, his personal prey. The guy calmly replied that he didn't need anything else from that gangster, so he left him for his partner. At the same time, another desecrated tree appeared in Tokyo. Kurosaki watched all this with a smirk, and noted that this city was becoming more and more interesting. Finally, the doors of the underground vault opened after Haruto and the head of Shirosaki had sorted out their differences. Moore immediately thought that something had happened, because his partner was covered in bruises, but our hero replied that it was nothing special. Nanis immediately reported that while the guys were inside, the appearance of the third tree of evil had already been reported. Masato was incredibly angry when he heard this and promised to get the scumbag Kurosaki even from under the ground. Then Aries reported that based on the location of the previous trees, they could already predict the enemy's next target. The girl said that first of all, they needed to gather hunters around Ginza because Judging by the location and size of the barrier, the rift would open there on a very large scale. Nanis already understood that if the scale was so large, a considerable number of monsters would appear from there. Hearing this, the main character immediately thought that regardless of their level, it would take them a long time to destroy an entire horde of monsters. Then Shirosaki asked to send hunters from the future guild to Gins, while he himself was going to go after Kurosaki to try to prevent the appearance of the fourth tree of corruption. Then Nanasi announced that she was going to return to the association and start summoning guilds, and then asked if our hero and more would join their team. Suddenly, Haruto refused and said that he had his own plans, which surprised the girl quite a bit. The guy explained that most likely, numerical superiority would decide this battle if the rift was really that big. The girl did not object to these explanations because it all sounded logical. The head of Shirosaki simply wished the main character good luck, and now I wanted to see how he would surprise them this time. After that, the young man turned to Mr. Mu and said that this time he would need his help. The hunter smiled at this and was glad that Haruto had finally recognized his value. The main character asked his partner not to overthink things and explained that he would only be a porter. Meanwhile, the events moved to the European headquarters of the Starfield Guild, which was already preparing to take action. Midseer reported that a request for help had already been received from Japan and that a request had also been sent to America, so their time had come. Mikhail still had doubts, because the barrier was not yet complete, and he was not entirely sure that it would open properly. The elf, on the other hand, was confident because the rift was already quite large, and monsters such as goblins and orcs were already filling the space. One of the guild members noted that he seemed to be underestimating the Japanese hunters, since Master Takuchi from the Midas Guild and the hunter Nanase from the association were quite strong. His colleague confirmed this, and emphasized that if a request for help had been sent to America, then despite the size of the horde, they would all be dealt with quickly. Midseer understood what the head of the European branch was worried about, which is why they created a barrier of desecrated trees in Tokyo. All this was done in order to increase the size of the gate and release as many monsters as possible. Then their partner calmed down, because with such a large number, even if America provided support, they would definitely not be able to cope. The stranger also emphasized that when the rift opened in Tokyo, it would impose a strong debuff. Then Mikhail asked his assistant to do his best this time and achieve success for the sake of his homeland in Yggdrasil. Midseer asked his master not to worry about it, because this was not their first rift in Tokyo. The events then moved to the White House in America, where they have already learned about the disaster in Japan. Raymond Romeo, President of the United States of America, asked Mr. Logan if it was true that a portal to another dimension had opened there because of the cursed trees. The director of the Central Intelligence Agency confirmed that the tree was said to be from the same dimension as the Dark Spirit Rift that appeared in England 15 years ago. The president then asked if there was any threat to their country, but Logan Bowman believed that as long as the gate was not open, there was no direct threat, although Japan had officially requested their assistance. Raymond Romeo then wanted to know what the International Hunters Association's reaction to the situation was. The CIA director said that information had already been received that Michael Starfield, one of the association's directors, had personally gone to the scene of the incident. Another White House staffer asked why a hunter of that caliber had gone there personally, but Logan Bowman's information networks were unable to access that data. At that moment, the woman received a phone call that seemed to shock her. She reported that a video call request had just come in from the head of the Hunters Association. The assistant did not wait and immediately put the video call on the big screen. Simon DeFrey, head of the American Hunters Association, reported to the president that the situation was simply dire. Raymond Romeo immediately warned that they planned to limit themselves to providing resources, but the hunter immediately emphasized that this might not be enough. There was already information that a private plane belonging to the Ouroboros Guild was heading to Japan. Logan Bowman immediately tensed up when he realized that Turner himself had gone to the scene. The head of the association confirmed that the guild leader had taken members of his organization with him and prepared equipment. Logan Bowman understood that his power was comparable to their army, and if a hunter of that level crossed the border, it would be comparable to the use of nuclear weapons. In addition, Japan was a demilitarized country, which could cause a huge uproar if Turner's actions became known, so, for this reason, they asked why Simon DeFry had not controlled him, but he replied that there was nothing they could do about it, and that Turner could no longer be stopped. The US president then declared that this matter now concerned not only Japan, so he ordered the best hunters to be selected immediately and to act in strict confidence. Meanwhile, Lucas stood on the roof of one of the city buildings and watched the results of his work. Now the guy understood that he was completely like Kurosaki, because he justified his actions with the clan and his father. But in the end, it was all his fault. The day he received the Control and F curse from the Supreme Being, hell began. Wherever the boy was, all information from any source, as well as human resentments and desires, filled his head. Sometimes Lucas even felt the thoughts of monsters or the sensations of their deaths. After a week, the young man could no longer remain conscious and tried to free himself from the curse. But oddly enough, it was there that the guy found hope to live on, despite all this torment. It was a family heirloom that had been decorating the hallway of their house all this time. Lucas finally remembered the sacred blade, the divine rapier, which could neutralize the curse. This is what allowed him to control the flow of information coming from his cursed skill and escape from hellish torment. When the rift to another dimension opened, the hunter Nishihara asked to borrow the rapier, but his father refused in order to protect his son. As a result, England suffered enormous losses, and the Cooper family lost its influence, status, and power. After that, Lucas tried everything to learn to control his skill on his own, and absorbing dark mana turned out to be the only way to manage it. In his search for dark mana, he met Mikhail and Midzir in order to restore his family's influence, but the price was high. Upon learning of the young man's abilities, Mikhail ordered a search for control wielders, and those found were killed in order to absorb their abilities. Lucas understood perfectly well that his excuse about his home and father was just a lie, and then he was simply afraid that this man would kill him too. Now he wanted to see with his own eyes what would happen if Mikhail mastered the skills of Sano Haruto. He put the divine rapier away in his inventory, and a flood of information immediately rushed into his head. The guy was literally drowning in these endless symbols, and now couldn't see the world around him. He had to make a great effort to find the information he was interested in. The darkness around him immediately dissipated, and Lucas's mind cleared a little. Finally, he found the path that led him straight to Sano Haruto, his main target. Meanwhile, Turner Miller, the strongest hunter, whose level could not be measured by the system, was still flying on his comfortable plane towards Japan. His assistant wondered why the boss didn't use the teleport, since he was already going to another country. Then Turner thought that Richard had already forgotten the motto of their guild. Hearing the hunter's stern voice, his subordinate immediately reminded him that every member of their organization must remain vigilant, because death happens suddenly, and apologized for his stupidity. Gazing at the clouds outside the window, the guild leader recalled the events of the Great Catastrophe. At that time, Turner was only an A-rank hunter, and found himself on the verge of death. But the hunter Nishihara saved his life. After that, he also received a gift from the Supreme Being, and instantly became the strongest hunter in the world. Just before the end of the catastrophe, the hunter Nishihara gave the young man a certain item. It was a particle of measurement that resonated again for the first time in 15 years. He understood that what was happening in Japan now was exactly the moment that Nishihara had feared so much. Meanwhile, the events moved to the Ginza district, where hunters had already arrived, not entirely sure that the gate would open there. Nanis, on the other hand, had no doubts, because the concentration of evil was highest here. Then the chairman asked what the other guilds were saying, and the girl began by reporting on her father. He was busy neutralizing the corruption from the cursed tree at the Central Hunters Hospital. The other members of his guild were working with the same tree found in the Kita district. In turn, Master Takeuchi of the Midas Guild sent all his members to various locations for support, remaining alone on Ginza's main street. The hunter said that whatever came out of the rift, the others should leave it to him. Takuo agreed that this man could definitely be trusted, and asked what the other guilds were doing, and his assistant said that they were engaged in protecting and evacuating citizens. Hearing that everyone was doing their job, the chairman decided to ask where the hunter Sano was now. Nana said that the main character was acting alone, which immediately made the old man wonder why the young man had made such a decision. The huntress admitted that she was also wondering about this, but she thought that this guy would surprise everyone again. It turns out that the newcomer, Ikanaga Aoi, an old friend of our hero, was working as a loader, and he was very surprised when he heard such things being said about Sano-senpai. His colleagues were unhappy that the young man was standing there counting crows, and asked him to hurry up. He still couldn't believe that they were talking about Haruto, and immediately remembered that he hadn't seen him since they escaped from the dungeon. Meanwhile, Satoru and our hero were at the Hunter shopping center, and the young man could no longer carry the things his senior needed. Moore, despite his strength, also noted that he was already at his limit. Then the main character tried to activate the long sword of the Karisi dragon, but he still lacked mana, which made him even angrier. Satoru counted that he now had 13 bags, with 100 items in each, and he was surprised that it was still not enough. But Haruto decided to stop there anyway. Moore couldn't believe that even this wasn't enough to stop their opponents, and the guy confirmed that it definitely wouldn't be possible to completely neutralize them, but it would at least help them partially. The main character was well aware that he needed a spatial pocket in any case, and he would copy it no matter what. Suddenly he heard some strange sounds and stopped abruptly, emerging from his stream of thoughts. It turned out that Lucas had acted as quickly as possible, and had already managed to find them using his ability. Moore immediately asked how the young man knew they were here. Lucas abruptly asked him to be quiet and explained that he needed to talk to the hunter Sano. Then his partner asked him to put away his rapier if they just needed to talk. The main character immediately remembered that Master Shirosaki had mentioned this sacred sword, which could purify dark mana. Haruto understood that if he copied this weapon now, it would definitely come in handy in the future. In the end, the guy asked Mr. Mura to wait a little while he dealt with this man on his own. Our hero understood that his level had increased significantly, so now he could copy without any conditions. Lucas immediately understood what he was going to do because he knew everything about Haruto's skill and managed to react in time. The young man tensed up when he realized that this hunter really knew about his cursed gift. Then he decided to just play dumb and asked what he was talking about. Lucas did not hold back and attacked Haruto, emphasizing that pretending was useless because he had staked everything his family and he himself had on the line. The main character understood that now he would not be able to get the sacred rapier so easily. He quickly used the shadow movement skill, so his opponent's sword couldn't hit its target. In fact, Lucas did not even expect that this guy was also capable of using dark skills. But that didn't scare him at all, because such tricks simply wouldn't work against him. Then the guy used the radiance ability of his holy rapier. An incredibly bright, blinding flash filled almost the entire area with pure white light in the blink of an eye. The main character did not understand what was happening, because the sensations were the same as when he encountered Master Shirosaki's dark lightning. He froze in place because now he couldn't use his shadow movement skill at all. Satoru also saw that his senior could no longer use his skills, and Moore explained that it was all because of the power of the sacred sword, which illuminated the space within a 10-meter radius and blocked all dark skills. Lucas noted that all of the main character's skills were dark, since he couldn't use any of them. The young man smiled and agreed with his words, promising to remember this fact for next time. Now he wondered whether he should try to knock the blade out or try to copy it again, but it was all a huge risk. Meanwhile, Lucas explained that it was Haruto's skill that had led to all these events, and asked if he knew how to obtain other cartral skills without using copy. The main character finally realized that he was also a user of control skills, which is how the enemy learned about the location of the curse. Haruto thought that Lucas wanted to kill him to take this skill, and that was the reason for his alliance with Kurosaki. But these words offended the young man, because he did not want to be compared to this scum. In the end, his opponent pierced our hero with his rapier with a sharp, precise movement. Only a moment later did the boy realize what he had just done in a fit of rage. Haruto had been striving to finally copy the sacred weapon. Then the system warned him that when copying and absorbing the divine rapier, the shadow movement skill would be unavailable. Now the main character was in no hurry to get this weapon and tried to jump aside. He immediately took a healing potion from his inventory to quickly recover from his injury. Previously, Haruto thought that everything would be fine as long as he didn't use dark mana. But now he was in no hurry to exchange shadow movement for some toothpick. Lucas was impressed that our hero could use his ability even after being wounded. And then he asked what he was going to do with his copy skill. The guy asked him not to ask such stupid questions, and explained that he was going to become the strongest hunter in order to finally defeat the Supreme Being. His opponent was not impressed by this answer at all, so he rushed to attack Haruto again. The main character said that even before he became a hunter, they, the damned, were limited in time. Lucas seemed to have never heard of this, so he had to explain that the next great catastrophe would happen in 20 years, which meant they only had 5 years left. The young man realized that at that time he had been overwhelmed by a huge flow of information and couldn't comprehend anything, which is why he only now understood what the mark on his neck meant. Meanwhile, the system informed the main character that the copying time had expired, so he had failed, even though he had allowed himself to be wounded. At that moment, a strange phenomenon began to occur in the sky above them. Moore and Satoru also noticed it immediately, and realized that the breakthrough had apparently begun. Lucas also forgot about their duel with Haruto and stared excitedly at the sky. Then the system informed everyone that a portal to another dimension was opening in Tokyo, in which all hunters would be debuffed, and the use of mana-dependent skills would be restricted. The last tree appeared in the Shinagawa area and completed the barrier for opening the Dark Spirit space. Kurosaki, who was behind this, understood that as soon as the space in Tokyo opened, Hell on Earth would begin. But his mission had already been accomplished, so all that remained was to report everything to the elf. At that moment, Master Shirosaki appeared and asked if the criminal was so sure of his words. After that, the hunter did not wait and immediately attacked Kurosaki, who skillfully dodged all the blows. He had come here with Ares and was going to make sure the bandit died right there. The man just laughed at Shirosaki and said that the barrier was already complete, so Tokyo was definitely doomed. In reality, the guild leader didn't care about that at all, because his main goal was Kurosaki himself. He also emphasized that all these debuffs had no effect on dark mana, so he could attack his opponent without any problems. Kurosaki noted that the guy wasn't the only one they didn't affect, and prepared for their fight. The bandit, with a predatory grin, prepared to demonstrate what true dark mana was really capable of. At the same time, all the hunters also received a warning about the opening of a portal to another dimension. Some noted that this was the first time they had encountered such a debuff, which almost deprived them of all their weapons. They immediately tried to test their skills, but nothing worked. Healing didn't work either, and they had very few potions left, so one hit would be the end of them. Chairman Fukawa acknowledged that this was an unexpected situation, so now they would have to fight a huge number of monsters with almost no strength left. Meanwhile, a powerful hurricane raged over Tokyo, destroying absolutely everything in its path with a deafening roar. In the next moment, everyone saw a huge portal in the sky, which definitely did not bode well. From the tear in space appeared monsters that no one expected, and a human leg. Nanase and Tokuo certainly did not expect such a turn of events, so they watched closely to see what would happen next. In the end, it was Midzir who had successfully teleported all the way from Europe. All the hunters were even more surprised when they realized that it was not a human, but a real elf. No one could understand why only he had come out of the portal, but then some of the fighters began to notice that this was not the case. Midzir had brought with him a whole horde of dragons, ogres, and goblins who were already eager to destroy all of humanity. The hunters froze in fear because they couldn't figure out how to deal with so many monsters. The elf laughed at the fact that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, since 15 years had passed, and suggested that everyone have fun and let loose again. After that, all the creatures that had appeared finally rushed forward to destroy all of Tokyo and kill all its inhabitants. Takuchi Goklas continued to sit alone on the main street as all the monsters rapidly approached him. He laughed at the fact that his opponents thought they were weaklings, since they simply decided to impose a debuff and overwhelm them with numbers. The experienced hunter was still able to use his ability and defend himself with stone armor. The dragons were already flying at full speed towards him to quickly feast on their first victim. A second later, they both received a crushing blow right between the eyes. It seemed that Goklas was not at all bothered by the fact that he had been debuffed, as he continued to fight the monsters with confidence. The other monsters stood and watched for a while as their comrades flew away from the hunter's blows. It turned out that Midas's skill simply did not consume mana, so he did not care about the negative effects of the portal at all. This made the monsters even angrier, and they rushed to attack Master Takuchi with renewed vigor. The hunter noted that fighting each monster separately was still a concern, so he wanted to deal with them in one blow. In a single second, Goklas swept through the ranks of all his opponents in a frenzied whirlwind, literally tearing them to pieces and leaving only a bloody trail behind him. The mindless monsters could not withstand such crushing power, and their dense ranks simply crumbled under such an onslaught. The other hunters expected nothing less from the strongest leader of the guild. The warriors immediately caught this fighting spirit and decided to deal with the others using their physical strength. It was difficult to do this without their skills, and on top of that, all of their opponents were infected, so the hunters had to carefully monitor their health levels. Nanaz also did not stand aside and rushed into this fierce battle. With her blade, she also deftly cut down all the monsters that stood in her way. At that moment, the hunter heard the roar of some creature right behind her. The chairman had also encountered the first monster, but was in a hurry to attack it. He watched his opponent's movements closely, but did not even try to move. Finally, Master Fukawa activated his immortal shield to stop the ogre. The monster tried to attack the hunter, but it was all in vain, and the giant's club simply broke. Seizing the right moment, the chairman made a sharp lunge and attacked his opponent. Thus, with one precise and incredibly powerful blow, Haruto was able to cut the massive monster in half. He did all this with only the help of his powerful immortal shield, which served as both protection and a weapon. The blow was so powerful that it destroyed 3 enemies standing in a row at once. Seeing this, Nanase realized that the chairman and Master Takeuchi would be able to handle a large number of monsters. Then she looked in the other direction, where ordinary hunters were fighting. The girl understood perfectly well that the strength of the other teammates was significantly reduced due to the debuff. If this continued, it seemed that even support from abroad would not help them, because there was no end to the monsters. Lost in her thoughts, Nanase didn't notice that a monster had appeared right above her head. Hearing strange sounds, the girl finally looked up in fear at the sudden enemy. The huge bird flew very close, but the hunter managed to jump aside in time. Looking closely, she immediately realized that it was a real griffin. The girl did not expect that now they would also be attacked by boss-level monsters, which were significantly different from ordinary monsters. Nanis did not panic because she understood perfectly well that the griffin itself was not strong, but its main feature was its fiery breath. She knew that its fire would not go out until it had incinerated absolutely everything in its path. Without healing skills, any hunter caught in its attack would die, so Nanis wanted to get rid of this dangerous monster as quickly as possible. All this time, the griffin continued to breathe its scorching fire, so it was quite difficult to get close to it. At the same time, Satoru and Moore couldn't understand how they could be debuffed if they weren't in the dungeon. The hunter assumed that it was possible if the boss was activated in an open-type dungeon, but the restriction on skills that required mana was still a rather dirty trick. In the end, the main character told Lucas that they couldn't waste any more time on all this talk. At that very moment, the characteristic sounds of powerful monster wings could be heard somewhere nearby. Monsters filled the sky above the area where our heroes were located. Satoru and Moore desperately tried to escape from the wyverns, because they didn't have time to deal with each one. The main character hoped that Lucas understood everything and promised to talk after they had dealt with all of this. An irritated Haruto couldn't understand why this guy kept staring at him so intently. Lucas, in turn, understood that he still hadn't seen how copying worked, so he wasn't sure if he should tell Mikhail about this person. The guys still didn't know what our hero had prepared, but they wanted to use it against the monsters right away. But he emphasized that everything had its time. All this time, Nanis was still desperately trying to deal with the griffin. Because she was delayed, she had to go through the fiery breath. But the girl was not afraid of this, as she was sure that she would somehow be able to break through it all. Suddenly, someone else rushed right in front of the hunter, throwing themselves into the very heart of the raging fire. Then the griffin attacked with renewed vigor, increasing the flow of spewing flames. Nanis looked in surprise to see who had come to her aid and saw a shield in front of her. It was Fukawa Tokuo, who, with his ability, could easily withstand this torrent of flames. The chairman was not afraid of even such powerful attacks, and continued to stand motionless, like a granite rock. After that, he turned to Nanase and told her to cut off Griffin's head right now. The hunter immediately and without hesitation accepted Master Fukawa's order. When the monster calmed down, the girl began to rapidly close the distance between them. Then the griffin attacked her with renewed vigor, releasing another stream of fire from its mouth. It began to turn quickly in all directions to find Nanase's silhouette. The girl, in turn, stood at a safe distance and waited for the right moment. Finally, she made one precise jump and found herself right next to the griffin's head. The hunter tried to cut off the monster's head, but it suddenly jerked away so that she missed. Nanase was shocked when she saw that her cunning opponent had exposed another part of its body to the blow. Then the griffin tried to grab the confused girl with its clawed paw. At the last moment, she was able to react to the danger and put her blade in the way of the blow. Nanis held on with all her strength so that the monster couldn't grab her. Meanwhile, the monster had already begun to prepare another fiery attack. Suddenly, a blow from the other side distracted the griffin from Nanase. Despite this, the enemy managed to jump out of the way in time to avoid the attack. It was Fukawa Tokuo again, who now stopped next to his assistant. Landing right in front of her, he asked with sincere concern in his voice if Nanase was okay. The girl replied that she was fine, and thanked the chairman for his help. The old man explained that now their opponent would definitely not come down to the ground, and if he missed with his shield, they would never be able to catch him. In turn, the enraged griffin wasted no time and tried again to burn our heroes. The chairman warned that the monster would attack them from the air, so he asked Nanase to stand behind him. The girl seemed to have come up with a different plan, so she asked the master to throw the shield at the enemy. A smile immediately appeared on the old man's face because he was glad that she had made the decision on her own. Tokuo directed his immortal shield so that it would protect his partner from the flames. After that, Nanis used it as a support and jumped so that she ended up right next to the griffin's head, who couldn't understand what was happening. She didn't hesitate and immediately delivered a crushing blow to her partner. Thus, she finally decapitated the griffin when her blade cut through its thick skin with one precise and lightning-fast movement. After her successful attack, Nanis landed on the ground, leaning on her weapon. Behind her, the heavy carcass of the defeated griffin fell with a loud crash. The girl noticed that a huge amount of miasma was coming out of the monster's body, but that was not surprising, since it was considered a boss. The hunter began to realize that the more monsters they defeated, the more hunters would die from miasma. Meanwhile, the other fighters began to encounter monsters stronger than ordinary goblins. They understood that without skills, such small fry could not be defeated, so the mages had to use their scrolls. The guy asked his partner not to complain later, because it was their last scroll. He asked the other hunters to crouch down and, with the help of a spell, cut the monster into 4 pieces. After that, the magic paper in the magician's hands crumbled to ashes, and he watched intently to see if he had managed to defeat his opponent. Ikanaga Aoi was with them, unable to understand why his companion did not use it immediately. At that moment, one of them suddenly grabbed his throat and began coughing up blood. Aoi also began to cough, unable to say a word, when a sharp pain pierced his body. They all began to bleed profusely, so now no one could continue the fight. The mage immediately guessed that it was all because of the miasma emanating from the corpse. Then Midzir came to them and noted that the guys were a little too slow on the uptake. He explained that all monsters were infected with miasma, so when they died, the evil escaped from their bodies, infecting humans. The elf laughed at the fact that people die along with monsters. even though they need to fight to survive. Midzier asked everyone not to worry, because there would be enough monsters for every dumb-headed hunter who tried to turn his sword against them. Aoi understood that at this rate, not only would Tokyo be destroyed, but the entire country would be. At that moment, other hunters finally came to their aid, giving them at least some hope. It was Haruto and his team, who declared that the battle was just beginning. His sidekick, caught up in the heat of battle, also instantly took up a fighting stance and supported his comrades. Aoi was speechless when he saw that his friend had come to save his life again. He tried to ask what the main character was doing there, but he only noted that they hadn't seen each other since their last meeting. To begin with, Haruto decided to give his comrade a potion to help him recover from the miasma infection. Aoi didn't understand why his friend had taken such a risk and come to such a dangerous place. But Haruto asked him not to worry, and suggested they discuss everything later. The guy couldn't believe that it was Haruto-senpai standing in front of him, and was surprised that he had such a rare potion. Finally, our heroes were able to take off all the heavy backpacks they had been carrying. First, the young man was going to deal with this maddening debuff that was seriously tying their hands. He used his copy skill hundreds of times to generate enough mana. The energy flows were so strong that the other hunters were a little frightened by such power. Eventually, they began to feel their mana replenish and all their skills work as before. Even though their abilities had become significantly weaker, it was still some help. Only now did they realize that before them was the once useless mana thief, Haruto Sano, whom they wanted to expel from the Guild of Great Sages. Meanwhile, Nanase and Tokuo continued to fight the monsters, which seemed to have no intention of ending. The chairman also understood that Haruto had not been able to remove the debuff, but had simply used a skill that transferred mana to everyone around him. In any case, the hunters had become stronger, and now confidently went into battle against the monsters. Now the monsters were dying even faster, but it was still not enough to hold back the endless stream of creatures. Midseer was very surprised when he saw that someone was able to provide a huge flow of mana, ignoring the consequences of the debuff. He thought it was simply impossible, but soon figured out the reason for this turn of events. The elf finally saw that the culprit was Haruto, the owner of the control skill. At the same time, despite the hunters' desperate resistance, the monsters attacked with renewed vigor. Even though mana had appeared, it was still difficult to fight such powerful creatures. The warriors continued to suffer heavy injuries from the claws and fangs of the powerful beasts. They began to realize that if things continued at this pace, they would still lose to the monsters, despite all their efforts. At that moment, one of the guys' attention was drawn to other hunters who quickly rushed past their team. It was Haruto's squad, which now included Lucas, who was also carrying a heavy backpack on his back. No one could understand why the guys were running with such determination straight towards the approaching horde of monsters, ignoring the obvious mortal danger. The giant monsters were growing in number with every passing second, so now was definitely the time for the main character's plan. Satoru, seeing such giants, noted that they seemed to have gotten too close to the enemy. Haruto asked his partner not to worry and not to waste time, because they needed to quickly take all the items out of their bags. It turns out that all this time they had been carrying hundreds of copied migrating golem cores here. At the command of the main character, all the guys emptied their bags so that he could summon an entire army of stone monsters. None of the hunters could understand why, in such a situation, these guys decided to unload a ton of balls. When all the golem cores were thrown out of the bags, Haruto finally activated them. Only Nanase and Tokuo began to understand that these were not just balls, but a reward for defeating the boss. Meanwhile, Lucas still couldn't understand what our hero was going to do with all these ordinary balls. Finally, the guy demonstrated the true power of these balls to everyone by creating stone helpers. Thus, they had an entire army of golems, whose numbers were no less than those of the monsters. All this time, the new cores continued to gather stones around themselves, forming small warriors. Nanis realized that these were golem cores from the snow mountains, which are usually buried in the ground to make them difficult to find and destroy. Seeing such a huge number of new opponents, the monsters rushed at them with even greater fury. The golems also advanced, completely unafraid of the fact that they were dozens of times smaller than their enemies. In the end, the monsters were so gigantic that they could destroy a huge number of stone helpers with a single blow. The hunters couldn't understand what use these dumbbells were if the creatures could smash them in 1 or 2 blows. A couple of seconds later, the golems proved the opposite when they began to climb right onto the slow-moving giants, who could do nothing about it. They turned their hands into small stone blades that could easily cut through the monster's skin. Thus, the golems attacked their opponents from all sides, and the giants could do nothing about it. They knocked down the first giant fairly quickly, and immediately set about dealing with the rest. In response, the monsters only growled angrily, unable to resist these little fighters in any way. Over time, the creatures began to fall one by one under a hail of precise blows from the golems. Now the hunters realized that these helpers were not useless at all, and were helping to defeat their opponents. Then Satoru and Moore briefly informed Haruto that they would immediately go to help their other comrades. Meanwhile, the golems had already risen to level 3, so the distance at which they could be controlled had increased, and it was now possible to give them specific instructions. The main character was delighted to see that his assistants had become many times stronger. Then he used the golem's first skill, which allowed him to create any shape for them. All the little ones immediately joined together and created a more terrifying giant monster. Now it was time to finally deal with stronger and more dangerous opponents. The main character finally made the final decision to attack the flock of wyverns that had been circling in the sky all this time and giving them no peace. The golems turned into a giant dragon that could stand up to these flying monsters. The stone-flying lizard roared menacingly as it gathered itself together. Rising above the battlefield, it soared into the air to finally reach its targets. The hunters watched in amazement as the golems took the form of a huge dragon, because they had no idea they were capable of such a thing. The wyverns also did not hesitate and already opened their jaws, preparing to spew scorching flames. All this fire flew in a single powerful stream toward the golem. In turn, the stone dragon waited for the perfect moment to attack the monsters. In the end, the golem was caught in the flames, and its stone body instantly heated up and began to disintegrate. The wyvern immediately rushed forward to finish off its opponent. The monster grabbed the dragon with its powerful paw, not allowing it to even move. The huge golem crashed to the ground with a loud bang and finally disintegrated into lifeless stones, unable to withstand the destructive effect of the flames. The hunters understood that this was quite expected, because not everyone could withstand the fiery breath. Now Haruto understood that the wyvern could not be defeated by fair means, so he decided to try a different strategy. He quickly used the golem's resurrection, turning them into small dragons. His companions believed that this decision was useless, because such power could not defeat the wyvern. Some still asked their comrades not to rush to conclusions, because those golems had sharp beaks. The hunters also noted that the stone dragons were like real bullets. The wyverns did not wait and immediately tried to burn all these small opponents. Nanis believed that even such a change in form was useless against the wyvern, which was too strong an opponent. It turned out that this time the golems did not burn in the flames and continued to fly onward. They began to spin at tremendous speed, drawing the flames into a fiery vortex. In this way, the stone dragons created several tornadoes in a powerful stream of flame. After that, they flew forward rapidly, cutting through the air to attack the wyverns with a devastating wave. It seemed that the dragons did not expect such a turn of events at all, so they did not have time to react to this attack. The golems flew right through the bodies of their enemies, as if they were truly giant bullets. None of the wyverns could escape such a lightning-fast attack, so they just screamed in agony. After that, the golems calmly flew between the scattered pieces of their defeated enemies. The main character stood calmly and watched as his assistants successfully dealt with the annoying monsters and, in addition, also gained a level. The other hunters couldn't believe their eyes when they saw that the young man had indeed dealt with all the wyverns. Only Nanas was able to bring them to their senses and shouted for the fighters not to stand still, but to deal with the remaining monsters. Then Haruto also sent his golems to deal with the monsters on the ground. With a smirk on his face, the boy declared that from this moment on, auto-farming experience would begin. Meanwhile, Goklas didn't stop for a second, destroying every monster that came his way. At one point, he did stop to see how his allies were doing. The golems, which were running from side to side, dealing with enemies, immediately attracted the attention of the head of Midas. The man acknowledged that Sano's hunters, despite their appearance, were quite useful. Suddenly, the golems began jumping onto Goklas's stone armor, as if hugging him. Satoru, seeing this, laughed and explained that their little helpers had taken the leader for their own because of his appearance. Only now did Master Takeuchi notice that even the young man's shield was made of golem. The boy then explained that it was Haruto-senpai's first golem, which still helped him to this day. He also added that it would be possible to turn it into armor like Goklas's if the assistant's level could be raised. These words hurt the man a little, because he believed that such armor was nowhere near as good as his stone skin. Out of anger, he immediately decided to demonstrate his power on the nearest monster. Goklas did not stop at just one monster and ordered Satoru not to even compare some stone babies to his ability. His opponents continued to die from just one accurate blow from the hunter, unable to offer any defense against his overwhelming power. The young man was seriously frightened by such a violent reaction and suspected that he could represent the golems in place of these opponents. At the same time, Lucas was also busy destroying monsters. Seeing how the main character pumped up the golems, which were able to kill the wyverns, he finally understood the true power of his skill. The guy understood perfectly well that other users of the cursed gift would never reach evolution. He wondered what would happen if Mikhail gained such an ability. But someone pulled him out of his train of thought. It was the main character, who wanted to know if Lucas had discovered this subspace. It seemed that the young man himself was angry that someone dared to think that he could betray his clan for the sake of some mission. In fact, Haruto guessed that Lucas himself also didn't like everything that was happening around him. He felt that something was gnawing at the young man, and it had been that way since their first meeting, and even before that. The main character emphasized that now they needed to focus on something else, namely finding the culprit who had opened the subspace. Lucas just smiled at how smoothly the guy was talking, as if he knew absolutely everything. Before he could finish, the ground beneath them suddenly shook and cracked. Suddenly, roots burst out of the ground and engulfed Haruto, while Lucas managed to jump aside. The main character didn't even have time to scream and just looked at the young man in fear, trying to grab onto something. The young man immediately recognized that it was the branch of Yggdrasil, a skill that belonged to Midir. If you get caught in the snares of Yggdrasil, the poisoning works twice as fast. But it also meant that the situation for the elf himself was looking dire, since he had decided to resort to this skill, and perhaps they would still manage to lure the stranger out. Lucas was sure that his saint would not give in to him, so first he had to cut the bonds and free the hunter Sano. At that moment, the powerful roots finally grabbed the young man, immobilizing him with a death grip. They began to quickly wrap around his leg, tightening more and more, so that Lucas could not escape from this trap. The boy looked at all this in fear, feverishly going over the options in his head and trying to figure out what to do. All this time, he tried to keep his hand with the divine rapier higher to protect at least his weapon. Finally, a huge tangle of Yggdrasil branches appeared in the middle of the city, spreading dark mana in all directions. The hunters couldn't understand what it was, and also noticed that these sprouts were exuding something strange. Nanace noted that they were not in a special zone, but the level of contamination rose sharply, and the branches continued to grow. Then the hunter began to suspect that someone was controlling this cursed plant. Very soon, she saw the one who was responsible for spreading the evil above this tree. The girl was even more surprised when she realized that it was a real elf who had somehow found his way into their world. At that moment, the head of the Shirasaki clan tried to destroy Kurosaki with his black lightning, but it seemed to be useless. The hunter was shocked when he saw that his opponent had simply absorbed his most powerful ability. Then Takumi explained that dark mana has its own characteristics, and if you overcome your dependence on it and touch the abyss that lies beyond the edge, you can master it perfectly. In turn, Shirosaki didn't really understand what he meant when he talked about some kind of dependence. The bandit didn't bother to explain anything else to him and rushed to attack again. Masato didn't have time to jump out of the way, so Kurosaki was able to break through his defense. It turned out that the enemy's power was so great that he was able to break through this reinforced magic shield. The guy did not expect his barrier to be so easily destroyed, so he did not have time to react to the blade that was already right in front of his face. At the last moment, he managed to knock Kurosaki's sword aside and jumped back. Then the head of Shirasaki realized that there was a way to survive dark mana poisoning after all. His younger brother immediately came to mind, who might also be able to do it. In any case, the young man could not afford to be distracted, so he refocused on the fierce battle. The bandit immediately guessed what his opponent had just thought, and emphasized that not everyone was capable of such a thing. To do so, one must constantly absorb dark mana and possess dark skills, which Soto did not have. Ares felt that this man had an incredible amount of dark mana, and Shirosaki reported that he was even able to absorb his black lightning. Then Kurosaki delivered a powerful blow, concentrating a colossal amount of energy in his blade. Seeing this, Masato immediately warned his partner that they needed to get out of there fast. The hunters instantly scattered in different directions, so that this destructive slash would pass right between them without hitting any of them. In the end, all this crushing force crashed into the house at full speed, instantly turning the massive building into a pile of rubble. Shirosaki looked at the scale of the destruction with apprehension, realizing that they definitely hadn't survived such an impact. Kurosaki, on the other hand, confidently declared that the hunter's annoying skills were no longer a hindrance to him. He didn't stop for a second and prepared for a new, even more devastating attack. Then Ares stopped him with her ice crystals, which instantly grew out of the ground, immobilizing him. It turned out that the girl had gained enough mana to finally use her skills. Shirosaki thought that the debuff had already been removed, but his partner guessed that it was all the work of the hunter Sano, who supplied mana to everyone on the battlefield. She explained that she had only recovered half of her strength, but it should be enough to stop the enemy. Kurosaki also heard them talking about the very same Monono that was still haunting him even now. Despite all this, the bandit still began to concentrate his mana to try to break free from these icy shackles. In the end, he succeeded, and the ice cracked with a deafening roar into thousands of sparkling shards that flew in all directions. Now, Ares realized that despite the help, she still didn't have enough mana to stand up to such an enemy. She still tried to capture Kurosaki in her icy trap again. The bandit began to get angry that the huntress was pointlessly using her damn ice claws. He easily avoided the trap and was already heading towards Ares. Takumi wondered if the girl realized that she was fighting the master of the Blood Tower Guild himself. The huntress herself concentrated as much as possible on resisting him. Ares used all her remaining strength to cast another spell. In this way, she was finally able to defend herself against the crazed Kurosaki. The man only laughed at this pathetic attempt, because dark mana was actually fueled by ordinary mana. That's why he didn't stop for a second and attacked Ares' shield. In the end, the hunter's barrier shattered into pieces, leaving her completely defenseless. In a panic, she immediately reached for the hidden scroll, her last hope for salvation. Tearing the magical parchment in half, the hunter used the spell written on it. Now, a huge magical wall appeared between them, forcing Kurosaki to stop again. Her opponent only laughed at all this, because the girl's actions only made him stronger. With renewed strength, he unleashed a series of furious blows on the powerful magical barrier. Even this defense could not withstand Takumi, so Ares was completely helpless against his blade. Finally, Shirosaki came to her aid and managed to block the attack just in time. Without wasting any time, the hunter immediately tried to use lightning spears against his opponent. Kurosaki understood that Masato's attacks were still dangerous for him. At the last moment, he managed to dodge the spell, so all its power crashed into the cobblestones. Even so, the bandit had to try hard and show agility to avoid injury. Ares, in turn, did not miss the opportunity and tried to use her spell again. Sharp ice spikes immediately appeared around her, forming a deadly ring. Takumi didn't even have time to react, so he stumbled upon one of the spikes. Thus, he was finally caught in the trap when the ice completely froze his body. Shirosaki emphasized that the bandit was not a guild master, but the leader of a small group of assassins. Now he was interested in how exactly the criminal had acquired the shadow skill, and advised him to tell him quickly if he wanted to die without suffering. Kurosaki asked if the guy was really only interested in information about his abilities. The bandit couldn't believe that this was obvious only to himself. The head of the Shirosaki clan had no intention of playing these meaningless games, and ordered him to answer right now who had given him the shadow skill. In the end, the man finally admitted that Lucas had taught him a couple of interesting things. Kurosaki didn't bother explaining anything else, and focused on breaking free from the icy shell that bound him. A huge amount of dark mana burst out in a violent stream, tightly enveloping Masato from all sides. Suddenly, the hunter felt his consciousness begin to cloud under the pressure of this extraordinary force. A few seconds later, Master Shirosaki found himself in a cave, where he was not alone. As it turned out, his younger brother was lying motionless on the cold floor below. Our hero simply could not believe his eyes when he saw Soto alive. The boy was still infected with dark mana, which made it difficult for him to even breathe. Meanwhile, Mizir had already descended to the people after catching Lucas and Haruto with his skill. Now he wanted to know when their ally had managed to befriend the owner of the Control and See skill. The elf immediately took the divine rapier from the young man before he could figure out how he knew about the existence of the copy skill. In fact, Mizir didn't even think he would be able to get his hands on this legendary sword today. Now Lucas began to suspect that the stranger had befriended him only to get the weapon. Then the elf hinted that he would need the young man's strength to find the hunter with the Control and See skill. He explained that with the powers of the Holy Sword and copying, he would finally be able to save his home. In addition, the stranger said that he would share a secret with the young man in exchange for the sword. Mizir said that there was also a curse in the world of elves, and that he himself was one of them. Upon hearing this, Lucas immediately began to suspect that he was going to absorb the power of the main character. The elf admitted that unfortunately he could not absorb a curse from another world, but the young man himself could do it. All this time, the main character, who was nearby, listened calmly as they planned to kill him to take his skill. The stranger thought that this plan was trivially simple, so when Mr. Mikhail arrived, Mizir would kill both of them at once to take their curses. Lucas was incredibly angry that his family had been nothing more than pawns to him from the very beginning. The main character finally took action because he had heard enough. He broke free from the grip of Yggdrasil's branches and tried to attack Mizir. The elf didn't even flinch and immediately defended himself with the tree itself. In the end, the blow only hit the tree, and his opponent remained unharmed. The stranger did not even expect that Haruto had also managed to copy the shadow skills. In turn, the main character was finally able to see the one who opened the subspace and caused chaos in Tokyo. The guy tried to use the great spider's web to capture his opponent. Mizir only laughed contemptuously at the fact that this was all the power Haruto was capable of. The elf expected that with his abilities, the young man would be able to copy something much more powerful. He considered these to be merely pathetic attempts by the protagonist, as he possessed a defense that no one could penetrate. Haruto, on the other hand, believed that even with such skills, it was possible to create something truly unique if one knew how to use them. The main character activated Spider Thread and Bear Claw at once, as well as the skill Bloodsucker of the longsword of the Carizian dragon. Thus, Haruto managed to break the branches of Yggdrasil, which shattered into splinters with a deafening crash. Now Mitsuru had to work hard to avoid getting caught in the web. The elf had only just learned that the main character could not only copy the skills of others, but also combine them, which made him realize that this was indeed the strongest curse of all. A moment later, Haruto appeared right behind Mitsuru and cheekily asked how he felt before falling victim to the very skills he had so rashly underestimated. The enemy was not afraid of the main character's attacks at all, because now he wanted to get this curse even more. It seemed he was too confident, because the guy still managed to touch his shoulder. Haruto was already delighted that he would finally be able to copy the subspace skill and take control of it. The ability had already started searching for the skill by keyword, but in the end, it reported that it had not been found. Then Mitsuru grabbed the main character by the arm and explained that he simply could not copy his skills. He threw Haruto aside with all his might and immediately tried to grab him with the branches of Yggdrasil. All those damn sprouts rushed towards the main character, trying to trap him again. Meanwhile, the branches released Lucas, who was now suffering from a flood of thoughts again. Although he was able to free himself thanks to Haruto's power, the young man still couldn't control his own skill without the holy sword. The boy fell to his knees, exhausted, and finally drowned in the frenzied stream of information that flooded his mind in merciless waves. Very soon, he was able to find something amid all this chaos. He saw that Mitsuru and Haruto were nearby, but the elf had some kind of connection to the elf. The guy suspected that it was a connection to the subspace, but it looked strange somehow. He was able to analyze skills and parameters through the power of the curse, but he was unable to see material entities, such as the holy sword. Lucas realized that subspace was actually an item, not a skill, and it was obvious that the hunter Sano was probably trying to copy Mitsuru's skills. In that case, there was only one way for the main character to succeed. At that moment, Kurosaki had finally broken free from the icy trap, crushing the last sparkling shackles. Ares did not expect her ice spells to be destroyed with such frightening ease, and froze in shock for a moment. In turn, the bandit said that Shirosaki would remain in this state until he freed him. In addition, the man already knew perfectly well that he was facing the daughter of the legendary Nishihara. He believed that the girl had inherited her parents' great talent, but because of her temperament, she was unable to reveal it, and would now end her life right here. Ares did not give up so easily, so she used the spell again to stop Kurosaki's blade. The girl managed to build an ice shield in front of her in time and stop her opponent. The man was not surprised that she used the barrier again and decided to try something else. The bandit tried to use dark mana to get through her shield. Ares had to retreat rapidly, literally breaking free from the blow of this devastating attack. Kurosaki laughed at the fact that she was going to run away, because it wouldn't save her from death anyway. The girl raised her shield again, stopping another fierce blow from her opponent with a loud clang. The man smiled and noted that her fierce stubbornness was so sincere and unshakable that the sight literally brought tears to his eyes. The girl believed that perseverance was the strongest weapon a person could possess, and that those who devoted themselves to a single path became truly strong. Then she firmly stated that her magic was capable of creating much more than just protective barriers. In fact, Kurosaki did not even expect Ares to be capable of such a thing. The man turned sharply and at the last moment saw a huge chunk of ice flying straight at him. He couldn't even understand how Ares had managed to form such a huge projectile. Small fragments rained down on his opponent, scratching his unprotected skin. In the end, Kurosaki had to cling to his sword with a death grip to stay on his feet. He thought that Ares had completely lost her mind, deciding to throw a block of ice in the middle of the city. The man was so distracted by all this that he didn't even notice when he was caught in the icy shackles again. The girl explained that the people had been evacuated long ago, so no one was hurt, and warned that Master Shirosaki had also devoted himself to the path of stubbornness. Kurosaki couldn't understand what exactly the girl meant, which made him a little uneasy. In the end, he saw that the guy had managed to break free from the shackles of his dark mana after all. The man was incredibly shocked when he saw this, because he couldn't understand how it had happened. Shirosaki's eyes also flashed with an ominous light, radiating a thick dark mana. Noticing this ominous glow, Kurosaki realized the incredible and understood that he had indeed managed to absorb the abyss itself. Masato, in turn, reminded him that he had promised to finish off the scoundrel with a single blow. With one precise movement, he unleashed a huge stream of dark mana directly at the bandit, who did not even have time to cry out under such pressure. Thus, Shirosaki was finally able to fulfill his cherished desire and completely deal with his main target. After that, the bandit fell lifeless to the ground, finally defeated by the crushing power of dark mana, which instantly burned away the last of his life force. The guy himself still clearly felt this colossal force flowing through his veins like a burning stream. Ares was surprised that her partner had decided to kill the enemy, because initially they had planned to interrogate him. The head of Shirazaki noted that this was no longer necessary, as sending him into the abyss was Kurosaki's biggest mistake. Overcoming the red dark mana, the guy was able to find a clue in his own skills. It turned out that he had already encountered them in the past when his younger brother was mastering new abilities. Sato asked Masato what he thought about this skill that used dark mana, but Masato emphasized that mastering it was a dangerous pursuit that only murderers and thugs engaged in. The young man still didn't know what was wrong with his new abilities, since he wasn't a criminal himself. Soto had always been intelligent, which made Shirosaki think that he had ultimately managed to acquire dark skills and perhaps find a way to overcome his dependence on mana. Then the boy told Ares that they needed to return to the hunter Sano to finally put an end to this madness. The girl really wanted to know what the head of Shirosaki had seen in the abyss, but he replied that he would tell her about it a little later. In any case, he was now certain that they had a chance to win this difficult battle. All this time, the main character continued to fight desperately against Midseer, who attacked him with the branches of Yggdrasil. Despite this, Haruto was able to use shadow movement without any problems to escape these traps. He teleported right behind his opponent and tried to deliver a surprise blow. The elf still managed to react to these fierce attacks in time, and in a moment, their blades clashed with a clang. His opponent had already admitted that he was tired of the main character's skill, which made him impossible to catch. Then, instead of attacking Haruto himself, he pierced his shadow skill. In the end, the shadow simply dissolved, so the main character could no longer use this ability. Only now did the young man realize that he had completely failed to anticipate such a turn of events. Midseer, with a smirk on his face, reminded him that the divine rapier could dispel any dark skill. The main character had no intention of stopping, because he understood that this condition worked for both of them. The elf noted that he was not dependent on dark mana, so he could use skills without consequences. The branches of Yggdrasil rushed forward again and grabbed Haruto tightly, depriving him of any chance to maneuver. Then Midseer swung his rapier to finally finish off the annoying hunter. The main character managed to put his blade in front of him in time, taking the crushing blow on the steel. The attack was so devastating that the sword could not withstand it, and shattered into small pieces with a sharp ring. Haruto realized that he would not be able to fight with a normal sword, so he had to take out the longsword of the Karisi dragon. Midseer was surprised when he saw a perfect copy of Frederick's legendary weapon in the young man's hands. With one sharp and confident movement, the main character easily cut through the branches that were holding him back. Immediately after that, Haruto swiftly attacked Midseer himself, and at the moment of collision, a dazzling flash appeared. The elf still managed to withstand the crushing power, even though everything around him was destroyed. He admired the true power of Frederick's sword, and if it had been a real blade, he would surely have died. In turn, the main character declared that his skills did not end there. Haruto jumped high and swung his long sword to deliver another blow to his opponent. A smirk immediately appeared on Midseer's face, because he had been waiting for this moment. Then the stranger simply went into subspace so that our hero couldn't reach him. Thus, the young man simply cut through the air in front of him with a deafening whistle, completely missing his target. The powerful blow with a deafening roar hit only the empty asphalt, knocking a fountain of stone chips out of it. Meanwhile, Midseer teleported and was about to attack Haruto from the other side. Seizing the moment, his opponent pierced the main character's shoulder with a sharp and accurate thrust. The guy, overcome by a wave of sudden pain, fell to the ground in surprise. The elf agreed that Haruto's sword was close to the power of the original, but the young man clearly lacked experience. Barely regaining his senses, the main character jumped away from Midseer with a sharp and desperate leap. Now the young man learned that it was also possible to teleport within subspace itself, and he wanted even more to copy this skill. The main character quickly grabbed a magic potion to recover from his injuries. Thanks to the use of the highest level elixir, all external damage was restored 100%, but internal injuries inflicted by sacred power could not be healed. The elf explained that healing elixirs are created with holy power, so even if the guy drank it, the wounds from the holy sword would not heal, which was its terrifying power. He attacked Haruto again and asked him to show what he had managed to copy. Midseer was sure that the main character still had some tricks up his sleeve. The guy admitted that he had nothing left, but he was sure that he would manage somehow. At that moment, Nanis intervened in their fight, using the witch's blade against the elf. His opponent did not expect such a turn of events, so he only raised his rapier at the last moment to parry the blow. He still didn't have enough strength to withstand such a blow, so the holy sword flew to the side. As a result, the divine rapier stuck several meters away from Midseer. Then the girl used hellfire, but now the elf had nothing to defend himself against this attack. The stranger had to resort to his own skills again to avoid being hit. The branches of Yggdrasil were still able to withstand the tremendous pressure and successfully resist Nanis's crushing force. Now the elf finally realized that this exhausting battle would be far from easy for him. Meanwhile, the hunter's unstoppable flames spread rapidly, gradually filling entire streets of the city. Midseer was incredibly dissatisfied with the fact that Nancy was the one who had come here from the hunters. First, the girl approached Haruto to ask if he was okay, She reported that thanks to the golems, they had managed to kill most of the monsters, so Master Takeuchi and the chairman would be here soon. The main character was glad that his plan had worked, and thanks to his assistance, his experience continued to grow rapidly. Lucas had also arrived and finally got his weapon. The guy, barely coping with the exhausting, endless flow of information, was finally able to calm down. Now he was going to make Mid-Seer pay for using him and his family. All this time, the branches of Yggdrasil were rapidly burning in Nanasi's hellish flames. Mid-Seer agreed that its destructive power was certainly impressive, but he was still confident that the hunter would not be able to use it for long. The elf continued to attack our heroes to see how long they could hold out. Nanas replied with unwavering confidence in her voice that her magical power would definitely be enough for all these roots. Mid-Seer smiled coldly, believing that all these loud statements by the hunter were just hasty conclusions. The girl immediately noticed that the elf seemed to be plotting something cunning. The branches of Yggdrasil burst out of the ground like lightning, breaking through the asphalt, and tried to grab her. In the end, the huntress was unable to dodge in time and escape this trap. The elf wondered if the girl would be able to use hellfire in this state. It turned out that the huntress was capable of doing so and used the witch's blade. After escaping from the wooden cage, Nanase emphasized that she had more skills than just fire. The elf was greatly annoyed that he had encountered such strong opponents that he could not get rid of. All this distracted Mid-Seer, allowing the main character to get behind him and try to attack him. Haruto continued to skillfully and swiftly slash with his blade until the stranger reacted to him. For a moment, the hunters stopped and tried to see if they had managed to hit their opponent. Mid-Seer managed to react at the very last millisecond and teleported away. He angrily declared that the prolonged games were over, and now the final battle was beginning. Suddenly, the ground beneath our heroes' feet began to crumble with a deafening crash, and an unknown force began to burst out of the cracks. Now, cursed fruits began to appear here, infecting everything around them with evil, so it was necessary to act quickly. Nanase found herself right in the middle of these sprouts, trying to understand what was going on. The girl was seriously angry that the elf thought she couldn't handle some weeds. In an instant, she released hellfire, which incinerated all the cursed fruits with a single touch. Even under the fierce onslaught of fire, the ancient sprouts of Yggdrasil were in no hurry to burn to the ground. Finally, with a deafening roar, a huge stream of dark mana burst forth from them. Nanas instantly felt the suffocating effect of this burst of energy. Haruto was also unable to take cover in time from the dark mana that filled literally all the space around them. Mid-Seer reported that the concentration of mana emanating from these flowers exceeded that of the roots of the defiled tree tenfold, so our heroes could become addicted if they inhaled it. The elf warned the breathless hunters that the spores would scatter even more if they tried to attack. Haruto began to realize that all this was just mega awful, and thought that he should have copied the holy sword after all, rather than trying to get its subspace. Then Lucas finally came to the rescue, plunging the divine rapier directly into the charged ground. Without wasting a second, the young man instantly activated consecration, and a wave of blinding white light poured out in all directions, destroying all the dark mana. Everyone around was completely blinded by this incredibly strong flash for several long seconds. Nanas and Harutos looked at Lucas in surprise, who had come to their aid just in time. The guy looked pretty confident, and his icy gaze left no doubt that he had come to finally take revenge. Our heroes, frozen in silent shock, did not expect that this man, whom they had once despised, would become their only savior at the decisive moment. For his part, Mid-Seer was incredibly angry that Lucas had dared to betray him. The elf asked with undisguised icy contempt how exactly he should interpret this sudden and outrageous act by his partner. He did not wait for an answer and, overcome with rage, immediately tried to catch the young man with his branches. Lucas declared that Mid-Seer had betrayed him first, and couldn't understand how he had the nerve to ask such a thing. The boy moved nimbly along the twisting branches, getting closer to his target with each jump. The elf couldn't understand why he no longer cared about the fate of his own family, but Lucas knew perfectly well that the stranger had simply used the holy sword and its curse for his own purposes. The young man put all his will into the spell, and shining angel spears materialized in the air, but Mid-Seer defended himself with his ability. The elf declared that unfortunately, the power of the holy sword was not enough to kill the stranger. In turn, the boy remembered that subspace was only part of the dark grimoire, so he wanted to see what would happen if he stuck the holy sword there. His opponent did not expect Lucas to come up with something like that, and did not manage to close the teleport in time. The elf asked if the young man really thought he would be allowed to do such a thing. Taking advantage of the young man's momentary distraction, Mid-Seer tried again to grab him with his branches. Lucas did not have time to react to this treacherous attack and received a crushing blow right in the stomach. He fell helplessly to the ground, unable to resist the traitor's strength. In the end, Mid-Seer's portal could not withstand the young man's blow and cracked deeply with a deafening ring of broken space. The elf was incredibly angry that Lucas was causing him so many problems. Nanase took advantage of the moment and warned him that there was nowhere to run, because it was all over. The stranger himself also understood that the consequences could be serious if he fell under the hellfire. Meanwhile, the huntress used her ability, and Midzir tried to cover himself with branches. But even that did not save the elf, so Nanase's scorching fire reached his body with a roar. The flames raged with such fury that their unbearable heat burned even the nearby buildings. The main character and his partner watched intently as their opponent simply burned up in the flames. At that moment, Lucas addressed Haruto, distracting his attention from the burning elf. The young man remembered that our hero had wanted to copy Midzir's subspace all this time. He explained that it was not actually an ability, but an object, just like the Holy Sword. The guy explained that subspace was an item connected to another world, and Midzir was in that world. Nanas still couldn't understand how it could exist here, because it would definitely require a huge amount of mana. Lucas confirmed her guesses and added that Midzir could probably barely remain here, which is why it was assumed that his skills materialized in the form of objects. The young man did not know how the stranger had managed to do something like this, but it had reduced his mana consumption significantly. Now the main character understood perfectly why his copy had not worked, because to do so, one had to touch the object. But he was in no hurry to help Lucas, because earlier, the guy was going to side with the elf. The young man admitted that he had wanted to kill the main character before, but he was the first to spare Lucas when he was trapped, even though he could have gained another control skill. Haruto was not at all impressed by his speech because, to be honest, he himself was not eager to gain abilities in this way, and there was no time for it. Nanas apologized for interrupting their conversation and wanted to know what control skills they were talking about. The girl also noticed the long sword in Nanasi's hands because she thought the weapon had already been returned to Ares. Haruto realized that he had just seriously blown his cover and tried to lie that he had simply borrowed the longsword. It turned out that Midzir had survived the hellfire after all, and new branches burst out of the ground again. Having completely lost his composure, he was overcome with frenzied rage because these upstarts had repeatedly thwarted his carefully laid plans. The main character couldn't understand what was happening to their rival, and Lucas explained that the elf was now absorbing dark mana from the tree. The stranger admitted that he had lost his vigilance because of the hunter Nanase, although he had hoped that he would be able to delay our heroes before Mikhail's arrival. Midzir took his highest form because now he was going to fight seriously. With new strength, he unleashed a series of devastating blows on the main character with his branches. Haruto turned to his partner and asked her again to use Hellfire. Lucas confirmed that at this rate they might still be able to defeat the stranger. The main character seemed to have already come up with something, so he wanted Nanas to block his opponent's view with her skill. The girl wasted no more time and fulfilled Haruto's request as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Haruto assumed that if the skill was an item, he could simply copy one branch. The boy mentally begged for this to be the case, and it worked. The copy skill discovered the seed of Yggdrasil, and if our hero obtained 2 more of them and grew them, he would receive the blessing of Yggdrasil's life force. In addition, the owner of the seed of Yggdrasil would now be unable to use branches, and because his health was below 15, the skill would be forcibly absorbed by Haruto. The guy made sure that Lucas was right, and now he needs to copy items, not skills. Thus, the main character successfully activated the first of the 3 seeds of Yggdrasil. After that, the branches glowed with a bright light, as if they had been completely cleansed of all impurity. In the end, Midzir lost his connection to Yggdrasil and could no longer draw dark mana from it. The already exhausted elf couldn't believe that the main character had actually managed to copy his infected tree. Lucas, who was already preparing to attack him from above, emphasized that Midzir should not be concerned about this fact at all. The stranger had no intention of giving up anyway. His face contorted with rage, and he ordered the young man to be quiet with hatred. Only now did he realize that he could no longer use the branch of Yggdrasil for reasons unknown to him. The elf had very little time to think, because Lucas's rapier was already literally above his head. Midzir managed to jump aside in time, so the young man was unable to reach his target. Despite this, the hunter managed to graze his opponent's chest, leaving a deep, jagged wound that immediately began to bleed. The stranger was incredibly angry that he could no longer resist our heroes, so he still tried to use his abilities. Lucas immediately turned to Haruto because they couldn't let him escape into subspace. The main character understood the danger and immediately combined Spider Thread and Yggdrasil Branch. In this way, he was able to completely immobilize Midzir and deprive him of his last chance to escape the battlefield through a spatial rift. The young man made the powerful branches instantly burst out of the ground and entwine the elf from all sides. Meanwhile, Nanase declared that the elves were monsters from other worlds and that she had to protect the peace of her citizens. Midzir flew into an indescribable rage, because the very thought that someone dared to compare him, a superior being, to some inferior monsters, was an unbearable insult to him. The girl didn't care at all, because she always had a short conversation with creatures. Once again, she used Hellfire, trying to finally destroy their enemy. Despite the fact that she had used her ability many times before, the attacks remained just as powerful. Midseer felt his life force finally drain away under the relentless onslaught, and felt the effects of the flames on his body. In fact, the hunter was surprised that the elf was still alive after such blows. With a smirk on his face, the stranger acknowledged that this was the end, and that he would not be able to cleanse his homeland on his own after all. He was going to make humanity feel the same and know true despair. Lucas understood perfectly well what forbidden or desperate measure the elf was going to resort to in his agony. But it was too late, because Midseer had used his remaining strength after all. The boy tried to stop him because he knew that even Mikhail would not be able to cope with this, and therefore not only Tokyo, but the whole world would be destroyed. The wounded elf declared that he had been ready for this from the very beginning, and besides, all these problems would no longer concern him. In turn, the main character understood that the true space had finally opened up before him, which was his chance. Haruto didn't even waste precious seconds thinking about it, and immediately rushed forward. It seemed that Midseer did not expect the young man to take such a risky action. The stranger saw the longsword flying straight at him at full speed, cutting through the air in front of him. Finally, the blade, reinforced with all the young man's strength, pierced the elf through and through with a dull thud. The momentum of the blow was so great that Haruto flew straight into the portal along with his opponent. In an instant, they were transported at full speed to another space. Nanace froze in place, overcome with shock when she saw where the hunter Sano had gone. Lucas was at a loss for words, realizing how incredibly risky Haruto's move had been. Meanwhile, Midseer was trying to recover from his injury and teleportation, while our hero looked around. The guy understood that this was the very subspace that was the elf's unique item. The main character wasn't going to waste time thinking and wanted to copy it as quickly as possible. Then the system warned him that a complete copy was impossible because this item was connected to another world. Immediately after that, a system notification appeared before Haruto's eyes, stating that the absorption of part of the dark subspace was complete, but that a dimension key was required to gain full control over it.